Good. Hey, hey. What's going on? Brother Jeremiah, how you doing this morning? Shalom. Thank you for coming on in, bro. I know you always come in faithfully and tap the screen. You know, you share it live all the time, share it with others. I really do appreciate that. Shalom, shalom. And all praises go to the Most High, man. For real. All praises go to the Most High for what he's doing in all of our lives and waking us up. You know, and I'm just a vessel that he allowed to help the people to wake up. Yes, sir. I need Yah's word. All praises, all praises. All praises. I'll read my book here. Yeah, y'all know we was in Jasher the other day. Then we took like a little break. Hey, Unc, Shalom. How you doing? And I will be in attendance tonight for your live, Unc. All praises. Thank y'all for tuning in. Y'all can continue to tap the screen, share the live, hit the daily heart me, repost it. I'm in what is it? I'm in chapter 16 of the book of Jasher. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I won't open it up just yet. I know we gotta open it up with some prayer. Let me take this off. It's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of people waking up. A lot of people still believing the lies. But, I mean, we learning the truth. And we helping others to wake up too. And, you know, the Most High is definitely pleased with that. So, Heavenly Father, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to see another day and your people as well, Father, for me to be able to take my wife and children to their appointed destinations, get them there safe and sound. Father, I also just thank you for what you're doing in my life. I won't dwell on it too much, Father, and say it, but I'm just going to give you the praise, the honor, and the glory, and I thank you for what you're doing in others' lives as well, as they coming in to these lives and listening in, and they're learning something, Father. They're learning that we have been lied to for many years. We've been lied to about religion. We've been lied to about who we are, whose we are, and what we are, Father. And we just appreciate you for allowing us the grace period, Father, to come into the truth, because we know that we done all fell short. We done all done some things that's not pleasing to you. We done all broke those commandments and learning to follow those commandments now, which is being obedient to you, Father. And I pray that your sons and daughters will start doing this not just for likes or for views, Father, but they will start doing it because it pleases you. They will be obedient to you to show their own wives and children as them being shepherds of their homes, shepherds of their households, shepherds of your people, Father. What you've called us to do. I know some people will laugh at us. They'll talk down about us, but Father, that's what they do. And we know that it's not them, it's the spirit that's within them, Father. Because a lot of people don't understand how the spiritual realm works. But thank you again, Father, for teaching us that thing, Father. And I pray that your people today, that they'll learn something that they have never heard today, Father, or a refresher. We just thank you for your Holy Spirit, your Ruach HaKodesh, and we allow your Ruach HaKodesh, your Holy Spirit, to come on in to give us all the knowledge, the wisdom, the understanding. In the mighty matchless name of your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, we pray and say to you, Father, amen, so be it, and come. Yeah, I'm learning some things. You come on up. Anybody, y'all come on up. Welcome on in. Y'all come in. We'll have some conversations. And we'll talk about things like we always do and just allow the Spirit to move through us. I know some of y'all might be at work doing what y'all, you have to do right now. Notice I said right now. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Some people got to be at the plantation. Some people don't. Some people got their own businesses and they able to be on their own timing, which is a great thing. I'm loving it because that's something that I didn't grow up seeing. I was always taught that you got to go to school, go to college, get you a degree, and do the things that the world was teaching us to do. And what I've learned is that's the way of the heathens. That's not the way of the Most High. That's not what the Most High want us to do. And when I say the way of the heathens, because they the ones that run the organizations. They the ones that own the buildings. They the ones that's receiving the funds. When all of this stuff, it should be free. Instead, they use us so they can stay credible. And I mean, that even goes into the topic. Can we admit that we have been lied to and teaching lies who told us they knew the word of God? Is that still going on today? And do we recognize it? Y'all can answer that in the prompt, or you can come up and talk, whichever way you want to roll. Thank y'all for tapping the screen, sharing it live. I appreciate it for real, for real. All praise to the Most High. Make sure y'all repost. Repost. Minutes. 6 minutes, and we already at 4.6K taps. That means we right behind the minutes. We can get past the minutes. Everybody get you an automatic tapper. Download the automatic tapper. If you got an Android, it's free. If you don't have an Android, it'll cost you. Or you can buy you one of these automatic clickers from off of the TikTok shop. I got them in my TikTok shop. I think I paid like, I want to say it was like $3. $3 is change. And that was with shipping and handling. And they work pretty good, They work pretty good. You don't have to use your fingers. Only time you gotta use your fingers is when you gotta type. But that means you gotta cut that joint out and you gotta start typing and then turn it back on. Tapping is free. It don't cost nothing. And I don't never ask y'all for no money. I just ask y'all to tap the screen, share the live, repost it, so we can wake our people up as the Most High has called us to do. So I'm finna open this book of Jasher. Is that cool with y'all? Anybody heard of the book of Jasher? I need some commentary. Y'all can talk to me. I'm in chapter 16. And what I found out, matter of fact, before I get into Jasher, what I found out in Jasher is there's a lot of details inside of the book of Jasher that is not in the King James Version, the New King James Version, the Message Bible, the Amplified, all that. There's a lot of details that have been taken out. But the scriptures do say in the book of Jasher, like when you go into Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, it refers to the book of Jasher. But the book of Jasher is not in our book. So that's why we open it up. And I mean, I found a lot of stuff, like even how Sarai, I know in the book, it tells us that the king was going to sleep with Abraham's wife or Abram's wife and did not. But there was a lot more details, like where he put her in a chest. He told everybody to let them know that this was not his wife. This was his sister. We even talked about Enoch and how Enoch was followed by a lot of people and he taught the truth. And Abraham has the same mantle on him as well, where a lot of people began to follow them because of who they follow. That's why a lot of people is following us today, because of who we follow, who we subscribe to, not necessarily who we subscribe to like on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or any social media platform, but it was who they followed and who was teaching the truth. They started to follow the people that actually teach the truth. And the people that were teaching the truth were considered Hebrews or Israelites, like as in today. And a lot of people mad about that because they're like, oh, that's a cult. That's a hate group. No, we're not. We're not a hate group. A lot of people are not subscribed to what other people do. We're just coming into the truth. Now, there are some out there that operate that way, that are haters. And I'm not even talking about just Israel. I'm even talking about Christians, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses. It's so many folks out there that teach what they think is the truth. And they teach it in a way to manipulate and control you. And that's what you got to step away from, because that's witchcraft. And we don't operate in witchcraft. So Let's get into this word. Let me move this out of my way. Uh-oh. Gotta make sure my phone is charged up. At that time, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, sent to all the neighboring kings, to Nimrod, to king of Shinar, who was then under his power, and to Tidal, king of Goyim, and to Arioch, king of Elasar, with whom he made a covenant, saying, come up to me and assist me, that we may smite all the towns of Sodom and the inhabitants, for they have rebelled against me these 13 years. Do y'all understand how these kings worked back then? If you wasn't for the king, you got knocked off. You got taken out in bunches. It wasn't just one of y'all. It was anybody that came up against the king, anybody that came up against what we would say, president or pharaoh today. Don't y'all know that they used to knock people off just by the dozens? Now you can talk any kind of way you want to because, you got your First Amendment. And these 4 kings went up with all their camps, about 800,000 men. And they went as they were and smote every man they found in their road. This is how they rolled back then. Today, we roll differently. We don't roll the same. Of course, y'all see how they got these alphabet officers out here and these military folk. They do stuff in a way that they be knocking folks off. But still, this is how they roll back then. It wasn't for play back then. You had to stick with the king. You had to stick with the pharaoh. You had to stick with the president. You had to stick with them. Otherwise, you were taken out because you was considered, what do they call them? Start with an R. Gosh, dog, I can't even think of the word. It'll come to me in a minute. And the 5 kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, Shinar, king of Admah, Shimmer, king of Zeboim, Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Bela, king of Zor, went out to meet them, and they all joined together in the valley of Siddim. And these 9 kings made war in the valley of Siddim, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah were smitten before the kings of Elam. Verse 5. And the valley of Siddim, brothers on there. And the valley of Siddim was full of lime pits, and the kings of Elam pursued the kings of Sodom, and the kings of Sodom with their camps fled and fell into the lime pits, and all that remained went to the mountain for safety. And the 5 kings of Elam came after them and pursued them to the gates of Sodom, and they took all that was in Sodom. These folks is getting overtaken. They being shut down. See, it wasn't just because of the homosexuality, as they say. Sodom and Gomorrah was taken out. Sodom and Gomorrah was taken out because of lawlessness and because they was doing things that wasn't pleasing to the Most High. Now, they already being taken out, but the Most High gonna shut it down with one of his kid over there. Y'all got to pay attention to that. And they plundered all the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. And they also took Lot, Abram's brother's son, which is Haran, and his property, and they seized all the goods of the cities of Sodom, and they went away. And Anak, Abram's servant, who was in the battle, saw this and told Abram all that the kings had done to the cities of Sodom, and that Lot was taken captive by them. Y'all remember in the last chapter, Abram told his nephew, look, you got to go. But if you ever need me, call me and I got you. I'm going to go to the Most High about you. I'm going to go to the Ancient of Days about you. The Most High is going to stand up for you. He's going to set up a standard for you. He's going to make sure that you don't get taken out, nephew. And Abram heard this, and he rose up with about 318 men that were with him. And he that night pursued these kings and smote them, and they all fell before Abram and his men, and there was none remaining but the 4 kings who fled, and they went each his own road. And see, the Bible don't say that in there. The word that we read, it don't say that in there. That's why you got to go look at Jasher. There's some things that took place before the Most High shut this thing down. Because he got to go back. Watch. And Abram recovered all the property of Sodom, and he also recovered Lot and his property, his wives, and his little ones, and all belonging to him, so that Lot lacked nothing. And when he returned from smiting these kings, he and his men passed the valley of Siddim, where the kings had made war together. And Bera, king of Sodom, and the rest of his men that were with him went out from the lime pits into which they had fallen to meet Abram and his men. And Adonizek, king of Jerusalem, the same was Shem, went out with his men to meet Abram and his people, and with bread and with wine, and they remained together in the valley of Melech. And Adonizek blessed Abram, and Abram gave him a tenth from all that he had brought from the spoil of his enemies, for Adonizek was priest of the Most High God. And all the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah who were there with their servants approached Abram and begged of him to return them from their servants whom he had made captive, and to take unto himself all the property. And Abram answered the kings of Sodom, saying, as the Most High lives, who created heaven and earth, who redeemed my soul from all affliction, who delivered me this day from my enemies and gave them into my hand, I will not take anything belonging to you, that you may not boast tomorrow, saying, Abram became rich from our property that he saved. For the Most High, my God, in whom I trust, said unto me, thou shalt lack nothing, for I will bless thee in all the works of thy hands. So what did Abram just let them know? I ain't got to take nothing from you. Shalom, shalom. I ain't got to take nothing from y'all. I don't need nothing from y'all. The Most High, whom I serve, already told me that he gonna bless me in my works for what I do. I don't need to steal nothing or take nothing from y'all. That's the same for us today. We don't need to take nothing from nobody. The Most High gonna bless us in our works. And now, therefore, behold, here is all belonging to you. Take it and go. As the Most High lives, I will not take from you a living soul down to a shoe tie or thread, excepting the expense of the food of those who went out with me to battle, as also the portions of men who went with me, Anar, Ashko, Mamre, they and their men, as well as those also who had remained to watch the baggage. They shall take their portion of the spoil. Look here, take back y'all stuff. Here y'all go. I don't need none of this. The food right here, and that's to feed the people. And the kings of Sodom gave Abram according to all that he had, and they pressed him to take of whatever he chose, but he would not. Abram said, I don't need nothing from y'all. I don't want that stuff. I don't know what's attached to it. That's how we should be. I don't want nothing what y'all need to offer me. I don't want nothing. If it don't come from the Most High, I don't need it. If it ain't gifted to me from the Most High, I don't want it. I'm not trying to keep nothing that's attached to y'all. And he sent away, verse 18, and he sent away the kings of Sodom and the remainder of their men, and he gave them orders about Lot, and they went to their respective places. And Lot, his brother's son, this is Haran's son, he also sent away with his property, and he went with him, and Lot returned to his home to Sodom, and Abram and his people returned to their home to the plains of Mamre, which is in Hebron. Did y'all know that he had saved his nephew already? He had already rescued his nephew. He had got him out of there, but his nephew still couldn't stay there. But he got rid of them folks that was trying to come up against him. And then he sent them on his way again and gave them orders pertaining to Lot. And don't y'all know that they listen? They listen. Because guess what? Our Father don't play about us. When I'm talking about our Father, I'm talking Abba Father. Don't play about his children. Shalom, Krim 81. And at that time, the Most High again appeared to Abram in Hebron, and he said to him, do not fear. Your reward is very great before me, for I will not leave you until I shall have multiplied you and blessed you and made your seed like the stars in heaven, which cannot be measured nor numbered. See, when you start doing stuff for the Most High and you're not doing stuff for the people, but you're doing stuff according to what the word say and it's pleasing to the Most High will bless you, will increase you, will increase your land, will increase your seeds, will multiply everything that you touch. That's why we don't get blessed like that today. We don't get it in multitudes today, because we doing stuff for, in today's world, for likes and for views. We doing stuff just to be seen. We're not doing stuff to please the Most High. You believe that Yeshua unalived on the Christ or on the cross? I know what you mean. I sure do. And I read it that way for a reason. Verse 22. And in the 78th year of the life of Abram, in that year passed Reu, the son of Peleg. And all the days of Reu were 239 years, and he unalived. He passed away. Do you believe in, man, come on. We're not going to indulge in the elementary arguments. We're not going to indulge in them elementary arguments. And Sarai, the daughter of Haran, Abram's wife, was still barren in those days. She did not bear Abram either son or daughter. She still couldn't have no children, even though they was married. And when she saw that she bare no children, she took her handmaid Hagar, whom Pharaoh had given her, and she gave her to Abram, her husband, for a wife. She wanted some kids that bad. And for Hagar learned all the ways of Sarai, as Sarai taught her. She was not in any way deficient in the following her good ways. Her maidservant that Pharaoh had gave her learned the ways of a wife. She learned how to be that from an elder. And Sarai said to Abram, behold, here is my handmaid Hagar. Go to her, that she may bring forth upon my knees, that I may also obtain children through her. And at the end of 10 years of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, which is the 85th year of Abram's life, Sarai gave Hagar unto him. And Abram hearkened to the voice of his wife Sarai, and he took his handmaid Hagar, and Abram came to her, and she conceived. And when Hagar saw that she had conceived, she rejoiced greatly, and her mistress was despised in her eyes. And she said within herself, this can only be that I am better before the Most High than Sarai, my mistress, for all the days that my mistress has been with my Lord, which would be Abram. She did not conceive, but me, the Most High, has caused in so short a time to conceive by him. So what did Sarai do once she got pregnant? Once she conceived and bear a son, she got cocky. Like, ooh, Sarai can't have one, but look, Abram came to me, and look, I done had a baby. So she despised Sarai in her eyes. And when Sarai saw that Hagar had conceived by Abram, Sarai was jealous of her handmaid. And Sarai said within herself, this is surely nothing else but that she must be better than I am. Now she thinking like she must be better than I am because she done had a baby and I can't have one. Ain't that how some of our women be today? If a man can't have a baby with one, he'll go get with another one and have a child by that one. And now the woman tripping like, oh, she must be better than me because I can't have no children. Don't let that spirit come up in you. The Most High got you. It just ain't your time yet. Be patient. Stop trying to do stuff on your own. But wait on the Most High. And when I speak to Hagar, this is verse 32. When I speak to Hagar in thy presence, she despised my words because she has conceived, and thou wilt say nothing to her. May the Most High judge between me and thee for what thou hast done to me. She talking to him like, hey, so you ain't gonna say nothing to this cocky little girl that's come up against me, but we didn't raise her up. I didn't raise her up and taught her the ways of a wife, and now she coming up against me, acting all high and mighty like she better than me. Ain't that how some of our women talk today? Ain't that how some of these young ladies talk today? You ain't gonna check her, but you gonna check me. And Abram said to Sarai, behold, your handmaid is in your hand. Do unto her as it may seem good in your eyes. And Sarai afflicted her, and Hagar fled from her to the wilderness. What did Sarai do to her? She slapped the taste out that woman's mouth. Who you coming up against? And Hagar fled. She knew she couldn't do nothing, but y'all see what Hagar did? She listened to her husband. Her husband told her straight up, that's your handmaid. You do with her what you want to do. Genesis 16:6. I got you. I appreciate you. I go to it. And y'all highlight these joints, man. I wish I had some pen and paper. I'll be writing them down. Genesis 16:6. All praises. But Abram said unto Sarai, behold, thy handmaid is thy hand. Do to her as it pleases thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Most High found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. I just read verse 6 and 7. But yeah, she smote her. Who you think you talking to? Who you trying to come up against? You, my handmaid. I'm not yours. But Abram told her what to do. And she listened to her husband, to her shepherd, or to her king, to her leader, to her man. Let me get to this next part. And an angel of the Most High found her in the place where she had fled by a well, and he said to her, do not fear, for I will multiply your seed, for thou shalt bear a son, and thou shalt call his name Ishmael, or Ishmael. Now then, return to Sarai thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. She was scared. Y'all remember, this is a youngster. You don't come up against no elder. And Hagar called the place of that well Bir Lahai Roy. It is between Kadesh and the wilderness of Bered. And Hagar at that time returned to her master's house. And at the end of the days of Hagar, bare a son to Abram. And Abram called his name Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when he begat him. See, these women know they can't raise no son on their own. Why our people today feel like they can raise their children on their own? I told y'all these lessons, they're going to start making sense to y'all. Women today feel like, I don't need no man. I can raise my child on my own. Even back then they knew, you better go back to that man. You better go handle up. You ain't finna raise this child on your own. You can't, a boy, a young man. But America, Babylon, would tell you that you could do it on your own. And they have become the husband to you. Because now they got stuff in play to pay you for kicking the Negro to the curb, or the man to the curb. Y'all ready for chapter 17? Let me get some water, hold on, or something to drink. I'll be right back. Y'all keep tapping that screen. Hey, get something to drink. Eating this spiritual food right now. Eat this spiritual food. Thank you for the follow. And in those days, and you know what? I might have to just stand up here in a minute. And in those days, in the 91st year of the life of Abram, the children of Shittim made war with the children of Tubal. For when the Most High had scattered the sons of men upon the face of the earth, the children of Shittim went and embodied themselves in the plain of Canopia. And they built themselves cities there and dwelt by the river Tibru. And the children of Tubal dwelt in Tuscana, and their boundaries reached the river. Tibru and the children of Tubal built a city in Tuscana, and they called the name Sabina, after the name of Sabina, son of Tubal, their father, and they dwelt there unto this day. And it was at the time the children of Chittim made war with the children of Tubal, and the children of Tubal were smitten before the children of Chittim. And the children of Shittim caused 370 men to fall from the children of Tubal. And at that time the children of Tubal swore to the children of Chittim, saying, you shall not intermarry amongst us, and no man shall give his daughter to any of these sons of Chittim. Even they knew back then, no intermingling, no sleeping with other nations, no sleeping with other people. You don't go and mess with other folks. You don't mess with people that's not of us. That's not what we do. We don't corrupt ourselves. But what do we do today? We corrupt ourselves with so many other nations that don't serve the same Yah Elohim that we serve. Start intermarrying. Oh, I love him. I love her. Start intermarrying in nasty ways too. Falling in love with folks, falling in lust for folks. Verse 5, for all the daughters of Tubal were in those days fair, for no women were then found in the whole earth so fair as the daughters of Tubal. Wasn't nobody so fine and beautiful as the daughters of Tubal at that time. And all who delighted in the beauty of women went to the daughters of Tubal and took wives from them. And the sons of men, kings and princes who greatly delighted in the beauty of women, took wives in those days from the daughters of Tubal. Why did they take them wives? Because they was beautiful. They was fine as wine. They was the best thing since sliced ice cream. Makes sense as to why everybody, all of our women today, especially our sisters, throw themselves on these platforms all the time and I'm beautiful, I'm fine, I'm this. You got to advertise yourself. They didn't advertise themselves back then. It was a secret. They wasn't showing off everything to everybody. Let me stand up real quick. Hold on. Let me move this joint. Hold on, y'all. Y'all bear with me. I didn't think I was going to have to stand up, but it is what it is. Can't sit down for long, brother. Get tired. I usually do this on the Sabbath day, but all praises. All praise to the Most High. And look, ain't no family here. Everybody doing their thing until I can do mine again. Who that is? Oh yeah, y'all welcome to come up if y'all want to. It's, just no distractions. Hello. Hello. And this was his day to say everything and get it off his chest. Right way. Yeah. Bye-bye. Hey, if y'all put scriptures in the chat, y'all gonna have to, let me know. No, family, we supposed to be brothers. Laughing out loud. What you mean, Crip? Are you telling the joke? You being facetious? Ooh, dang, this thing is bright. Turn this joint down. Shoot. I mean, that joint was bright. Had me blinded by the light. All right. I'm here just working. All right. Yeah, I'm just joking. Yeah, I kind of figured that. And at the end of 3 years, after the children of Tubal had sworn to the children of Chittim not to give them their daughters for wives, about 20 men of the children of Chittim went to take some of the daughters of Tubal, but they found none. For the children of Tubal kept their oaths not to intermarry with them, and they would not break their oaths. Why? Why we don't live that way today? It's because we free and dumb, free to do whatever you want to and dumb at the same time. Why we be intermarrying? When we ain't even supposed to be intermarrying, we supposed to be intermingling with other people. But the daughters, they listened back then. I'll tell you why they listened back then. They had fathers that gave them away. And they wasn't giving them to no foreign people. They wasn't finna give them to just any and everybody. No, we not giving our daughters away. That's the same thing for us today. We not finna give our babies away. Let me cut this thing off. We not finna give our babies away. We not doing that no more. We gotta set up a standard. We gotta do what the Most High called us to do. That's why we diving into this word. That's why we learning the word. Because the word is what's going to help us. Trust me, I know. The word been helping me, my family, other brothers and sisters alike. It's been sustaining us in ways that it's unimaginable when we started going back to the Most High's ways. We started going back to what he says in his word. Life began to change. And in those days of harvest of the children of Tubal went into their fields, children of Tubal went into their fields to get their harvest when the young men of Chittim assembled and went to the city of Sabina, and each man took a young woman from the daughters of Tubal, and they came to their cities. And the children of Tubal heard of it, and they went to make war with them, and they could not prevail over them, for the mountain was exceedingly high from them. And when they saw they could not prevail over them, they returned to their land. And at the revolution of the year, the children of Tubal went and hired about 10,000 men from those cities that were near them, and they went to war with the children of Chittim. And the children of Tubal went to war with the children of Chittim to destroy their land and to distress them. And in this engagement, the children of Tubal prevailed over the children of Chittim. And the children of Chittim, seeing that they were greatly distressed, lifted up the children which they had by the daughters of Tubal upon the wall which had been built to be before the eyes of the children of Tubal. And the children of Chittim said to them, have you come to make war with your own sons and daughters? And have we not considered your flesh and bones from the time till now? And when the children of Tubal heard this, they ceased to make war with the children of Chittim, and they went away. What did they do? First of all, they got them daughters. And they done impregnated them. They couldn't reach the mountain the first time, so they went back and they got some more folk. And then they got these folks, and they come back and they ready to just knock everything out. Like, hold them babies up there. Look. So have y'all come to be against y'all own sons and daughters? Look, these are your grandchildren or your nieces and nephews, whatever it is. Have you come to be at war with them? They didn't have babies. What you gonna do? And they was like, we ain't finna take out none of our own. 1 Corinthians 1-8. I'll read it in a minute. Who this is? Well, y'all putting them scriptures in here, like, for real, for real. I'll read it in a minute. Chittim later on becomes Rome. Oh, here you go. They put it in the comments. 1 Corinthians 1 through 8. I'll read it. Y'all better make sure y'all tapping that screen, sharing this live. The children of Chittim later become Rome. You want to try to come up against them. Huh? And that's the same thing we're dealing with today. Ain't that right? We the people. 1 Corinthians. You read this joint. I'm still learning. Just listen. All praises. All praises. 1 Corinthians. You didn't give a chapter. You just said 1 through 8. 1 Corinthians. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Where we at? But I'm finna finish this up. You put the chapter in there and I'll read it. Where was I at? Verse 15. And they returned to their cities, and the children of Chittim at the time assembled and built 2 cities by the sea. And they called one Purtu, and the other Ariza. And Abram the son of Terah was then 99 years old. And at that time, the Most High appeared to him, and he said to him, I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will greatly multiply your seed. And this is the covenant which I make between me and you, that every male child be circumcised, thou and thy seed after thee. At 8 days old shall it be circumcised, and this covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. So who was the covenant with of circumcision? Can anybody put that in the comments? Who was the covenant of circumcision with? Who was it for? Take your time. And now, therefore, your name shall no more be called Abram, but Abraham. And your wife shall no more be called Sarai, but Sarah. For I will bless you both, and will multiply your seed after you, that you shall become a great nation, and kings shall come forth from you. Abraham, all praises. That is right. Abraham's seed. Y'all ready for chapter 18? I got your favorite thing too. I got my rod, my staff right here. Uh-oh. I see something long in the comments. What that is? Chittim later on takes in Zepho, Esau's son, and makes him their first king from Edom to Rome. We're going to get there. That brother know the word for real, for real. And Abram rose and did all that the Most High had ordered him. And he took the men of his household and those bought with his money. And he circumcised them as the Most High had commanded him. And there was not one left whom he did not circumcise. And Abram and his son Ishmael were circumcised in the flesh of their foreskin. 13 years old was Ishmael when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And in the 3rd day, Abram went out of his tent and sat at the door to enjoy the heat of the sun during the pain of his flesh. Y'all know why he was in pain? You an old man, and you just got circumcised. That right there, it hit differently. But it's showing that the son. What? I'm hearing myself. Son does heal. They bring that healing. And the Most High appeared to him in the plain of Mamre and sent 3 of his ministering angels to visit him. And he was sitting at the door of the tent, and he lifted his eyes and saw, and lo, 3 men were coming from a distance. And he rose up and ran to meet them, and he bowed down to them and brought them into his house. And he said to them, if now I have found favor in your sight, turn in and eat a morsel of bread. And he pressed them, and they turned in, and he gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he placed them under a tree at the door of the tent. And Abraham ran and took a calf, tender and good, and he hastened to unalive it, or to slay it, and to give it to his servant Eliezer to dress. And Abram came to Sarai into the tent, and he said to her, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes to cover the pot containing the meat. And she did so. And Abraham hastened and brought before them butter and milk, beef and mutton, and gave it before them to eat before the flesh of the calf was sufficiently done. And they did eat. And when they had done eating, of them said to him, I will return to thee according to the time of life. And Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. And the men afterward departed and went their ways to the place to which they were sent. In those days, all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah and the whole 5 cities were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Most High. And they provoked the Most High with their abominations. They strengthened in aging abominably and scornfully before the Most High. And their wickedness and crimes were in those days great before the Most High. And they had in their land a very extensive valley, about a half day's walk in it. And they were found fountains of water and a great deal of herbiage surrounding the water. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah went 3-4 times in a year, and their wives and children, and all belonging to them, and they rejoiced there with the timbrels and dances. And in the time of rejoicing, they would all rise and lay hold of their neighbors' wives, and some the virgin daughters of their daughters, and they enjoyed them. And each man saw his wife and daughter in the hands of his neighbor, and did not say a word. What is going on between the sheets in my home? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all understand what's going on? What was going on in that land is the same thing going on today. Men and women, like men don't care that they daughters is just laying with somebody else, or they wife is laying with another man, or they husband laying with somebody else's wife or daughter. They don't care no more. That's the same thing going on inside of Gomorrah. Doesn't the word even say that? In the days, like it would be like in the times of Noah. It would be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. For real, y'all, the times of Jonah. Here we go. Man, this is crazy. But y'all didn't know this was in there. This is what was going on. But they would just want to say it was just a lot of homosexuality going on. No, it's a lot going on. And they did so from morning to night. And they afterward returned home, each man to his house, and each woman to her tent. So they always did 4 times in the year. And when a stranger came into their cities and brought goods which he had purchased with a view to dispose of their, the people of these cities would assemble men, women, and children, young and old, and go to the man and take his goods by force, giving a little to each man until there was an end to all goods of the owner which he had brought into the land. And if the owner of the goods quarreled with them, saying, what is this work which you have done to me? And they would approach to him one by one, and each would show him the little which he took, and taunt him, saying, I only took a little which thou didst give me. And when he heard this from them all, he would arise and go from them in sorrow and bitterness of soul. when they would all arise and go after him and drive him out of the city with great noise and tumult. They would torture him. These were some regular old bullies. Some regular old bullies, y'all. They would take a little bit and then move around. Then somebody else come take a little bit and move around. Then they throw it in their face. Ain't that what they do to us today? They take a little bit from you and then they throw it in your face. They take this from you, then they throw it in your face. They act like they ain't done nothing. You know, they hide their hand. And there was a man from the country of Elam who was leisurely going on the road, seated upon his ass, which carried a fine mantle of divers colors. And the mantle was bound with a cord upon the ass. And the man was on his journey passing through the street of Sodom when the sun set in the evening, and he remained there in order to abide during the night, but no one would let him into his house. And at that time there was in Sodom a wicked and mischievous man, one skillful to do evil, and his name was Hadad. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the traveler in the street of the city. And he came to him and he said, Whence comest thou, and whither dost thou go? And the man said to him, I am traveling from Hebron to Elam, where I belong. And as I passed, the sun set, and no one would suffer me to enter into his house, though I had bread and water, and also straw and provender for my ass, which is a jackass, a donkey, y'all, and am short of nothing. And Hadad answered and said to him, All that thou shalt want shall be supplied by me, but in the street thou shalt not abide all night. And Hadad brought him to his house, and he took off the mantle from the ass with the cord and brought them to his house. And he gave the ass straw and provender whilst the traveler ate and drank in Hadad's house. And he abode there that night. And in the morning the traveler rose up early to continue his journey. When Hadad said to him, Wait, comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and then go. And the man did so. And he remained with him, and they both ate and drank together during the day. When the man rose up to go, and Hadad said to him, Behold, now the day is declining. Thou hast better remain all the night, that thy heart may be comforted. And he pressed him so that he tarried there all night. On that second day he rose up early to go away. When Hadad pressed him, saying, Comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and then go. And he remained and ate with him also the second day. And then the man rose up to continue his journey. I remember this part of the story. This is like a refresher. When I was reading this on Big O one day, we was reading this. I was like, man, what is this man doing? Like, why he keep on feeding him all day? And then when night come, he know that the man can't leave during the night because of what be going on at night. But every time he get up in the morning, he be feeding him, and the dude, they just sitting there just chilling. What's going on? Watch this, y'all. And Hadad said to him, Behold, now the day is declining. Remain with me to comfort thy heart, and in the morning rise up early and go thy way. And the man would not remain, but rose and saddled his ass. And while he was saddling his ass, the wife of Hadad said to her husband, Behold, this man has remained with us for 2 days, eating and drinking, and he has given us nothing. And now shall he go away from us without giving anything? And Hadad said to her, Be silent. And the man saddled his ass to go, and he asked Hadad to give him the cord and mantle to tie it upon the ass. And Hadad said to him, What sayest thou? And he said to him, That thou, my lord, shalt give me the cord, the mantle, made with the divers colors, which thou didst conceal with thee in thy house to take care of it. And Hadad answered the man, saying, This is the interpretation of your dream. The cord which thou didst see means that your life will be lengthened out like a cord. And having seen the mantle colored with all sorts of colors means that thou shalt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant trees of all fruits. And the traveler answered, saying, Not so, my lord, for I was awake when I gave thee the cord and also a mantle woven with different colors, which thou didst take off the ass to put them by for me. And Hadad answered and said, Surely I have told thee the interpretation of your dream, and it is a good dream, and this is the interpretation thereof. Now the sons of men give me 4 pieces of silver, which is my charge for interpreting dreams, and thee only I require 3 pieces of silver. And the man was provoked at the words of Hadad, and he cried bitterly. And he brought Hadad to Sirach, judge of Sodom. And the man laid his cause before Sirach, the judge, which Hadad replied, saying, "It is not so, but thus matter stands." The judge said to the traveler, "This man Hadad telleth the truth, for he is famed in the cities for an accurate interpretation of dreams." And the man cried at the word of the judge, and he said, "Not so, my lord, for it was in the day that I gave him the cord and mantle which was upon the ass, in the order to put them by in his house." And they both disputed before the judge, the one saying, "Thus the matter was," and the other declaring otherwise. And Hadad said to the man, "Give me 4 pieces of silver, that I charge for my interpretations of dreams. I will not make an allowance, and give me the expense of the 4 meals that thou didst eat in my house." So what does he say? He lying to him, y'all. He trying to make him think like he was drunk or something, or he was asleep. He's like, "Man, I wasn't asleep when I gave you my stuff. I was wide awake. When I gave you the cord for my jackass, when I gave you this, that, and the third, I was wide awake. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't dreaming." But he's saying that he's interpreting a dream to him. And over there where they at, this is what they do. This is how some of the people do today. They want to get paid to interpret dreams, which is lies. They want to get paid to prophesy or prophet lie. That's what's going on. You prophet lying. You lying to me to my face, and then you want me to pay you for an interpretation that ain't even gonna come true. And then you got people in team with you. This is your judges. They come up against you, say something against the one that is so famous over here, just because they know him. But this man lying. Now he telling them he got to pay him for the food. And the man said to Hadad, "Truly, I will pay thee for what I ate in your house. Only give me the cord and the mantle which thou didst conceal in your house." And Hadad replied before the judge and said to the man, "Did I not tell thee interpretation of your dream? And the cord means that thy days shall be prolonged like a cord, and the mantle that thou wilt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant all kinds of fruit trees. This is the proper interpretation of the dream. Now give me the 4 pieces of silver that I require as a compensation, for I will make thee no allowance. I will make thee no allowance." And the man cried at the words of Hadad, and they both quarreled before the judge. And the judge gave orders to his servants, who drove them rashly from the house. And they went away quarreling from the judge. When the people of Sodom heard them, and they gathered about them, and exclaimed against the stranger, and they drove him rashly from the city. And the man continued his journey upon his ass with bitterness of soul, lamenting and weeping. And whilst he was going along, he wept and what had happened to him in the corrupt city of Sodom. Corrupt. They be lying over there, taking from folks. Now they take from you, and now they want you to pay for what they took from you. Doesn't that sound familiar? Don't that sound familiar? What verse did you just say? I saw it, Jeremiah 23. Oh, yeah, buddy. About these fake ones. I know that one. I'm familiar. Hold on, let me get there. I'll make y'all come up, man. Jeremiah 23. You said 26, 27? All right. "How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yes, they are prophets of deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal," or Baal. Now they done forgot the Most High's name. Now they can't. They be prophesying lies, and got people believing it too. And when you believe it, y'all know the enemy worked through them. So whatever they be saying, it's gonna come true because of who they serve. Oh, now I gotta go back to him. Now I gotta go back to her. That's a true man of God. That's a true woman of God. That's a true prophet. No, that is a liar, straight from the pits of hell. Ain't prophesying no houses, prophesying no cars, prophesying this, that, and the third. That ain't the word of the Most High. That's not how this works. Prophecy is straight from his word. What his word say. But they'll sit up and lie to you all day. Got y'all believing it. That's why I said, y'all see what the prompt say? Can we admit that we have been lied to and teaching lies and teaching lies who told us they knew the word of God or Yah? And the next question of it is that still going on today? And do we recognize it? I know I do. Appreciate that, we the people. That's what's going on. We in chapter 19 of Jasher. Y'all ready to move forward? Move this thing back so I can see it a little bit better. Shalom, shalom. Y'all make sure y'all can tap the screen, share the live. And the cities of Sodom had 4 judges to 4 cities. And these were their names. Sarat in the city of Sodom, Sharkad and Gomorrah, Zabnik and Admah, and Menon and Zeboim. And Elijah's, Abram's servant, applied to them different names. And he converted Sarat to Shakra, Shakra, and Sharkad he to Shakura, and Zabnak to Kezabim, and Menon to Malslodin. And by desire of their 4 judges, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah had beds erected in the streets of the cities. And if a man came to these places, they laid hold of him and brought him to one of their beds by force and made him to lie in them. Woo-wee, they was doing some strange things in these cities. They had beds in the streets. If somebody, like a stranger, came into the city, guess what they was doing? Hey, you got to lay in this bed with me. You got to get down and through there with me. You can't just come over here and do what you want to do. You got to do what we do over here as a custom. Beds in the streets. And as he lay down, 3 men would stand at his head and 3 at his feet and measure him by the length of the bed. And if the man was less than the bed, these 6 men would stretch him at each end. And when he cried out to them to let him not answer him. Oh, hold on. Hello. Crap. What? Do y'all see what was going on? Do y'all see what was going on? This is crazy. Read it one more time. As he lay down, 3 men would stand at his head and 3 at his feet and measure him by the length of the bed. And if the man was less than the bed, these 6 men would stretch him at each end. And when he cried out to them, they would not answer him. Something strange for a piece of change. There was some nastiness going on. This stuff don't just come out of nowhere. Look, they've been doing this for years. People think that, oh, now they just come nowhere. This stuff been going on for a long time. And if he was longer than the bed, they would draw together the 2 sides of the bed at each end until the man had reached the gates of death. And if he continued to cry out to them, they would answer him, saying, thus shall it be done to the man that comes into our land. And when he heard all these things that the people of the cities of Sodom did, they refrained from coming there. Why they didn't want to come there? They were stretching them wide. It was a lot of stuff going on. Now, I know y'all might think they just stretching them and pulling them apart. Okay. All right. Look at it and see what's going on. Why are you crying out? And when, verse 8, when a poor man came to their land, they would give him silver and gold and cause a proclamation in the whole city not to give him a morsel of bread to eat. And if the stranger should remain there some days and unalive from hunger, not having been able to obtain a morsel of bread, then at his unalivement, all the people of the city would come and take their silver and gold, which they had given him. Somebody come in and pour, they'll give him money and what have you, but they wouldn't give him nothing to eat. And then once he unalive, because of starvation, then they go back and take everything that they supposedly gave him. This is stupid. You're going to give somebody stuff and then they can't even buy nothing, can't even get nothing to eat, nothing? So you just playing with them? And those that would recognize the silver or gold which they had given him took it back. And at his unalivement, they also stripped him of his garments, and they would fight about them. And he that prevailed over his neighbor took them. They would after that carry him and bury him under some of the shrubs in the deserts. So they did all the days to anyone that came to them and unalived in their land. And in the course of the time, Sarah sent Eliezer to Sodom to see Lot and inquire after his welfare. Go check on my nephew. And Eliezer went to Sodom, and he met a man of Sodom fighting with a stranger. And the man of Sodom stripped the poor man of all his clothes and went away. And this poor man cried to Eliezer and supplicated his favor on account of what the man of Sodom had done to him. And he said to him, why dost thou act thus to the poor man who came to thy land? And the man of Sodom answered Eliezer, saying, is this man your brother? Or have the people of Sodom made thee a judge this day, that thou speakest about this man? Look, is this man your family? Is this man your brother? Have the people of Sodom made you a judge this day? Why you sitting up here speaking about this man like you know him? Like how to make feet smaller or head taller and point. All right. I don't know what you were saying, but I saw the last part of it. This stuff was, okay, here you go. And Eliezer strove with the man of Sodom on account of the poor man. And when Eliezer approached to recover the poor man's clothes from the man of Sodom, he hastened with the stone to smote Eliezer in the forehead. And the blood flowed copiously from Eliezer's forehead. And when the man saw the blood, he caught hold of Eliezer, saying, give me my hire for having rid thee of this bad blood that was in thy forehead. For such is the custom and the law in our land. Boy, they just be doing stuff to folks and then asking them for money at the same time. And Eliezer said to him, thou hast wounded me and requires me to pay thee thy hire. Eliezer would not hearken to the words of the man of Sodom. And the man laid hold of Eliezer and brought him to Shachra, the judge of Sodom, for judgment. And the man spoke to the judge, saying, I beseech thee, my lord, thus has this man done. For I smote him with the stone, and the blood flowed from his forehead, and he is unwilling to give me my hire. And the judge said to Eliezer, this man speaks truth to thee. Give him his hire, for this is the custom in our land. So the custom in their land is to lie on somebody and then get paid for lying. What'd that say? I can't read everything, boy, y'all typing fast. When thou sittest to eat with the ruler, consider diligently what is before thee. Be not desirous of his dainty. Oh, we read that the other day. Make y'all come up, man. They custom in their land is to lie on somebody, to bring harm to somebody, to hurt someone, and then ask for a payment. And then go to the judge, and the judge believe them because this is their custom in their land. Don't that sound familiar? You be innocent. And they go to the judge because they can convince the judge that you lying. And the only way to get out your crime is to pay them to get out of your crime. If you got the money like that. But the whole time they lying. And Elijah said to him, thou hast wounded me and requires me to pay thee thy hire? And Elijah would not hearken to the words of the man of Sodom. Like, man, you harmed me and you expect for me to pay you for what you did to me? Somebody smoked you, and now you got to go to court and pay the judge and the lawyer and all this stuff for somebody hurting you to defend your innocence, to defend your truth. This is the custom. This is where they learn this nonsense from. And the man laid hold of Eliezer and brought him to Shachra, the judge of Sodom for judgment. Did I already read that? Yeah. And the man spoke to the judge, saying, I beseech thee, my lord, thus has this man done. For I smote him with a stone, that the blood flowed from his forehead, and he is unwilling to give me my hire. And the judge said to Eliezer, this man speaks truth to thee. Give him his hire, for this is the custom in our land. And Eliezer heard the words of the judge, and he lifted up a stone and smote the judge, and the stone struck on his forehead, and the blood flowed copiously from the forehead of the judge. And Eliezer said, if this then is the custom in your land, give thou unto this man what I should have given him. For this has been your decision, thou didst decree it. What did he do? He struck the judge. He's like, all right, so if this is the custom in y'all land, bow. Now you pay him for what I did to you. And Eliezer left the man of Sodom with the judge, and he went away. And when the kings of Elam had made war with the kings of Sodom, the kings of Elam captured all the property of Sodom, and they took Lot captive with his property. And when it was told to Abram, he went and made war with the kings of Elam, and he recovered from their hands all the property of Lot as well as the property of Sodom. Dang, this is one long chapter. And at that time, the wife of Lot bare him a daughter, and he called her name Paltith, saying, because the Most High had delivered him from his whole household from the kings of Elam. And Paltith, the daughter of Lot, grew up, and one of the men of Sodom took her for a wife. And a poor man came into the city to seek maintenance, and he remained in the city some days. And all the people of Sodom caused a proclamation of their custom not to give this man a morsel of bread to eat until he until he passed away upon the earth, and they did so. And Paltith, the daughter of Lot, saw this man lying in the streets, starved with hunger, and no one would give him anything to keep him alive. And he was just upon the point of unalivement, and her soul was filled with pity on account of this man. And she fed him secretly with bread for many days, and the soul of this man was revived. For when she went forth to fetch water, she would put the bread in the water pitcher. And when she came to the place where the poor man was, she took the bread from the pitcher and gave it to him to eat. So did she many days. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah wondered how this man could bear starvation for so many days. And they said to each other, this can only be that he eats and drinks, for no man can bear starvation for so many days or live as this man has, without even his countenance changing. And 3 men concealed themselves in a place where the poor man was stationed, to know who it was that brought him bread to eat. And Paltith, daughter of Lot, went forth that day to fetch water, and she put bread into her pitcher of water, and she went to draw water by the poor man's place, and she took out the bread from the pitcher and gave it to the poor man, and he ate it. And the 3 men saw what Paltith did to the poor man, and they said to her, it is thou then who hast supported him, and therefore he has not starved, nor changed in appearance, nor passed away in the rest, like the rest. And the 3 men went out of the place in which they were concealed, and they seized Paltith, and the bread which the poor man's hand from his hand, and they took Paltith and brought her before the judges. And they said to them, thus did she do, and it is she who supplied the poor man with bread. Therefore did he not pass away all the time. Now therefore declare to us the punishment due to this woman for having transgressed our law. You can't break somebody else's laws. But they laws are so wicked, man. You see a poor man out on the street, and you would rather him unalive and then take whatever you can from them. This girl had pity on the man, and she bringing him food and something to drink. She trying to help him stay alive. That's a righteous thing. And the people, verse 35, and the people of Sodom and Gomorrah assembled and kindled a fire in the street of the city. And they took the woman and cast her into the fire, and she was burned to ashes. Oh, this is some cruelty. The teachers of Balaam. You right? All praises. That's the teachers of Balaam. There's some serious cruelty. They took her because she did a righteous thing. But she did a righteous thing in a land that was unrighteous. You can't serve 2 masters. Romans 1 and 25. Oh yeah, who changed it into the word of Yah into a lie? I'm all ready for that. Let's go to it. I'll read it so we can bring some clarity to what you put in the comments. Romans 1:25. Who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie and worshiped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. Romans 1:25. Verse 36. And in the city of Admah there was a woman to whom they did the like. For a traveler came into the city of Admah to abide there all night, with the intention of going home in the morning. And he sat opposite the door of the house of the young woman's father to remain there. As the sun had set, when he had reached that place, the young woman saw him sitting by the door of the house, and he asked her for a drink of water, and she said to him, Who art thou? And he said to her, I was this day going on the road and reached here when the sun set, so I will abide here all night, and in the morning I will arise early and continue my journey. And the young woman went into the house and fetched the man bread and water to eat and drink. And this affair became known to the people of Admah, and they assembled and brought the young woman before judges that they should judge her for this act. And the judge said, The judgment of unalivement must pass upon this woman because she transgressed our law. And this, therefore, is the decision concerning her. And the people of those cities assembled and brought out the young woman and anointed her with honey from head to foot. And the judge had decreed, and they placed her before a swarm of bees, which were then in their hives, and the bees flew upon her and stung her, that whole body was swelled. And the young woman cried out on account of the bees, but no one took notice of her or pitied her, and the cries ascended to heaven. And the Lord was provoked at this, and at all the works of the cities of Sodom, for they had abundance and food and tranquility amongst them, and still would not sustain the poor and the needy. And in those days their evil doings and sins became great before the Most High. And the Most High sent for 2 of his angels that had come to Abram's house to destroy Sodom and its cities. And the angels rose up from the door of Abram's tent after they had eaten and drunk, and they reached Sodom in the evening, and Lot was then sitting in the gate of Sodom. And when he saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed down to the ground. See, this goes into detail because earlier we read that the angels got up, or the men said the men got up and they left, but they were still right there. But the Most High had given them some instructions, and now they on their way. They on their way. You about to hear about it here in a minute. And he pressed them greatly and brought them into his house, and he gave them victuals which they ate, and they abode all night in his house. And the angels said to Lot, Arise, go forth from this place, thou and all belonging to thee, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of this city, for the Lord will destroy this place. Do you know why they told him to leave? Because when people come into this place, what's the first thing that they do to them? They starve them, and then they unalive them, or they wait until they're unalived and say, look, you got to get up out this place. Because now they're going to try to, burn you to ashes. They're going to do you to swarm of bees because you've allowed us to come here. You're not supposed to feed us a jackdaw thing. You're not even supposed to house us. Deuteronomy 32, 31, and 32. All right, I got you. Deuteronomy 32, 31, and 32. For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Ooh wee. Y'all know what's going on. These people These people, these customs that we have. Where is it? Bars. I love it. Bars. These people, the customs that they have is not the Most High's customs. They are the customs of Balaam. They are the customs of false gods. And they've given them to us, and they want to do the same thing to us just the same. That's why you don't see a lot of people helping out the poor like that. They leave them out there to starve. That's why you don't see people treating people right. Because the customs are in vain of the Most High. Bars. Let me get back to this. Whenever I need to pick that sword up, let me know. Where was our brother at? Oh. Right here with Lot. And the angels laid upon the hand of Lot, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hands of his children, and all belonging to him, and they brought him forth and set him without the cities. And they said to Lot, escape for your life. And he fled, and all belonging to him. Then the Most High rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah, and upon all these cities brimstone and fire from the Most High out of heaven. And he overthrew these cities, all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and all that which grew upon the ground. And Ado, the wife of Lot, Ado, that's her name, y'all. That's what it say right here in Jasher. Ado, the wife of Lot, looked back to see the destruction of the cities, for her compassion was moved on account of her daughters who remained in Sodom, for they did not go with her. And why she looked back, y'all? Because her daughters were still back there. That remained there. They was addicted to this custom. They was used to it. They was groomed to it. These children. That's kind of like ours today. They be looking back like, ooh, I want to go back. I want to go back. And what I used to do, well, I'm used to this, so I want to stay right here. Okay, stay right there if you want to. When the Most High give you a warning and tell you to get up out the plate, you better move, but you better have a relationship with the Most High first. You ain't gonna better go nowhere without the Most High giving you some instructions. If he ain't gave you no instructions to move from a place, stay your tail right there. If he tell you to go, go. He sent some messengers to tell you to go. It's gonna be confirmation. Move around. Okay. Verse 53. And when she looked back, she became a pillar of salt, and it is yet in that place unto this day. And the oxen which stood in that place daily licked up the salt to the extremities of their feet, and in the morning it would spring forth afresh, and they again licked it up unto this day. And Lot and his two daughters that remained with him fled and escaped to the cave of Adullam, and they remained there for some time. And Abram rose up early in the morning to see what he had done to the cities of Sodom. And he looked and beheld the smoke of the cities going up like the smoke of a furnace. And Lot and his two daughters remained in the cave, and they made their father drink wine, and they lay with him, for they said there was no man upon the earth that could raise up a seed from them, for they thought that the whole earth was destroyed. They got their own pops, drunk, and then lay with him so they could have some babies, because they thought all men was gone. And they both lay with their father, and they conceived and bare sons. And the firstborn called the name of her son Moab, saying, from my father did I conceive him. He is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And younger also called her son Benami. He is the father of the children of Amnon unto this day. And after this, Lot and his two daughters went away from there, and he dwelt on the other side of Jordan with his two daughters and their sons. And the sons of Lot grew up, and they went and took themselves wives from the land of Canaan. And they begat children, and they were fruitful and multiplied. I'm going to pause right there. Let me get my chair. Ooh, what y'all learning? What we learning? Leviticus 18 and 7. Got you. Gotta get a drink. Leviticus 18 and 7. Put a pin in there. Verse 7. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is your mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for there is thine own nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is your sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart from her uncleanness. Ooh, they be doing that. Look, all this stuff they be saying, man, that we as a people don't follow. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of the Most High. I am the Most High. And I can keep on going on. But I'm going to let y'all come up, because we can talk about the rest of it too, all the way to verse 30. Come on up here. Chat with our brother. Facts. Thank y'all for his laws. They are not done away with. Facts. They definitely ain't done away with. Deuteronomy 27 and 20. I'm going to read that. Let me finish this up real quick, brother Shazak. Torah. Thou shalt not lie with mankind, as with mankind it is an abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. The nations have been defiled that he cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomited out her inhabitants. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. The land spew not you out also, when you defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them, shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that you defile not yourselves therein. I am the Most High, your Father. All praises to the Most High. I got you. Deuteronomy 27 and 20. I got you. Who the is? We the people. Shalom, Mark. Shalom. Oh, thought they was coming up. They said he was coming up. He probably had to do something. Deuteronomy 27:20. Let me read it. Deuteronomy 27:20. Curse be he that lies with his father's wife, because he uncovers his father's skirt, and all the people shall say, Amen. Y'all know that people be saying that all day, saying amen all day, and they still be doing it? I could tell y'all some stories. I sure enough could. But I thank the Most High for his grace and for his forgiveness for things that I've done, things that that is not pleasing him, that I didn't even know that was in his word. There's a lot of stuff that all of us, we fallen into and we didn't know because of, who we grew up around and where we was at. I got you 25 as well. Cursed be he that takes reward to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Yeah, they say amen all the time, and they still be slaying so, but that's cursed on you. And 26. I'm going to get you, Ak. Just put all the way through there. Cursed be he that confirms not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. That's how you know we curse. Because we'll say amen right after and still be doing it. Shalom, Ak. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Yo, this John is more current than tomorrow's newspaper, man. Like this what we reading, man, what we going through right now. These are the times of today, and these are the things that they took away from us, so that we wouldn't recognize that they was repeating what was already done. And
Mm.
it's something new to us. It's something exciting to us. And really, this ain't nothing, but this is the reason why it says that it's spiritual Sodom and spiritual Egypt. Spiritual Sodom, spiritual Egypt. Spiritual Sodom, spiritual Egypt. And we can't catch on to the clues because people been ripping apart. Even if you don't want to take this as, I tell this people all the time, even if you don't want to take this as relevant as the 66 books. Even the people that read the 66 books read things like the book of Josephus and historical books that accompany along with the times that was happening at those times. So it's like even if you take the book of Jasher and you're looking at it like, okay, I'm gonna measure this up against what it says in Genesis because it's breaking down the culture even more. There's
Right.
you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot about what Abraham went through, what Lot went through. You can learn a lot about their customs, their laws, and how there was different. And then when you bring up, like the brother was doing, Torah, when he was bringing up the laws make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what they did, the laws make more sense. I mean, you're talking about Lot's daughters who pretty much raped their father. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they slipped him a roofie. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, yo, the same thing that be happening at the bars and stuff like that. You found out, oh, there's women out here doing that too. There's women out here taking advantage. But what's that the activity of? That's the activity of Sodom and Gomorrah. And then you figure out that, whoa, wait a second. They escaped. But really, did they escape Sodom? It looked like they bought out that same culture, that same lifestyle that they learned in there. And it's like even though Lot was a righteous man, it shows you, you being a righteous man, you can't camp too close to the house of wickedness without your children picking up something. And we all
Right.
go through this to a certain extent because now we in the curses or the conditions of the curses. And now it's like, yo, the Gentiles are all around us. They are our teachers. They are our doctors. They are our lawyers. They are all of these things. And because they're all of these things, then you turn on the TV and you figure out, oh snap, the Gentiles is running the TVs. And then you like, all right, I'm gonna escape the TV. Let me run over here. I'm gonna go over here and get some good word from the church. And then you figure out the Gentiles they run in the churches. And it's like, man, then when you finally read the scriptures and the word for yourself, it's like, man, we
Absolutely.
are in this, we in the same situation, same boat. And it's like, man, like, yo, the reason why Lot pitched his tent towards Sodom was because the grass looked greener. How many
Right.
times do we do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? How many times do we like just choose the side of the enemy because the grass look greener than the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High?
Or even you could say that how many times do we choose to move to another place, that the Most High ain't told us to go to, and then you learn those custom over there. And now you adapting to what they got going on. Now it's all good. Or even like you were just saying, we always say the grass ain't greener on the other side. When it comes to our relationships, you think that just because you get with this one, that everything is gonna be good, just because it looked good right now on the surface of things. But you don't know what they into, what they got going on, how they gonna treat you. You just looking at the surface of things. And that's why I related it even to how people move. Like they'll say, "Oh, I'm finna move to Cali. I'm finna move to Florida. I'm finna move to Philly, or I'm finna move to Georgia. I'm finna, all these big name places." And that's where a lot of the dadgum sins be going on at 24/7
Facts. Facts.
bars.
And that's why, listen, you on the money with this one, and it should be more people in here, and it should be more people tapping on the screen if they are down with the laws, statutes, and commandments. And do you know that if Yahusha was here today, he would be against all of this stuff? He would be against all of this stuff because he stood for the law, statutes, and commandments. That's what he lived his life by. And those laws, statutes, and commandments, our rock is different than their rock. We lean on our rock. They got their rock. Their rock is Sodom and Gomorrah, or the Elohim. Their small case God. Their false god.
Mhm.
That's the rock that they leaning on. And like I said, they pulling out all these files of all these important people and stuff like that. And you find out that all this stuff was just Baal worship the whole time. The whole time, this is what they was doing at the Diddy parties and on the Steen Islands and stuff like that. Because we can say Diddy name, but we can't say the other names because it's connected to
Right.
another people. But y'all know what y'all know what I'm saying. It's the same thing. They doing the same
Right.
stuff. And man, it's just the beds in the streets is what got me. And it reminded
Yeah.
me of when we say, he for the streets, she for the streets.
Right.
And it's like, where you think you got that from? We saying all the stuff that they did in Sodom. We saying all of the stuff. It's the same stuff. And we just saying it in our little hood version way or whatever else like that. But go back and read that. Ain't nothing new under the sun. That's why it's
Ain't
coming
nothing to
out your mouth that
understand.
way. That's why you
We for the
speaking it that
streets.
way.
You for the streets.
It,
That's what it is.
and they training our daughters, like now I'm saying, to be like this, to be cool, to lie down with that dude that's in the closet. You looking back for your daughters, and it ain't nothing but let me say it nice. It ain't nothing but some men that door swing both ways on. Like now I'm
Right.
saying, and then it's like, you create. What do you think this rap music is about? It's about creating a society of men that go to jail. What do you think happens in jail? So, like
Right.
now I'm saying, I'm trying to say it without saying it because I don't want to, bring no red flags up or whatever else like that. But
You can say Sodom and Gomorrah
there
style.
you go. Like now I'm saying, like that's actually what this whole thing is built off of. As soon as they have you committing all these crimes that they able to get away with in the streets, that they able to get away in the courtrooms, that they able to do, once you do it because you're the children of Israel, they gonna send you to Sodom. They
Yep.
gonna send you to Gomorrah. They
Well,
gonna
the same thing. Where my bad. Go ahead and finish. I'll say it afterward.
no, bro. Bro, come on, man. You got something to say?
I
Speak.
know. It's what goes on in the prisons, in the jails, is the same thing that goes on that was going on in Sodom. And I'm saying that as a part where they were saying about them leaving them out there to starve. That's how it be going on. Like you can't eat nothing if you don't do this or you don't do that. Like we gonna let them starve if they ain't doing what I tell them to do.
Facts.
The guards in there, they be teamed up with them doing the same thing.
Facts.
You might as well say prison, jail is your regular everyday Sodom and Gomorrah
Facts. Facts.
times 10.
Facts. But just like Lot's daughters, when they get out of them from behind those bars, they bring it into the streets. And then when they bring that lifestyle into the streets, there's some women that's laying down with these dudes and they don't know who they was behind these bars. They don't know what type of time that they was on Like now I'm saying when they like now I'm saying, you know, and all of that. And I ain't trying to speak if anybody's listening, whether you on here or whether you outside and you just listen outside, I ain't trying to come at y'all neck. Like now I'm saying, but what I'm saying is this: Most High can deliver you from that stuff. He can take you
Right.
out of that lifestyle. I don't care if it's fornication, you know, I don't care if it's you know the same on same. If y'all know what I'm saying, whatever else like that. I don't care if it's bestiality. Like I'm saying, any of that stuff. Like yo, whichever direction, that was Sodom. Like yo, that was Sodom. That was
A whole nother
the
nation of people. Where
fact.
he said, I delivered y'all from. I shut down all this for a reason. And that when I look at Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm like, dang, it makes sense now as to why he pulled Lot out of that joint. And you know, everybody else over there, because they was into it. They couldn't come out of it.
Yeah, yeah,
This was their custom. They was like, man, you got to pay for what you have done,
yeah.
what you have led the people into, what you have groomed your own sons and daughters up into. I can't even reach nobody. Why? Because they ain't trying to hear the truth.
Facts, facts,
They ain't not trying to follow the ways.
facts. And the thing
Mark.
about it, when we man, facts. I mean, yo, when you looking at it, this is the freedom that America sells us is the freedom of Sodom and Gomorrah.
He said, blow
That's
the shofar. I wish I had one right now, man. I'll blow that joint.
hey, you doing it right now, bro. You exposing the sin. That's
Watch me.
blowing the shofar. That's yo man, praise Yah. Lift your voice like a trumpet. Like now I'm saying, so yeah. You in the middle of doing it right now. Bruh, I'm telling you, man, like this is so relevant. And we looking at it like the scriptures is so irrelevant. The Old Testament is so irrelevant. Like, yo, you really can find the ways to live your life through the Old Testament. And I'm not saying that it's the old covenant that saves us. I'm not trying to downplay Yahusha at all. Man, we need that blood. I don't care what nobody say. We need that blood. No animal is good enough to pay for all the things that we did. There's no sacrifice, no bulls, no goats, no sheep, no ram, no turtle doves can take away the sins, because some of this is on our jacket. Some of us is wearing some of these jackets that we hearing about right now. They literally are tailor-made to us because we went into Sodom and said, yo, I need a tailor-made suit out of fornication. I need a tailor-made suit out of extortion. I need a tailor-made, I need them, what's that? I need them crocodile shoes of child support. I need,
Right.
and we coming out. Like now I'm saying, like we coming out and we think that we going to stand before the Most High and he's holy. He's Kodesh. Like, now I'm saying he holy, for real, for real. He's righteous. So, man, at the end of it all, Lot, did he really save his family? Did he? You think about it. Think about what happened. And this is the price for pitching your tent too close to
In the wrong
Sodom.
place. Yeah, too close
Like
to Sodom.
you
You know,
you
that's why I won't move. I mean, I've always wanted to move to Florida. That was my main spot. I wanted to go to Florida. Then after that, I wanted to go to Georgia. And I started looking at them like, oh, I'm cool, man. It's too much nonsense going on out there. I might as well stay in Oklahoma. Shoot. I mean, they do it but out here, but it's not as
prevalent.
prevalent in every single area like it is in all these other states. And I know how my babies is already. You know, they like sponges when they go to school. Like, just imagine if they were somewhere else, like what Lot and them had to go through. Boy, they'd be all over the place.
Yeah,
They'd
yeah.
be into all type of other stuff. Like, I thank the Most High, and thank you as well, and the other brothers and sisters as well. It's like, man, the Most High got you there for a reason. Because every time I tried to move, I didn't move to Florida by myself. I didn't went to Arkansas. I didn't been to Chicago. I done been to Missouri. I done been to so many places, man. And the Most High always moved me back here. Like, he's like, nope, you gonna go right back where I told you to stay at. Like, I hate this place, man. And it's not because it's boring. It's not that. You already told you. There's no support here. There's no wanting to do the right thing here. It's all copycat. You know, Oklahoma is a copycat state. They copy what other places do. You know, the rappers out here, they want to be the rappers that they see from like Philly or New York. They try to imitate the ones from Cali. The women out here, like they start doing what they see on TV. Now I'm not, I know it's other places as well, but I'm just telling you about where I stay at. And it's like, man, why y'all copying them? Be yourselves. We should be wanting to be the ones that bring change. Like,
Facts.
that's not Oklahoma. We are a retirement state. Why in the heck do we need to bring nonsense here so our children and our especially our children, our young ones will fall into this nonsense that they already doing in other places. These
Facts.
big name cities and states, they gonna come down.
Mm.
I'd rather be at a place where it's peace
Facts.
until the Most High take us all the way up out of here.
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal. But until then, man, just remember Jonah. He tried to get away too, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to hear you
Yeah,
right
I ain't
now.
gonna say nothing. All right, so yeah. So anyway, Sodom and Gomorrah. So yeah, but the things that you saying, like I said, man, is truth because our children's minds are sponges, and it reminds me of, bro, like I'm saying, it's crazy, man. But just imagine taking a fresh, clean sponge and just dip it in the mud. And when it comes out, you know how the sponge is heavier than what it was when it went in. And now your sons and your daughters is thinking all deep about all of these things. They so dug in about all, and it's like, man, where did you get this from? And it's like, yo, what do you think they've been doing in these schools? Why do you think that they're forcing the children to go to their schools? Like, yo, if you don't go to the school and you miss days or whatever else like that, they trying to take your children away from them because why? They know that you have an opportunity to teach them something that they not teaching them, that they want them to learn because they setting them up for the next generation to be on what they was on, but even further the offense against the Most High. So,
Right.
so it's a hard it's a hard it's a hard thing to do and to navigate sometimes when you look like Sodom is a place of force. Is not saying it out front. It looked like the doors are open and look like you can come and go as you please, but you can't. You can't come in this place and leave out the same. It's like somebody wearing a white suit and saying, I'm gonna walk through a coal mine and I'm gonna end up on the other side of the coal mine and still have a white suit. You're not. It ain't gonna happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? And all the scriptures is just telling us, yo, we got to come out. We got to come out of it, my people. And that's all I hear as you saying this, man. It's just come out, come out, come out. And, we all learning, we all growing. Like, this is something that we all are trying to do. Nobody's above anybody else. Like, you know what I'm saying, we can't wait until we sit at the feet of Yahusha and he be the one that teaches us. And we don't have to teach each other, hey, to know the Most High. It says, yo, we gonna know him from the least to the greatest. Once the new covenant is fulfilled through the laws being on our hearts, we're not gonna be looking in these books. It will be in us. People will come to us for that. They're not gonna be going to a publishing company for that. They're gonna be looking for the children of Israel, as it was prophesied. So it's man, listening to this, man, it's heartbreaking that we're going through this and we don't even understand that all we did was come full circle. All we did for real was just do a 180. That's all we did. We just did a 180 and we think that we went somewhere and we still in this wilderness. We think that we doing something special and we just doing what was done in Sodom. We think that, I'm gonna go out or I'm gonna try, the same anatomy that I got and I'm gonna escape, like, my heart being broken or whatever else like that. Or I didn't have a lot of men to teach me this, that, and the third. So I picked up my mama ways. So now, because I done picked up my mama ways, I'm like, yo, it's cool. She not correcting me. And that's because she want to be worshiped. And she don't mind. She thinks it's cute when you going around and you looking like her and you talking like her, but you a man. You a full grown man. And because why? The order is off. You're looking at the freedom of chaos. This is the freedom of chaos. It is the illusion of choice. This is nothing but what they did prior. And if we continue to go down this path, this is why the plagues come. That's what AIDS is. That's what herpes is. And you go and you look up who's suffering the most. Go look up the statistics. Who's getting it the most?
Israel.
And if there are facts, big facts. And in fact, if there are cures, we the ones that ain't even getting it. They making sure that the numbers stay amongst us. So the only thing I'm gonna say, Yasharel, is that, man, if you don't wake up and really just understand that the scriptures are true, when it told you to go look at the book of Jasher, in the book of Joshua, I think Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, when it tells you to look at the details in the book of Jasher, we didn't know we was going to find all this. We was just looking for what the scriptures told us to do. And then all
Right.
of a sudden, we find, oh, snap. It's talking about more than what happened in Joshua. It's talking about Abraham, it's talking about Isaac, it's talking about Jacob. We done found out Lot's wife name, Adobe or Edith, whichever way that, but it's funny that her name is Adobe, A-D-O, because you got a computer program out there called Adobe, where it's Photoshop. And what is Photoshop intended for you to do? It's meant for you to stare at something. But the scripture says, marvel not that Satan transformed himself into an angel of what? An angel of light. What do you think these cell phones are made out of? Light. What do you think what do you think computer screens are made out of? Light. What do you think they're doing Adobe on? Screens of light. So I'm just saying that there's a false light and there's a true light. You keep on staring at these phones and at these computers, eventually you're going to need glasses. Because why?
Yep.
Your eyes is going to go blind because it's an abuse of
No.
what the Most High gave you. But you marveled so much at it. You marveled at that false light so much. It's
That's
crazy.
why I was telling my moms and my sister, I was like, the job that y'all working, yeah, y'all making nice money or whatever, but y'all staring at a computer screen all day. Y'all staring at that mug. And my mom, nah, she could barely even see. Like she got to really look over stuff just so she could see. And my son, LJ, I remember he used to complain all the time about headaches. Now he don't even complain about them anymore. But he used to stare at a screen all day. Like when he was with his biological, like that was his babysitter. Like sit there, look at the screen, playing the game all day. And he was like, Daddy, I got a headache. Like, what's going on? He's like, well, I was playing my game. Like, did you get up? Did you eat? Did you do anything outside of that? No, I was just playing my game. I did eat, but I went back to playing the game. I said, son, you got way too much screen time. You looking at that screen way too much. You're too close to it. You don't need to be that close on it. And his biological, I literally was trying to control her house. And I was telling her, like, I'm not trying to control her house. I'm just trying to help you with our son, that I know why he's having these headaches and what's going on with him. It's because of what he's looking at all day. He's not going outside playing. He's pretty much in the house. So since he's been with me, guess what? He ain't been complaining about no headaches.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. And guess what? Some of us went to school for this. Some of us, we took classes for this. We learned this stuff or whatever. But they teach you in school, every 20 minutes, you're supposed to walk away from that screen. Every 20 minutes, you're supposed to get away from that screen. Because why? There's a light that's not good for you. You think that like this, like, yo, when you looking into the light that Satan provides, because he transforms himself into an angel of what? An angel
Like,
of light. Well, what is an angel? It's a messenger. Well, where you getting all these messages from? Oh, the computer screens or the cell phones and stuff like that. So now, like, yo, you gotta ask yourself, like, yo, why is it that when I look into the light that Satan projects himself through a lot of the time or the majority of the time, why is it that the light of my temple starts to dim? I can't even see with my eyes. But when you look at the perfect law, the light of the Most High, the more you keep on staring at the laws, the clearer your vision becomes. It's so clear that even Yahusha, he was full of the laws. He could go to a blind man and heal him. He can literally heal a blind man. But yet and still, you staring at a light other than Yahusha, and you wonder why you going blind. Not just physically, but spiritually. You ain't fitting to see no light. You ain't fitting to hear the truth of the gospel. You're not really trying to even hear who it was sent for. You ain't trying to even understand that Yahusha didn't just fall out of the sky. He came through Judah. He's the lion from the tribe of Judah. And I love the fact that we have an opportunity to take something that Satan was using for evil and take it and use it for good, because we're taking his own weapon, these phones, these screens and stuff like that. And we doing what David did with Goliath's sword. We chopping off the head of Goliath with it. And
chop
praise Yah.
chop.
And we gotta do it. Israel, we gotta do it. We gotta step up. It's not just for the men to step up. It's for the women to step up. It's not just for the women to step up. It's for the children. You know how many children that the
It's
Most
for
High
the
done used?
community to step up.
Come on, man. The seniors even got something to the elders amongst us got something to contribute. There's nobody that's left out. And Israel, we are Israelites. We're going to be lights for who? The Gentile. Because they living in this Sodom stuff. But you got to come out of it first. I got to come out of it. We've been a part of it. We've been partakers of this stuff. So were some of us. So
So
were
with
some
some of
of
you.
us. So this ain't
Right.
us talking to y'all from a mountain. We listen, man, we down to earth like the pavement. We walking on the same ground you on. We know, we understand where you at. It's just that, yo, through Christ, we had the opportunity. Any man be in Yahushua HaMashiach, he is a new what? He's a new creature. All things are what? Passed away.
Passed
Man,
away.
some of y'all need some of this stuff to pass away. Y'all looking for a way for this stuff to pass away, but you won't try Yahusha. You go into Egyptology. You'll walk around saying that you the Christ and all this other stuff like that. And can't even help yourself. We have to turn to Yahusha, walk through that door, and as an act of faith, we come through to the kingdom to obey the laws, statutes, and commandments, judgments, decrees of the king. That's it. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else here that can take you away from this lifestyle. There's nothing.
All praise. Hallelujah. Bars. Shalom, brother, General Yeshua.
Shalom, shalom, family. What's going on?
Oh man, we chilling. We reading the book of Jasher.
Tap in with y'all.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. How you feeling? Did you just wake it up?
Nah, man, I'm just chilling, man. I went and handled a little business, just got back in.
Okay. Yeah, we we just been talking about what's been going on in the customs of our people, how it definitely relates to Sodom and Gomorrah and what we just read about in Jasher chapter 18 and 19. What was going on, what was taking place, which in the Bible that we have today, it doesn't really give you a lot of details of what was going on. We just think that it was just, or we're taught, not necessarily we think, we're taught that it was just homosexuality going on, but it was a lot of lawlessness going on out there. The way that they treated the poor, the way that they treated people that came in, and they would just lie on them, and then they go to the judge, and the judge would believe everything that they were saying. And it became a custom in their land. I mean,
Nah,
it's deep. It's a lot of stuff that's going on, man. It's a lot of strange things, strange fruit. Oh, the Bible ain't for us. Yo, I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
it might not be for you. You're right. It just might not be for you.
Right. Hey, baby, what's going on? Talking about topic with we the people and General Charlotte on TikTok and folks coming in saying that the Bible ain't for us. You know how it go. Yeah, it says it's not for us. You know how it go. Yeah, yeah, they said the Bible not for us. She said, "Who is for then?" She said, "Who is for?" How's work going? Uh, oh yeah, she ain't gonna do it. If it's not for us until they replace the missing books. It's not for us until they replace the missing books. You put all the pieces together.
That's what I've done. The Most High put them in my
Put the pieces
hands in
together.
1999. If he put
That
them
don't
in
mean
my
that.
hands, he doing it for those who he choose to.
Right. That don't mean that it's not for us. Just put it all together. Like what we just did. What we're doing right now. Reading the hidden books. Okay. I did. I got stuff. Okay. Love you too. Uh, Yeah. What was you saying? Yeah, man. I don't understand why, Yasharal, Israel, always would say that the Bible ain't for us. Yeah, even though the books was taken out, it's still for us. It don't change the fact that uh, the Most High is talking to his children all the time. He always talking to Yasharal and giving us the warnings, giving us the instructions of what we got to come out of.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely written for us, to us, and for us, by us, because the Most High is his children. You know what I'm saying? Like it's for y'all. I wrote it for y'all to be the change. I wrote it for y'all to be the light. Israelites, like we the people just said, the light. Yeah, it don't make no sense. Micah chapter 2, verse 1. I got you. All right. Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice it, because it is in the power of their hand. And they covet fields and take them by violence, and houses and take them away. So they oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage. Therefore, thus says the Most High, behold, against the family do I devise an evil, from which you shall not remove your necks, neither shall you go heartily, for this time is evil. I'm going to read this because I got it highlighted. Verse 4. And that day shall one take up a parable against you, and lament with a doleful lamentation, and say, we be utterly spoiled. He hath changed the portion of my people. How hath he removed it from me? Turning away, he has divided our fields. What happened? Anybody explain that?
Oh yeah, that's Deuteronomy 28. Yep.
The great reversal. Now it's coming back on you.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you did to my people, it's now going to fall back on you. Because my people is waking up. My children are waking up, and they realizing the customs of y'all and what y'all have taught them to do and what y'all say should be glorified and televised is not for my people. They waking up. And now as my people wake up, guess what happens to the other ones? They stay in their ways. What's happening? What's going on? Now it's coming on your home. Now it's happening to you. Now things is being shut down left and right. You don't own fields and houses no more. You don't own my people no more. They waking up. You don't own them. Would you say that was Deuteronomy 28? What?
No, I was just saying the curses and the blessings. So
Oh, yeah.
when they start tapping into their curses, which is eternal, that's gonna be Jacob's world. That's eternal.
Mm.
Because
But the
at the
book
end of
ain't
the
for
day,
us.
go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but the book ain't for us. I was being condescending.
Man, sis. I was just sharing with a sister this morning these curses. And we went through all of them, every single one, and she could recognize every single one. It wasn't one that she didn't recognize.
Mm.
Yep, we going through that. Yep, we went through that. Yep, our ancestors did that. Yep, yep, yep.
Yep. It's all G-O-O-D good.
So if she can say yep to all of them curses, guess what we all can say yep to when we get in line?
All the blessings.
Exactly.
All the blessings. What's up,
And
Samuel Salah?
I just felt that in my spirit, in my soul.
Samuel?
Oh, thanks for having me.
Shalom. Where you at
Hey,
work?
shalom.
Yeah, I'm at work. I'm out here in Minneapolis. Yeah, I'm at work. I'm on mute.
Okay. Say here
What
in
chapter? What
Minneapolis.
chapter you at? In Jasher.
We at chapter 20 now.
All right, let me slide on over there. Yep, I'm with you.
You got a complete apocrypha?
Huh?
You got a complete apocrypha? Or you?
I got the Apocrypha, and then I got this one. I got the book of Enoch, Jubilees, and Jasher. I the one I'm reading right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one I got right here. The complete apocrypha. It looked like this. Well,
No,
you probably can't really see it. Yeah, it said the complete apocrypha with Enoch, Jasher, and Jubilees.
you see, you might say it on the inside.
Yeah.
Nah, but it's the
Yeah.
same book though. Yeah, you got all three of
Okay.
the books in there. Yep,
All right. Yeah. I'll start at verse 1. Y'all ready?
I'm with it.
And at the time, Abram journeyed from the plain of Mamre, and he went to the land of the Philistines, and he dwelt in Gerar. And it was in the 25th year of Abram's being in the land of Canaan, and the 100th year of the life of Abram, that he came to Gerar in the land of the Philistines. And when they entered the land, he said to Sarah his wife, Say thou art my sister to anyone that shall ask thee, in order that we may escape the evil of the inhabitants of the land. And as Abraham was dwelling in the land of Philistines, the servants of Abimelech, king of the Philistines, saw that Sarah was exceedingly beautiful. And they asked Abraham concerning her, and he said, She is my sister. And the servants of Abimelech went to Abimelech, saying, A man from the land of Canaan is come to dwell in the land, and he has a sister that is exceedingly fair. She exceedingly beautiful. And Abimelech heard the words of his servants who praised Sarah to him. And Abimelech sent his officers, and they brought Sarah to the king. And Sarah came to the house of Abimelech, and the king saw that Sarah was beautiful, and she pleased him exceedingly. And he approached her and said to her, What is that man to thee with whom thou didst come to our land? And Sarah answered and said, He is my brother, and we came from the land of Canaan to dwell wherever we could find a place. And Abimelech said to Sarah, Behold, my land is before thee. Place your brother in any part of this land that pleases thee, and it will be our duty to exalt and elevate him above all the people of the land, since he is your brother. And Abimelech sent for Abraham, and Abraham came to Abimelech. And Abimelech said to Abraham, Behold, I have given orders that thou shalt be honored as thou desires on account of your sister Sarah. And Abraham went forth from the king, and the king's presence followed him. At the evening, at an evening time, before men lie down to rest, the king was sitting upon his throne, and a deep sleep fell upon him. And he lay upon the throne and slept till morning. And he dreamed that an angel of the Most High came to him with a drawn sword in his hand. And the angel stood over Abimelech and wished to slay him with the sword. And the king was terrified in his dream and said to the angel, And what have I sinned against thee, that thou comest to slay me with your sword? And the angel answered and said to Abimelech, Behold, thou diest on account of the woman which thou didst yesternight bring to thy house, for she is a married woman, the wife of Abraham, who came to your house. Now, therefore, return that man his wife, for she is his wife. And shouldest thou not return her, know that thou wilt surely be unalive, and thou shalt belong, and all that belongeth to thee. And on that night there was a great outcry in the land of the Philistines, and the inhabitants of the land saw the figure of a man standing with a drawn sword in his hand. And he smote the inhabitants of the land with the sword. Yes, he continued to smite them. And the angel of the Most High smote the whole land of the Philistines on that night. And there was a great confusion on that night and on the following morning. And every womb was closed, and all their issues, and the hand of the Most High was upon them on account of Sarah, wife of Abraham, whom Abimelech had taken. And in the morning, Abimelech rose with terror and confusion, with a great dread. And he sent and had his servants called in, and he related his dream to them, and the people were greatly afraid. And one man standing amongst the servants of the king answered the king, saying, O sovereign king, restore this woman to her husband, for he is her husband. For the like happened to the king of Egypt when this man came to Egypt. And he said concerning his wife, She is my sister, for such is the manner of doing. He comes to dwell in the land in which he is a stranger. And Pharaoh sent and took this woman for a wife, and the Most High brought upon him grievous plagues, until he returned the woman to her husband. Now therefore, O sovereign king, know what happened yesternight to the whole land, for there was a very great consternation and a great pain and lamentation, and we know that this was on account of the woman which thou didst take. Now therefore, restore this woman to her husband, lest it should befall us as it did Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his subjects, and that we may not be unalive. And Abimelech hastened and called and had Sarah called for, and she came before him, and he had Abraham called for, and he came before him. And Abimelech said to them, what is this work you have been doing and saying, you are brother and sister, and I took this woman for a wife? And Abraham said, because I thought I should suffer unalivement on the account of my wife. And Abimelech took flocks and herds and men servants and maid servants and 1,000 pieces of silver, and he gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah to him. And Abimelech said to Abraham, behold, the whole land is before thee. Dwell in it, wherefore thou shalt choose. I'm going to finish this up, and then we're going to have a conversation. And Abraham and Sarah, his wife, went forth from the king's presence with honor and respect, and they dwelt in the land of even in Gerar. And all the inhabitants of the land of the Philistines and the king's servants were still in pain through the plague which the angel had afflicted upon them the whole night on account of Sarah. And Abimelech sent for Abraham, saying, pray now for your servants to the Most High, your father, that he may put away this mortality from amongst us, or your Elohim. And Abraham prayed on account of Abimelech and his subjects. And the Most High heard the prayer of Abraham, and he healed Abimelech and all his subjects. All praises to the Most High Yah. So what I'm seeing is the Most High don't play about his children that really listen to him. Anybody try to snatch your wife from you, he got an angel in play. He'll give them dreams. But if y'all ain't following, if we ain't following the Most High, we ain't going to see nothing like this. We ain't going to see somebody trying to come up. Like, we not going to be able to live like this. We're going to live the way that the heathens live. Mm-hmm. We ain't going to see an angel of the Lord doing the work for us. We ain't going to see where they say, oh, I had a dream and I found out, this is your wife or this is your husband. Because we just turn them over to anything. Our wives just fall into anything. And husbands fall into anything. But this is the second time that this has happened. Because it happened to the king and Pharaoh of Egypt. And what happened after that? They blessed them. They blessed them. They gave them riches. They gave them maid service, male service, gave them presents, everything. Get out of my sight and pray to your father that he would take this plague from us. Most High don't play when it comes to his to the covenant kingdom marriage. Yeah, the Most High don't play when it comes to that marriage thing. No. You can have a whole bunch of wives. You can have and women. You can have a whole bunch of husbands. That's a lie. You can sleep with any man you want to. Get your bag up. That's a lie. You can have any woman you want to. That's a lie. That's what they want you to do. That's what they want your children to fall into. That's why they say your children, your young ones, they got boyfriends and girlfriends at early ages. But we know what comes with boyfriends and girlfriends. Where in the Bible do it say something about a boyfriend or a girlfriend? It say espoused, husband, and wife. I don't see nothing about no boyfriend and girlfriend and going through some trend. I don't see none of that. Brother, why are you up here telling the truth? The truth they don't want to hear. Because the Most High told me to do this job, to wake the people up. Tap the screen, share the live. Y'all tap this screen, share this live. Repost this joint. Go ahead and say what you're going to say, Brother General Deshaun.
Oh, no, I was agreeing with you.
Y'all got anything to say before we move into chapter 21?
Yeah. It shows you the difference between the interaction of Abraham dealing with the Most High and when a Gentile tries to deal with the Most High. The Most High is letting the king know, I'm the one that kept you from touching Sarah. The king got it in his mind that I kept myself from touching Sarah. And the Most High's like, nah, I'm the one that kept you from that. And so many times, I think that, the Gentile way to go about, qualifying the goodness in their life is to compare it to people that say that they live for the Most High. But instead of giving credit to the Most High, like the Most High is the one that kept them from breaking commandments and committing all types of ill deeds or whatever else like that, they'll give glory to themselves for doing it. And when they give glory to themselves for doing it, it's like, well, wait a second, bro, slow down, hold up. Most High ain't had nothing to do with it. No, it was just self-willed. I willed myself into not doing it. And you don't understand. Most High was fitting to slice your head off.
Yeah, the whole
Most
angel
High was
right
fitting to
there.
slice your head off. If he ain't keep you from, you was about to touch his anointed. You was about to do his prophet or his
Some harm.
prophetess harm.
Right.
And you but you think that, oh, because I did this for this brother or I did this, you so eager to heap glory on yourself that you have no reverence for the Most High, which means that you have no reverence for the commandments, which means that you don't even understand how it works. We do the works, we apply ourselves because we're in cooperation with the Ruach. We are cooperating with the Ruach HaKodesh. The Most High can do it all himself, but he says, no, my people are going to follow me, so they got to do something to follow me. What do we got to do? Got to pick up these laws, statutes, and commandments, which is the act of our faith. Once we enter into the kingdom through the door, Yahushua HaMashiach, we got to do that. Abraham, no, when he took his son up the mountain and was about to sacrifice him, he knew that the Most High was going to deliver. He gave all credit and praise and glory unto the Most High. But that's what we got to do. When you start seeing that you live in righteous Yasharel, you don't take credit for yourself and say, I did this. I stopped myself from watching porn. I stopped myself from smoking cigarettes. I stopped myself from fornication. No, you have to understand, the Most High gave you a comforter. You ain't do that by yourself.
Right.
The Ruach HaKodesh move like a ninja. He'll come in the scene, do the work, and then get up out the way, and you won't even know that he was there in the first place.
Bars.
And that's how that's how a lot of us get delivered sometimes. Some of us, when we first come in, the Most High takes some things completely up off of us. Let's say you got a problem with your mouth, you're just cussing out people, whatever, you got a filthy mouth. Most High's like, yo, I ain't trying to use that with my holy name. Bitter and sweet can't do the same waters. So what is he going to do? He's going to say, all right, you know what? Go ahead and take that up out of his mouth right now. Take it up out of his mouth. That thing come up out of your mouth. You don't know how it happened. You don't know what happened. Holy Spirit done flipped in like a ninja, flipped your tongue around, flipped out. Some of y'all might got to struggle through that because now it's your work of faith. The Most High's like, no, I want to see if you're going to apply me with this. Okay, you know that you're an Israelite. You understand, all right, that you came from a Gentile and you learned ways from the Gentile tongue and everything else like that. But how you going to talk about the Most High with the lowest of the Gentile language?
Bars.
So the Most High, he leave that thing on you so you can start cooperating with the Holy Spirit. So you can start doing the commandments, keeping the commandments. And watch this, it'll come up off you. And for some of y'all, it's going to be a struggle. But this is what sanctification is about. Everyday grind of killing your flesh. Everyday grind. A funeral every day. No flowers. We don't even buy no caskets. We just kill him, leave dead on sight. I'm sorry, bro. You know how I'm sorry, bro.
It's all good.
You know what it is. You know what it is. Like, yo, we got to work on us. I don't care if you fell a yesteryear to a yestersecond. It don't matter. It don't matter. The scripture says that a righteous man falleth 7 times, but the wicked falleth into mischief. Well, what's mischief? Mischief means you was planning to do it from the door. You falling in the plans that you got to do it. If the righteous man falls 7 times, that means he keep on getting back up. We don't give up, we get up. We children of the resurrection. That's our spot. That's who we follow. And we got to put our hearts and our souls into it because why? It's going to take us everything. It's going to take everything from you when you start to do this. Because we've been so endowed with the riches of Pharaoh. giving up our wives, doing all this other stuff like that, following the sodomite system. Egypt and Sodom, Egypt and Sodom, Egypt and Sodom. Our relationships look like Egypt. Why does it look like Egypt? Because somebody in the relationship got to be either Pharaoh and the other person got to be the slave.
Mm.
And that's not the way that the Most High designed the marriage to work. He made an order, and he's at the top of the order. If anybody's a slave, we all slaves to him. No problems with that. No problems with serving the Most High. No problems with even if it's better to be a doorkeeper than to dwell in the tents of the wicked. And when you look up that word, the tents, it means the tabernacles of the 304s, the places of pleasure. We got to come up out of this. And when you come up out of it, you got to get it out of you. That's that house cleaning. That's that internal house cleaning. We've been hoarding this stuff. We've been stacking this stuff. We've been putting it in room by room, in relationship after relationship. And we killing each other unless we work on sanctification through the laws, statutes, and commandments with the help of the Holy Spirit in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. That's who we live for. That's who we unalive for.
All praises. Hallelujah. Joe, you sure you want to say anything?
Oh no, I'm just getting ready for this next chapter.
Okay. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I saw somebody put in the chat, it says our men need to lead us out. Yeah, I mean that's definitely true. But we gathering as a community. Yeah, we the head, and you got to have actual women that actually want to listen and not try to, try to usurp authority over the men. Like, let us do what we supposed to do there. No more coming up against us, especially the ones that's following the words of the Most High. I'm not saying that women should just shut up and sit down and like he just said, there's a Pharaoh and there's a slave. No, I'm not treating you like a slave, treat you like what you are. Queen, treat you like, a child of the Most High. But that's why, I agree with everything he said. We got to come out of it. We all been messed up. We all fell into some stuff. We didn't learn the ways of the Gentile nation. We done learned the ways of heathens. And now that we waking up and realizing that we got to come out of this, we can't point no fingers at nobody. And then we just can educate one another. Who the heck? Educate one another and help each other.
Shalom, Yahushua Tevashim Yahushua.
Shalom.
Shalom, sis.
Let's lead ourselves out of this. Let's go. I'm ready.
The only way we're going to get out of it is we got to wake up.
I'm ready. I'm waiting for my proper leader to show up and do his leadership shit.
His leadership ship? Is that what you said? What you say?
That's not an unfair request, brother. It's not unfair at all.
His leadership dunk?
Very unfair.
No, it's not an unfair request.
One more time, brother.
I said that's very unfair.
That's not unfair. What you mean, Yashar?
I think you know.
That means you gonna wait on y'all shy. You ain't gonna make yourself available to none of these brothers.
No, that's not what I was saying at all. I'm waiting for my human world, my world man, not my spiritual one, to show up and be a leader.
Okay.
Like, he may show up tomorrow. I don't know.
We'll give it to the Most High and he'll give it to you. Write it all down. It continues. Just, stay faithful. One of these days it'll happen for you then.
I just got to steer clear of these poly pimps and so on and so forth. I got to keep them at my DMs and I'll be okay.
Make your page private. They won't be able to reach you.
I mean, it's hard because there's so many in the truth. But yeah, you get it.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff going on. But I mean, you able to call it out. You able to see what it is. How? You by their fruits. As long as you ain't doing, you know, I'm not saying you're doing anything, but you understand what I'm saying. To lure all of that in, you know. But since you in the truth, and you know, everybody like them, somebody they gonna try to pull you in.
Yeah,
Just
because
saying.
you're not
Bars.
wrong. Because modesty does keeps worldly men away. Modesty does not. It attracts righteous men, or at least self-proclaimed righteous men, right? Like it's I get it. It's a different genre of woman. However, you know, we got seriously righteous brothers that are out here really trying to live the law, statutes, and commandments, and then we got these dusties wearing fringes.
Well, I'll say this. I'm just gonna be 100 with you. Internet trying to meet somebody over the internet, it ain't what it is. It's gotta be somebody that's in person, you know, and not let's schedule a meetup type of deal. Most high, come on, man. Like, that ain't what it is. That's how you gonna get everybody in your DM. Because you're on the internet. So now, I like her, I like what she's spitting, I like what she's saying, or I like what she look like.
I was using my DMs as an example, but it's in real life too, brother. I want to be clear with you, and because
I'm pretty sure I'm not. I'm just saying that's what you said as a DM. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I was using that as kind of as a euphemism a little bit, just to symbolize how these unrighteous fringe wearing Negroes are multiplying. They're coming into the truth because they want to have multiple wives, and it's a whole situation out here.
It's both sides of the track. Because you got women that do the same thing too, self-proclaiming righteousness, and they inner being, they a whole 304.
Wicked as hell. I already know, brother. I already know. Wicked as hell.
Some of them want to be, you know, tossed to and fro, want to be slayed and swallowed and all that other stuff. They have that in them, but they'll come in like they righteous.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I've definitely heard stories about brothers. Like I laugh about Negroes and fringes, but brothers got stories about these head wrapped women. Listen, I can do nothing but yield to it because I don't date women, so I gotta take them at face value when they tell me their stories about these head wrapped, dress wearing women, and they just be wicked, super wicked.
Head wrap, and something you say head wrap. Some of them got hijabs on. Some of them have bonnets on. It don't matter now. It's just.
You said bonnets on?
You said what, General?
You said bonnets?
Yeah, they got the bonnets on now, you know, too, bro. The bonnets is the thing to do.
I'm just saying, shit.
That's attractive. But we're going to get back into it. I hear you. We're going to get back into Jasher 21. You got your book of Jasher? Chop?
No, I'm doing my hair. But go ahead, I'm listening.
All right, I'll praise you. It's an echo on your end, if you don't mind muting up.
Okay, hold on.
TV. And it was at that time, at the end of the year, and 4 months of Abraham's dwelling in the land of the Philistines in Gerar. And the Most High visited Sarah, and the Most High remembered her, and she conceived and bare a son to Abraham. And Abraham called the name of the son which was born to him, which Sarah bare to him, Isaac, or Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac at 8 days old, as the Most High had commanded Abraham to do unto his seed after him. And Abraham was 100 and Sarah 90 years old when Isaac was born to them. And the child grew up, and he was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast upon the day that Isaac was weaned. And Shem and Eber and all the great people of the land of, and Abimelech, king of the Philistines, and his servants, and Phicol, the captain, of his hosts, came to eat and drink and rejoice at the feast which Abraham made upon the day of his son Isaac's being weaned. And also Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nahor his brother, came from Haran, they and all belonging to them, for they greatly rejoiced on hearing that a son had been born to Sarah. And they came to Abraham, and they ate and drank at the feast which Abraham made upon the day of Isaac's being weaned. And Terah and Nahor rejoiced with Abraham, and they remained with him many days in the land of the Philistines. At that time, Sarah, the son of Reu, had passed away in the first year of the birth of Isaac, son of Abraham. That's crazy. It's like every time somebody come into the world, another one come in. Come into where another one go out. Or even when a king passed away, somebody else become the ruler in that place. And all the days of Saruk were 239 years, and he passed away. And Ishmael, the son of Abraham, was grown in those days. He was 14 years old when Sarah bare Isaac to Abraham. And the Most High was with Ishmael, son of Abraham, and he grew up, and he learned to use the bow and became an archer. And when Isaac was 5 years old, he was sitting with Ishmael at the door of the tent. And Ishmael came to Isaac and seated himself opposite to him. And he took the bow and drew it and put the arrow in it and intended to slay Isaac. And Sarah saw that the act which Ishmael desired to do to her son and and it grieved her exceedingly on the account of her son. And she sent for Abraham and said to him, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for her son shall not be heir with my son, for thus did he seek to do unto him this day. And Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarah, and he rose up early in the morning, and he took 12 loaves and a bottle of water, which he gave to Hagar, and sent her away with her son. And Hagar went with her son to the wilderness, and they dwelt in the wilderness of Paran with the inhabitants of the wilderness. And Ishmael was an archer, and he dwelt in the wilderness a long time. He and his mother afterward went to the land of Egypt, and they dwelt there. And Hagar took a wife for her son from Egypt, and her name was Meribah. And the wife of Ishmael conceived and bare 4 sons and 2 daughters. And Ishmael and his mother and his wife and children afterward went and returned to the wilderness. And they made themselves tents in the wilderness in which they dwelt, and they continued to travel, and then to rest monthly and yearly. Hey, General Yashar, you want to pick up at 20?
Yeah. It says, and Yahweh gave Ishmael flocks and herds and tents on account of Abraham, his father. And the man increased in cattle. I just want to make a point right there. You know,
Right.
this would be a blessing, right, for Ishmael. This wouldn't be a covenant. You know, a lot of people want to say Ishmael was blessed. Of course, we don't disagree with that. But this is not a covenant, how he made with Yahshua in Deuteronomy 28.
Okay.
Right? It's not a covenant at all. So let's not get it confused. Let's not get it twisted. When you hear these brothers coming from the religious standpoint, that they're blessed because of Abraham, indeed, but they just not a part of the covenant. It goes on to say this. It says, tents on account of Abraham, his father, and the man increased in cattle. 21. And Ishmael dwelt in deserts and in tents, traveling and resting for a long time. And he did not see the face of his father. And then some time after, Abraham said to Sarah, his wife, I will go and see my son Ishmael, for I have a desire to see him, for I have not seen him for a long time. And Abraham rode upon one of his camels to the wilderness to seek his son Ishmael, for he heard that he was dwelling in tents and in the wilderness with all belonging to him. And Abraham went to the wilderness, and he reached the tent of Ishmael about noon. And he asked after Ishmael, and he found the wife of Ishmael sitting in the tent with her children. And Ishmael, her husband, and his mother were not with them. And Abraham asked the wife of Ishmael, saying, where has Ishmael gone? And she said, he has gone to the field to hunt. And Abraham was still mounted upon the camel, for he would not get off to the ground, as he had sworn to his wife Sarah, that he would not get off from the camel. And Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, my daughter, give me a little water that I may drink, for I am fatigued from the journey. And Ishmael's wife answered and said to Abraham, we have neither water nor bread. And she continued sitting in the tent and did not notice Abraham. Neither did she ask him who he was. But she was beating her children in the tent, and she was cursing them. And she also cursed her husband Ishmael, and reproached him. And Abraham heard the words of Ishmael's wife to her children. And he was very angry and displeased. And Abraham called the woman to come out to him from the tent. And the woman came and stood opposite to Abraham, for Abraham was still mounted upon the camel. And Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, when thy husband Ishmael returneth home, say these words to him. A very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither to seek thee. And thus was his appearance and figure. I did not ask him who he was, and seeing thou was not here, he spoke unto me and said, when Ishmael thy husband returneth, tell him thus did this man say, when thou comest home, put away this nail of the tent which thou hast placed here, and place another nail in its stead.
Can we pause right there?
Let's get it.
Hey, the disrespect. Like, first of all, you didn't even ask who I am. Invited me to the crib, you ain't got nothing to drink, nothing to eat. Like, this woman ain't somebody that is gonna help you prosper, son. Like, the guy she talking to my grandchildren. She just disrespectful all out. But the whole parable of this is like, look, get this woman up out of here. Get you a different woman. This one ain't it. She is not a mother to your children. She is not even a wife for you. This nail got to go. That's how a lot of our and the sisters, don't take this the wrong way, because even the brothers, but y'all understand what we're talking about here. It's a lot of disrespect going on. Yeah, it sounds very familiar. I knew you. Hey, baby, I knew you was gonna say it. Sounds very familiar.
I don't feel no type of way about it. When you talking about me, I'm all good with it.
No, we ain't talking about you, me and my wife. We talking about something that only we know about. But anyways, that is the
don't feel disrespected. I don't. That's all.
No, I'm talking about all the other 18 people up here, not just you. But yeah, that's the stuff that be going on. Sometimes people get invited, they don't even speak, don't even say hello. All that, talking to the kids recklessly, harshly. You ain't there. Look, this one got to go. She is not a mother. She don't even care for them. Talk to them harshly. That ain't how you supposed to do my children, my grandbabies. How many of y'all done dealt with something like that?
My grandma dealt with something like that.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
I said my grandma dealt with something like that with me. Before my firstborn son was here. I'm trying my best to be an upright, stand-up man. I'm talking about his mom was so angry and mean for no reason while she was pregnant. And she just felt like she can just dump. And every time I would get off the phone, my grandmother see a change in me, right? And I'll be tripping like low key, but I wouldn't be acting up in the house, but I'll be feeling some type of way. And my grandmother didn't like it, so she got fed up with it. And she told me, look, don't let no woman ever destroy you as a man. If she can't respect you, leave her ass alone. I said, damn.
That's what she said.
She said, just like that. I said, all right. Next time I talked to her, the next day, she said something out of line. I must have put her ass in her place and told her it's a wrap. It's over. I'll be here for my son, but I'm not dealing with you at all. She didn't understand it. She thought I was playing.
Oh, Ecclesiastes, I see it.
I'm married to a whole nother woman.
Bruh, you ain't, listen, you ain't the only one. All praises to Most High blessed you with somebody greater, somebody that's really for you. Because our choice button, just like Ishmael and other brothers as well, our choice button be broken sometimes. We picking the wrong one.
Man, what?
It look good. Shoot, boy, you said share your testimony. Which part you want me to share? Like, My baby in the comments.
Can you do
Which part?
Ecclesiasticus? My bad.
26 and 23?
No. The one before that. So I want
Okay.
to deal with the office of a mother real quick because Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 goes into the power that is put into a man when he becomes a father, and then also the power that's put into a woman when she becomes a mother. And oftentimes we don't know how to act as fathers and mothers because they took these books away from us. They left us with the 66 books. And it's like they told you to be a virtuous woman, but you never saw the staircase that you had to take steps to get to being a virtuous woman. And usually it's found in most of the stuff that they took out of the book. So Ecclesiasticus gives a warning about what the father has on him and what the mother has on her. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 3,
Chapter
verse
3,
9.
verse 9. All right, I'm gonna give my test. I know what you're talking about now, baby. It just hit me in my head. For the blessing of the father establishes the houses of children, but the curse of the mother rooteth out foundations. It does what? What does the curse of a mother do?
Bro, rooteth out foundations. That's why Abraham was talking like that about her being a broken nail in the tent. That tent ain't going to
Mm.
be able to hold down the house. You need a woman that's going to be able to
Yeah.
hold down the house. But all right, so this is what it is. When you get down into it, when you leave out of, when you go to get married, and this is for the men and the women, you want your father's blessing. You want your father to bless you while you're walking out the door. You want his approval on who you getting married to and all of the above. And when you have that's an extra blessing that you're bringing along. And the Most High starts to show you favor for that because you show honor to your father. And if you show honor to your father, you're also going to be showing honor to your mother. But then after you take that little piece of information right there, that the blessing of the father, this is why the father gives away the bride. This is why the man is supposed to come and ask for the blessing of the father, even to take the daughter out of the home. Like I'm saying, you're not supposed to be able to just go up to the daughter, make some plans and stuff like that. You supposed to be in connection with your father. Now, mind you, we under the curses. There's a lot of fathers that ain't in the houses, not doing what they supposed to do or whatever else like that. But there should be some type of godly male figure that you align yourself up under when it comes to the truth and the things that be given in scripture. And even that brother can substitute, just like Mordecai did for like Mordecai did for Queen Esther, the same way in that situation. So that's the one part about it. So I address the men part. We have to be respectful because we don't want to bless our sons with evil women. We want to say, oh man, she got a fatty. So yeah, man, that's the one. Nah, your pop's compass is off. Like his whole thing is off. Looking at, oh, okay, she can cook a good meal or whatever else like that. Find out what her parents is like. If you see what her parents are like, you'll know what she's about to bring into your house. The father he not love drunk. He ain't wearing the red goggles, so he can't see no red flags. That's you. That's the type of time that we be on. Because why? We chasing after lust. We chasing after what the flesh want. And sometimes we can't see all of those flaws. And sometimes a lot of people for men and women, they good at hiding flaws. But you can see that if you know who their parents are, because their parents live a little bit more loud because they don't care that much. Because they ain't fitting to be with you. So whoever they are, they showing it to you in plain sight. And the father, as a father, you cannot give the blessing over that. If Ishmael would have came to Abraham and said, this is who I'm about to marry, I don't think that it would even happen. Because look at what Abraham is doing to her now. He's like, yo, there's no blessing. I'm not giving my blessing over that. I'm not going to bless this. And we need to have the same type of standard as men. Other thing, part 2, when it says that the curse of the mother. So if the father holds the blessing, the mother is holding the curse. The mother is holding the curse. So what's the curse of the mother? It's the things that she says about her child before she even gets out. It's the things that you raise yourself up with. In the book of Proverbs, it says that the mother's teaching is like a law to the child. So if all you teaching is cursing or how to get over on the man, and this is big in Israelite homes, we won't be talking about it that much, but we often train especially our daughters to be different in front of their fathers. and to be another way when they're not around him. And you learn that from the mama, because the way that she moves and the way that she's doing, the way she's acting is one type of man, one type of way in front of him. But then after that, she's out of his presence and she becomes a solely different type of way. She don't even honor the words. So you have an example of somebody that's living a double life teaching you how to be a female. So when you start to interact with a man, the curse of the mother. If you're not living righteous life, your job is that, you want to curse the things that are unrighteous against that daughter. Those are the things. But if you using the curse of the mother, this is why you want your mother to be quiet when it's time for you to go, and you want your father to bless you. Because if your father blesses you, it's going to establish the house of children. But the mother is opening up her mouth. She's cursing the foundation. And that's why they took the fathers out of the home, because now there's no more fathers to bless the homes anymore. And you're wondering why you're going into bad marriage after bad situation, bad relationship. Ain't no fathers to bless this. You're left with the curse of the mother. And when you're left with the curse of the mother, now it's a society of people who's living in the conditions of a curse. Because why? The office of becoming a mother and father, we get empowered with these things. And these are serious things, because you're going to affect the next generation with what you said or what you do.
Okay, but brother, who
Hey, I'm gonna have to clip
took
that with the people. To be looking for that clip, I'm gonna clip that.
Okay, all right. I just have a question. Who took the fathers out of the household?
The government.
It depends on what level you want to talk about it, sister. You want to talk about it on a spiritual level, or you want to talk about it on a natural level?
I mean, I think we should cover both, because I think it's important to identify who they are.
Facts on facts. I agree with you. So first thing first, it was the Most High that removed the man out of the home because of the non-ability for him to lead his family to the Most High. You can go to Isaiah chapter, I believe it's Isaiah chapter 3. And you
3.
can read
We already
about
been
those
there.
things.
Isaiah chapter 3.
Yeah. I think it's the first 2 or 3 verses.
I got you.
Yeah, this is I want to warn you, sis, this is a very offensive chapter to a lot of women. Like, men can really take the shots on the chin, but to women, sometimes this gets offensive, because it starts to talk about how the leadership got turned over into the hands of the woman and what it looked like when she becomes the head of the household.
I'm okay, brother. Roll that
Okay,
beautiful
all
bean
right,
footage.
cool. I just want to show you some love before
He
we
said,
go.
roll that beautiful bean footage. Isaiah chapter 3. I'm going to start at verse 1. For behold, the Most High, the Lord of hosts, I'm trying to say that word, but does take away Jerusalem and from Judah to the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water, the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet and the prudent and the ancient. Want me to pause?
Yeah, so this is the best of the men that you will be able to find. This is what you will want to be in your home. This is who you will want to lead your society. These are the type of men that you will want to create a future with. The Most High said that I am going to remove them from being your stay and your staff, which means that the way that you lean on them to eat, your bread, your water, your money, all of these things, you once got it from your husband. Most High said it's coming a day. I'm going to remove all of these men, and you're going to be left with, how you say, the dusties. That's going to be your selection of choice. It's going to be men that know how to dress. They know how to look good. Yeah, they're going to know how to look good, but even though they know how to look good, they're not going to be able to lead. So now this is because now the man is gone, and now the women are raising up a crop of men that you have to choose from today. But go ahead, bro. You can read straight on down. I'm trying not to interrupt because it explains itself.
The captain of 50 and the honorable man, the counselor and the cunning artificer and the eloquent orator. And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them. Who they ruling over?
They're going to rule over us. So that means that when you find people that have the leadership, whether you try to deem them as a husband, you claim them as a husband, they're going to rule in your house like a child. So what do you see them doing? They sitting down, they got the sticks in their hand all day. They playing video games all day. What are they doing? They just running after Jordans and sneakers. What are they doing? They ain't even trying to take care of responsibilities like that. You dealing with men that are grown, they pretty much just, they grown boys. That's really what they are. But the Most High
No, we're not
tried to
saying
warn about this day coming to the sisters and to the men. He was warning both sides. But go ahead, bro.
Boy, that remind me of that song by what is it, New Edition and Johnny Gill, Boys to Men. Have y'all heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you I'm sorry, Salakia, can you go back to that very first part, the part you opened up with? I think it's the first verse you opened with. Can you go back to that just for 1 second? Just read it one more
For
time for me.
behold,
Yeah.
the Lord and the Lord of hosts does take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water.
Okay.
So that means that your food source would be coming from somebody other than the husband. Now you're going to be looking to, well, let's put a modern term on it. You're looking, people are looking for women to go out and work their jobs to bring home food into the house, or either by that, or sometimes women that don't want to do that, they rely on the government, food stamps, so on and so forth, etc., to bring in food into the home. So the way that you would lean on the staff and that staff would support your weight, that's what the husband was supposed to be to y'all. Y'all was supposed to be able to lean on
Okay,
them.
okay, okay.
You know, you can't lean on them like that because Most High said, I'm going to take them away from you. And then he started talking about how the best of that Israel had to offer, because they was being raised by men, are going to be taken away from you. And now that they're being raised by women, so let's say you made the comment about the Dusties and stuff like that. I agree. There's a lot of men that's out there that they doing all the stuff that you said. I agree with that. But even though I agree with that, you're really complaining about the training that they receive from a female-led household in most cases. So it's a double-edged sword when you say that, you know, because that means that the women that are out here doing it by themselves, they're not really doing a good job, and it's giving you weak selection. You understand?
Bars.
I do. I don't disagree with that. We actually have the data that supports that. We don't have to. We can turn to multiple sources, because multiple iterations of this have been released about single father homes versus single mother homes.
Mm,
Right?
mm, yeah,
80% of the people incarcerated came from single mother homes.
yeah, facts. Sad, but it's true.
So we have the data to support it already. But go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
No, you straight,
You
sis.
good? You
Like,
good? You good?
yeah, I didn't
It's
mind what you
called the
said.
conversation. You know, we have
Yeah.
conversations.
Yeah, but I feel y'all. Like, imagine if the only thing that men had to select from was a bunch of 304s, and we had to choose from that. We would say the same things, and in some cases, a lot of men do feel like that. But when you look at that, it's because the fathers are not there anymore. But nobody understands why. This is a part of our punishment for not keeping the commandments. If the Most High blesses me, gives me silver, gives me gold, gives me house, gives me land, I got cattle, I got all this stuff. But then after that, I go and I teach my sons, my daughter, and I lead my wife to worship Baal.
Right.
The Most High gotta get me out the way. He got
Facts.
to get me out the way. He got to take away the eloquent speaker. He got to take away the people that know how to assemble men by the 50s and everything else like that. Why look like we can't never come together like that? This stuff, which was the best, he took it away. It's raising back up though. It ain't over, you know. But he did take it away from us.
Okay. I'm listening.
All right. And the people, verse 5, the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. When a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let this ruin be under your hand. In that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be a healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people.
And this is what you see today when you see somebody dress fancy or look like they got money or whatever. They don't want to take ownership of the problem that is in our society of Israelites. They don't want to be responsible for these curses because they know that, hey, even though if they ain't listen to Moses, they ain't gonna listen to me. If they ain't listen to all these other people, and they like, yo, so what am I gonna do? I'm gonna just learn what I can. I'm gonna get what I can. I'm gonna dress nice. I'm gonna keep my family as tight as I can. But am I going to be down for helping out? Nah. I'm not going. You're not going to put me over top of your problems, and then all of a sudden I'm to blame for it. So now you're dealing with the NBA people, the NFL people, the celebrities, the actors, the actresses, and they just like, yo, you got the clothes, you got everything that you need. You living in the, and they're like, yeah, but I got this stuff to get away from y'all.
Yeah,
I ain't taking up this
exactly.
trouble with y'all. You good? You know what? I'll renovate a house or two in the hood. But for real, I ain't fitting to put my money around y'all. Like
Facts.
that's where we at.
Well, I got a lot of feelings about that, brother. I'm gonna let you continue on your build.
Okay. No, you can
I think it's
add to it.
I think it's really disingenuous for we as the BOK community to constantly look at our celebrities, and which we should consider them court gestures at best.
Mm.
That's what they are. We should stop looking at these people like they owe us something. We're setting ourselves up for failure with that narrative. But go ahead.
No, that's a
No,
good
that's the
point.
point that that's the point that
I
he was
agree with you.
making. Actually, we agree. Like that is the problem. But our people will continuously go into that, and that's what they look towards. Everybody wants to be now a celebrity or an idol. That's why our children they fall into it. Because what we do? Oh, you're gonna be a basketball player. You're gonna be a football player. You're gonna be the next this and the next that.
Right.
That's what we're running into. That's what we want to do now. I'm not taking care of this. I'm not going to take care of that.
Never an intellectual or an engineer or something profound. Always some dusty, low vibrational, hardy R shit. But go ahead, brother.
Seriously, what I'm saying is that I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that the reason why we keep choosing this is because it's a part of the curse. It's the receipts for the sins that we broken in the position that we's going to end up in. Like, I don't like the fact that that's the way the society is as well. I agree with you, but it's kind of it has to be like this because you wouldn't believe that the word of the Most High was real if we had righteous people to turn to while we in the middle of breaking the commands of the Most High. This is us getting the belt right now, and a lot of times, if we had those group of men that was listed in the beginning of the chapter, we wouldn't have the biggest dream in the hood to play basketball or to become a movie star. Like those men would sit down and like, no, you got a gift, bro. You can speak, you can talk, you can think, you can process, you got a good comprehension. And we don't do that. We send them, we send our children into schools where the only type of special that they want to call us is either special ed or learning disability. It's like,
Needs.
am I saying it wrong?
No. You said special needs.
Excuse me, special needs. But we're rarely the gifted ones, even though we create most of the inventions, even though we did most of the stuff without schooling. We have the biggest turnaround in literacy rate in the history of us coming out of slaves into reading. But yet and still, the receipt has to remain there is that, yo, these people got to be people that run after these celebrity types, these NBA player types, people that's really not going to help them, people that just know how to dress nice. Look at the beginning of NBA games. What do? They show them walking down the aisle like it's a runway, and they showing off the latest thing that they wearing and stuff like that. And that's what you see regurgitated into the hood, and it's repeated. But the thing about it is that women would rather go with a guy like that than to be with a plumber. Women would rather go with a guy like that than to be with somebody that got to work with his hands all day. And I ain't saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that this is the receipt. This is the prophecy. Like this is history told in advance.
Well, I think it's incredibly dumb, right? And that's part of the problem. So I remember, and I'll be brief with this story, but I remember at the beginning of my political career, I went to a group of BLK parents, and I was trying to get them to re-embrace the trades, right? Instead of pretending that all these children were going to be college students. They're not, right? Some of them are just meant to work with their hands, and that's okay. This group of BLK parents, you would have thought I was trying to sell their children into Smorn. You would have thought I was trying to convince them to put their children into a cotton field. You would have thought all types of horrible levels of shit I could do to their children by suggesting that some of them need to go into the trades. I wasn't even like picking at specific children. I'm like, hey, if I bring this program here and I implement it directly into the school system, do you think that'd be valuable? Absolutely not. Our children are going to college. No, they're not. No, they're not. Half of that room, your children dropped out of college in the first semester. Half that room.
That's
The
right.
other half dropped out the following year.
It's tough.
And it sounds like it's a
it's
lot of. Oh, go ahead.
what's that? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was no. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. I apologize.
Well, and so what upset me about it is that we spent thousands of dollars, right, in student loan debt to walk away with no piece of paper to prove you were ever there. But when I was trying to suggest another path for your child, you treat him like the devil incarnate.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
No.
But that's what we were talking about earlier too. This is way before you came in the room. We was talking about that walking across the stage, graduating. It don't mean nothing. All it shows is that, you followed our rules, you followed what we told you to do. Now you want to go to college, and some people may not even go, but now you got to pay for this thing, or you got to get some type of scholarship. But you don't learn nothing. You don't learn like the ways of life for real. You just learn how to struggle, how to keep on paying other people for your education or for whatever it is that they want you involved in. So I get what you're saying, but you also got to look at their parents. You got to look at their parents and the way that they were groomed. They're just teaching them the same thing. Look, get you an education, get you a good education, go to college, get you a job, whatever it is. But there's no structure, there's no foundation anymore. And a lot of what you said BLK women, ain't no fathers. Ain't no fathers doing the right thing. And it's not just on the fathers, but I'm saying like this, but all of us are in the same type of boat. We can't really point no fingers at nobody. We're just learning the right ways. Like the way I grew up and how I was, I don't teach my kids the same way, or my children. My bad, brother Chazak Tarah, don't get mad at our children. And that's what me and my wife are doing. And that's what me and Brother We the People with other people alike. We're teaching them stuff that wasn't taught to us, and we're coming out of the system. So, to have a trade like that, who the heck is this? Go ahead, y'all finish up.
Yeah, to have a trade is sexy. It's debt free, right? They're literally paying you to go to school and learn something, and you get on the job training. You come out of high school directly into an income field, and so another fun fact I'll add, and I'll let you go back to your scripture, is that for every 7 tradesmen we have retiring today, only 1 is stepping into his place.
Wow, that's a gap.
It's not due to the lack of people, right? We have plenty of people.
Right.
It's just that our children, specifically BLK children, are simply not interested. That's all.
Well, I put it to you like, let me ask you a question. If and this is not with your knowledge and your education, because you sound like you're very, knowledgeable about a lot of things. But if you had a group of, let's say, girls and boys, I probably say young men and young women, probably from the age of 15 to the age of 18, and you put them in an auditorium and you put a plumber on the stage, and then you also put somebody that's a rapper on the stage, and you gave them a choice, which one you would choose, whether the girl had to choose him for a mate or whether the men had to choose which one that they would want to be. Which one do you think that they would choose?
They're gonna shine. They're gonna pick the one that's shiny and glittery.
Okay, now I'm gonna just say this. That is a female thing that has been kind of indoctrinated into both. It's not just indoctrinated to the women, because we know, like, the women going to go with the man that looks like he has the most resources. But even if it was a basketball player or whatever else like that, like if your pipes break in your bathroom, you don't want a Negro in there that's just going to be bouncing the basketball. You don't want somebody that's in there that's just going to be rapping. You're going to want somebody that's in there that use their hands or whatever else like that. We don't understand what is truly valuable anymore because of what is being described in Isaiah chapter 3. It's showing you that it's a false balance there. Like, we're living through an abomination, being an abomination before the Most High. This is not the Most High's plans. but this is the Most High's, how can I say, his discipline to us, because we're not going to take the king's thing and then do what we want and build our own kingdoms inside of the king's kingdom. Off with your head. Like this is what it is. Like we're getting our behinds whooped right now. So I agree with you. Like I'm with you, sis. That everything you said will build a society. It will literally build a society and make it self-sustainable. But a part of the curse is that we're asleep. Even though you're talking to us, it don't matter. We're asleep. We're not woke to that.
Well, we have bought into everything bad in this country, and condemned everything good. That's what we've done. I don't have a biblical thing for that, or I don't have a scripture for it, but that's effectively what's happened.
On facts, on facts. I agree. I agree 1,000,000%. If you didn't pass, you can pick back up.
Come again.
You can pick up on whichever verse you was at.
All
Unless
right, I got you.
unless I'm stopping the people from coming in and say something. I'll mute up.
No, he's good. I had to take a phone call real quick anyway. But no, I'm there. Where did I put my phone?
We were at Matthew.
No, Isaiah.
Yeah,
I
Isaiah.
got
Oh, sorry.
Isaiah.
My
I
bad.
got it right here.
Isaiah 3. I don't know what verse though.
I got it.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, sis.
Shalom, sis.
We at verse 8. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 8. For Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against the Most High, to provoke the eyes of his glory. The shoe of their countenance does witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. Say you to the righteous that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Pause right there. Now, the reason I pause right there is because we in the book of Jasher. I don't know what that is. We in the book of Jasher, and we also in Isaiah as well. But we learned a lot of stuff of what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. And he's like, look, they hiding it not. We in the same boat. We not hiding anything anymore. We just out here just doing whatever it is. We doing everything to provoke the Most High to wrath, to anger. And there was a lot of stuff going on that it don't talk about in the King James Version, but it talked about in the book of Jasher. So for those that are just joining in, that's what we're talking about right now. Right now, we're in Isaiah chapter 3, and we was at verse 10.
Okay.
Facts. And look at the men that's in Sodom. And I'm sorry, Ab, you got it. I've been talking all this time.
No, you good. I just came in. I was listening in for a little minute on you and the sister down there's conversation. I think it's very, very. To be honest with you, I'm glad that you two are actually having an actual dialogue. You know, I know you guys probably don't know each other from a can of paint, but but to have that type of dialogue between a black man and a black woman, and be able to have critique and give constructive criticism on what's going on within our community is such a beautiful thing. I think that it is I think it's the conditions that we are in as a people. I think that that's the most, and it's the most horriblest thing that's happened to us as a people, is that they have torn apart the being able to sympathize with one another as being a black woman and a black man. I think that has society has turned us from being able to sympathize with one another, knowing that we're facing the same struggles. You know, just what y'all was talking about, the celebrities, you know, this is who they idolize. They idolize these people, and these people are not representations of the Most High. Another thing that I think is happening a lot with our community is we're not teaching our children chastity. And I'm talking about for the male and the female. We don't teach them to keep themselves until they marry. And I think that we need to get back to the old way and actually betrothing our children and not having them have to go out here and get actually put into the position of where they fornicate and do these type of things and transgress against the Most High. That is one of our biggest idolization. Idolatry is one of the biggest things within the nation of Israel. I mean, if you idolize money, if you idolize celebrities, if you idolize your job, these are the things that is causing us to have such a disconnect from the Most High, because we can't follow the law, statutes, and commandments if we're transgressing it. And knowing that this is going on. Now, I'm not saying everybody, but most of us know. But knowing that this is going on and that it's a complete attack on us is what we need to realize. And y'all actually having that dialogue, and I hope these dialogues continue to happen. And it's most of us that are in the truth that are having these type of dialogues and discussions, is that both of y'all was able to critique what's going on with the men in the black community and what's going on with the women in the black community. And it's a healthy dialogue. And it's not just a pointing back and forth, because we know there's wicked people in principalities and wickedness in high places that is trying to control the narrative. But again, remember your first love. Our first love is the Most High. Keeping his law, statutes, and commandments, and following the Hamashiach while we're in this life. So, but I again, that dialogue that y'all was just having was a beautiful dialogue.
All praises. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom, sis.
And it's crazy. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I'm just gonna say something real quick.
Go ahead.
It's I don't think that our women truly know what it is to be loved by their own men yet. And I'm married, but that doesn't mean I can't show my sisters some love, some respect, and they're in the curses with us. It's not just the men going through it; they in the curses with us. And you're right; it's the conditions. It is the conditions, but the only reason why I go to scriptures like this, and I warned the sisters even before I went there, like, yo, this might hit hard, it might hit heavy on your side as well, but it starts off correcting the men. The reason why I warn y'all is because we're not used to, we don't look at, if you look in the dictionary for love, you won't find chastisement there. You won't find chastisement there. It's part of the definition. Yeah, so when the Most High, when we're dealing with these scriptures, we're dealing with a father's love through chastisement. And I told my father the other day, I said, man, because he's still kind of, he's hearing what I'm saying about being an Israelite, but he kind of still stuck in that Christianity stuff. So when I talked to my father, I said, man, what would you do if you was whooping my behind? If you was beating me and I grabbed the belt while you was beating me, and then I start cussing out the belt while you in the middle of trying to give me chastisement. He said, you wouldn't have even been able to grab the belt from me, number one, but if you got away with doing it, he said, if you got away with doing it, he said, whatever I was going to give you, it would be worse. And I was telling him, that's us right now. Like, some of us are trying to stop the Most High from performing the chastisement on us, and we're trying to fight every condition that we in and stuff like that, instead of just accepting this is where we at and we need to repent. He's doing this so we can change. He's doing this so we can come into a real way of living as a nation. And we getting spanked with all the other nations, man. I love every single brother and sister that's an Israelite. I know that we all ain't going to make it according to the prophecy, but I mean, I love y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to hide the father's chastisement on both sides. He doesn't just get the women, he gets the men too. And he gets the men first, and he gets the men the hardest. And then not only does that happen, but then the children get their piece. They got to get their licks too. So we in this together, y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like fighting over who has the front row seat on the transatlantic slave boat. That don't make no sense. Like we just have to hear one another out, know we in the same conditions.
I appreciate that sentiment, brother, but I'm gonna say this, and please don't come for me here, but I'm a big aged woman, right? And I came into the truth a year ago. Prior to that, I was an atheist. It's important to know that about me. And I came in here for the right reasons, wanted to share my talents, my time, talent, and treasure with my people and get them into better positions economically, right? That was my goal. But what I have learned since I've been here, and this is why I always mention these Negroes and fringes to my brothers, is because it's ugly. It's really super duper ugly out here. And I'm probably going to end up with someone outside of our nation. I know that doesn't feel good to hear that. It's my simple
No.
truth. You're going to have to
See,
roll with that, brother. Here's why.
you're speaking it into existence.
I am speaking it into
You're not
existence.
being
That's
patient
right.
enough to wait on the Most High.
I don't need
You
to
know
be
that ain't.
patient, brother.
You know that ain't the Most High. The Most High
I've been
is.
single and celibate for 7 years. I'm rolling into my 7th year as we speak. I'm not here to reproduce. I'm too old for that. So don't worry. There's not gonna be any mulatto babies.
Sarah was
We're
old too,
good.
but she
We're
still
good.
reproduced.
Oh my God.
Shalom, brothers and
Come on,
sisters.
sis. Come on, Most High call you.
I get where you coming from, man.
Shalom.
I get where you coming from.
So, sis,
I don't agree, but hey,
I
we
just
agree to
heard you.
disagree.
I just heard you, sis, and you said you have been celibate for 7 years. Prior to that, how long was you not celibate? And how long was you doing what you wanted to do? And
I
how
was
long?
married. I'm happy to answer you if you stop. I was married prior to that.
Okay. So you was in a marriage for a period of time in your life, and you're not in that marriage anymore. Is that correct to say?
That's correct. I'm a divorcee. That's right.
Okay. So don't you think it's fair to say that now you've been in the truth for a year now? Don't you think it's still fair to say that the Most High is still working on you, and He still have yet to give you all the blessings that He have in store for you, and to grant you your heart's desire? You know, that's what Psalms 37 talks about. Fret not yourself over evildoers, and in due time they'll be cut down and withered away like the grass. It says, do
Are y'all?
good.
Yeah.
It says, do
Are y'all
good, and
good?
Father will give you the desires of your heart. What is
I
doing
got
good?
you.
It's keeping to His word. It's keeping His commandments, statutes, and laws. And He will
Right.
bless you. So you have to have patience, because the Father's still working on you and things like that. And you got to take into
Yeah.
consideration where you're at in life as a mature woman. You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
all these variables that you just mentioned are very important, but it shouldn't discourage you and say, okay, I'm going to step outside the nation and find me somebody else, because is that lining your life up with the word when you know that we supposed to marry within our nation?
Yeah. So, if I marry outside my nation, are you gonna kick me out of the truth?
I don't have anything to do with that. You know, let every man be
Most
persuaded
High
of
in
his own
Christ.
mind.
That's
I
what
mean,
I thought.
I'm not here to.
Moving on, brother. Moving
Yeah, I'm
on.
not here to
Let's
say
move
I'm gonna
on.
put you out and stuff like that. No, I wouldn't say that.
Exactly. There's nowhere for you to put me, but have a
You
hard
don't
feeling
feel
with
that.
me.
But
Okay.
I'm just giving you some food for thought. That's all. It's just some food for thought. No
You
judgment.
can. It sounded like judgment, brother, but it's
Can I ask
okay.
a question? No, it's not just. Can I ask a question? Why you seem so harsh? Like, why you don't? It seems so harsh to where you can't hear when nobody speak. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. So, like when somebody's speaking, and I heard you, sis. When somebody's speaking, even if you don't agree, you don't have to ad lib the whole time. It may be something you got to work on too, when it comes to having a husband or a man or somebody the truth. There's some things that the Most High is still purging out of you before He can give you what your heart desire.
Mm. Because on this, I didn't do that for any other topic, just this particular one, because I'm always under attack for not accepting poly. You have to really look at this from my lens, brothers. I'm always under attack for not accepting these poly pimps. Also, know that I come from a camp. A lot of you brothers and sisters are not in camps, so I have a very different lived experience than some of you.
Con,
So
but you're not you're what you're perfect in the Most High. In Yahusha Hamashiach, you are perfect.
That's right.
So, but you gotta strive to be like the Hamashiach. The hardest thing for a woman being hurt, especially by men of her own, is to know that every vessel is not a good vessel. Just because they look like you don't make them a good vessel. You got to look for a man according to what the Most High says a man should be, not what the world has showed you a man to be. And then even the men that you dealt with in the past, you got to be able to separate. Okay, I'm on this truth now. I know I'm proclaiming that I know the truth. That I'm going to look for another vessel, a man that's like-minded unto me as well. I'm not going to go out and find a man that's not like-minded. So that is the purpose. But to sit up here and say, oh, I'm gonna marry the other nation when it directly transgresses against the Most High, I probably wouldn't want to do that. I would rather stay celibate if I was in that position. Just saying, knowing that I know the truth. It's a difference between, okay, I didn't know, doing something unknowingly, but to sin and know, there's judgment for that. Am I the one judging you? No, I'm not. I'm not the judge that stands at the door. No, but open rebuke is better than secret love. And if I say that I love you, I'm not gonna say I love you in secret and have you out here openly looking crazy instead of me speaking life into you. Yes, it's possible. So don't just cut yourself off to the men who are of your nation just because you didn't have bad judgment with them before. And it's not just your fault. I that is the hardest thing for us black women to realize. It's not our fault. It's the conditions that we're in. Do you have to subjugate yourself to the distrust and all the foolishness that goes on because you're dealing with somebody who's worldly? No. And I would say that to a man or a woman. Do not deal with that woman if she's worldly. You just can't. You know the truth. It's no longer oh, I did it unknowingly. When you stand before the Hamashiach and the Most High, you're not going to be able to say, oh, I did it unknowingly. You know the truth. You've proclaimed it. All these souls that are in here, there's 18 people in here, have heard you say that you know the truth. So now that you know the truth, you're supposed to act accordingly.
Yeah, I would have to say this. Great grace according to election. I hope the sister find a brother that's fitting for her and she's fitting for the brother. You know what I'm saying? To speak life. Like I hope that you come across real love. You know what I'm saying? And you might come across somebody that's worldly, but being that you in the truth, you might bring them into the truth. So I would just tell you, just hold on, you know what I'm saying? And hey, you come if somebody pique your interest or you pique somebody's interest and they take a liking unto you, and what you bring to the table is the truth and yourself, you know what I'm saying? And you are very valuable. So the Most High know what you need before you even ask. So I think that you have somebody coming towards you, just hold on. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to dibble and dab in the other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because I know when you said that, you wasn't being harsh, but you were saying it like, you were saying it in a way like, okay, I'm seeking, what's up? What's going on? Like, it's so many brothers that's supposed to be in the truth that don't even have wives and stuff like that. Why, you know what I'm saying? Why they not doing what they supposed to be doing if part of the commandments is us being together and us keeping the truth. So I hate that you went through that, whatever you went through with the camp, because you got some wicked Israelites out here that don't be keeping it real and all that. But I do truly hope that you find the love that you actually has, somebody that love, and y'all can be in the truth. Because whether I get what people be talking about worldly people, but you could touch somebody's heart, and a woman that's sanctified in the Lord could bring a brother that's unbelieving to the Most High. So I hope that you find out. You will.
I say this.
You will.
Yeah.
I say this. So before I came into once I got into the truth, I found I had a friend. Hey, y'all can't put the the capitalizations, everything can't be capitalized. They be flagging my live. So make sure it's lowercase when
Can
y'all
I say
type in
this
the
too?
comments. Cause hold on,
Can I
hold
say
on,
this too? One
hold
time
on,
too.
hold on. But go ahead.
Uh, uh, yeah, I was gonna say. Sometimes our women got to be humble too, because just like he brought up that scripture about Isaiah 3, Isaiah 4 speaks about women having to take on 7 women have to take on 1 man. So I see you disagree with poly relationships, but you probably ain't gonna get that love. Nah, I don't want to say probably. I don't want to speak that on you. I hope that you get that love that you're seeking, like in the truth or whatnot. But it's not too many brothers out here that's willing to love and willing to be on that righteous tip too. You got to know that too, because
And
a lot
so
of
thank
brothers
you
put on the
for proving
front,
my
like,
point for
you know what I'm
me.
saying. A lot of brothers put on that
My
front.
point, brother. I appreciate you for proving my point. Thank you.
All right, let
Prove
me
it.
say this.
Prove it.
So
Exactly.
what
Exactly.
before that came up, this is what I want to say. About being righteous and being in the truth, you can bring somebody else to it. I definitely agree because my wife, she was straight full blown Christian, and I stayed on the path. I mean, she used to look at me crazy. This is why we were friends. She used to look at me crazy, like, "What is you talking about? This, that, and the third." But I stayed so consistent that the Most High woke her up one day, gave her a dream, and told her, "You need to listen to him. You need to follow him. Like he's on the right track. He's on the right path."
There, PK.
But that,
You just
huh?
said it. Say that one more time.
Yeah,
Who woke her
that
up?
brother that was talking
Who
about,
woke her up?
hey, that
The
the Most
Most High
High,
woke her
the
up.
Most High,
He
hey,
gave
that
her a
brother that was
dream.
talking about the Dusties, you that, that brother that's talking about the Dusties, hey, the Most High can turn rags to riches. You talking about a Dusty? That Dusty might lead you tomorrow. That Dusty might be, because the Most High deal with the lowly at times too, now. So you don't want to be looking down on somebody's situation the whole time. It'd be a blessing for you too. You know what I'm saying? So you don't want to sit there, sisters, y'all don't want to sit there and be like, oh, he ain't got this, he ain't got that. Whole time you can elevate that man. Whole time y'all could be something special and come out on top. Because the Most I deal with the lowly at times, and at times you got to be humble.
I know I
Seriously, you
was a
got to be
Dusty.
humble. Like,
Let
yeah,
me give
you
my
know
testimony.
what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Cause
Let me give my
in all
testimony.
I know what you're
actuality,
Let
in
me
saying.
all
give
Can I
my
ask a
actuality,
testimony.
hey,
question?
listen,
Let me give my
in
testimony.
all
Let me
actuality,
give my
Can I ask him a
testimony.
question? What does he
Let me
mean
give
by
my testimony
elevate?
real quick.
What does he mean by
Let me
elevate
give,
though?
I'll tell you in a minute. Let me give my testimony. So I used to be a Dusty. Like I was out here on the street. I was like out here looking crazy as you know what. You feel me?
no,
And
listen.
I ain't
This is
done.
what I mean.
I ain't doing that.
All the
Hold on, let
Israel.
me finish. Let me
Okay,
finish. Goodness gracious. I done humbled myself too many times. But yeah, I mean, I was a Dusty. I was definitely a Dusty. I was out here like couch to couch, home to home, sleeping on the street, sleeping in cars, all that, right? And my now wife, who was my friend, she never looked at me like that. She still accepted me as cool. Like we was cool. We wasn't trying to holler at one another at all. But I was in the truth, and while I was in the truth, everybody turned their back on me. And I'm only giving my testimony. I've told it many times, but to those that don't know. And he accepted me for who I am and what I was able to do. And other folks told her, like, don't talk to him. Like, he got this going on. He got this. He got too many people. He talked to too many women trying to holler at him. All that stuff. She pushed all that to the side. And she saw me for who I was. Like, even how I'm able to still sit up here and talk with y'all today. I've been doing this for some years. You know what I'm saying? For some years. And instead of me being the way that I was before, now I'm more humble. And she showed me that, what I was after or what I was looking towards was not for me, and not necessarily her. The Most High showed me that I couldn't have nothing of what I have today if I would have still been chasing after what I didn't need. And like I said, I was out there. Now I'm able to do what
hey, that's
I'm called to do, and my wife has come into the truth because of the Most High waking her up. I didn't. The Most High woke her up and told her that I was doing the right thing, that she needed to listen to me, that I was telling her the truth. She knew nothing about this at all. I came in, I'm telling her about, how children are supposed to be taken care of, how a man is supposed to do this, not you. She looking at me like, who is you? Like, coming in here trying to run things. I'm like, I'm just showing you what it is, what it's supposed to be. And as she began to listen to me, we started getting blessed, y'all. We started getting blessed beyond
1,000,
measure.
1,000.
And,
Now
and it was
what?
because,
Now what I was talking about? Go ahead.
No, you
Excuse
go
me.
ahead, man. You gotta say what you gotta say. Go ahead.
I was saying that's 1,000, that's 100, that's good. You know what I'm saying? That's a blessed situation right there for you to find somebody like that. That you know what I'm saying. The Most High done woke up for y'all to have that type of relationship. And y'all got love in y'all relationship. I see you. I see you preaching, standing up. You know what I'm saying, in front of your family and in front of her. And she believe in that. That's good. You know what I'm saying?
All praise.
That's beautiful. Now, what I was
Man,
saying
she's
is,
the one that
all
cheered
of
me on,
Israel is
man.
dusty.
She's the one that
A
cheered me
lot of
on,
people.
wasn't
A
it?
lot of people.
My cheerleader.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Now that's what I'm talking about elevating. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about elevating. Because you see, when you believe in something, and then your woman believe in something, believe in it too, and then she with you, that's elevation. You know what I'm saying? That's powerful. That's when you start. You know what I'm saying? That's when you changing the world. Y'all changing y'all world just by doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's powerful. What I was saying, all Israel dusty because all Israel haven't came out of captivity right now, and all Israel ain't ruling in their own land right now. So all Israel dusty. Don't be looking down on other Israelites, and don't be saying other Israelites dusty and all this when we all in the same situation. Because if we all not ruling, if we don't have our own king, we don't have our own rulership, we don't have our own land, and we not making the rules and the regulations, keeping and the laws and statutes ain't provided and stand upon, and the principle, and we not the principal people, we're all dusty, man. So you can't look down on something, brothers and sisters, because the Most High could use them to elevate the nation at the same time. So I get brothers, you know what I'm saying, be feeling themselves. I be feeling myself too at times, but you can't be feeling yourself to the point where you're looking down on another brother or sister. You know what I'm saying? Because he said from the least to the greatest. So maybe you might be what you feel like in a greater position than other brothers and sisters, but them other brothers and sisters that's in a lesser position, they might be together and be happy and it be righteous and it be good. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to have all of the, you know what I'm saying, extra stuff. You might have the extra stuff, and
I'll
that
let you
may
go
make
after
you
this
feel
shot.
great. That may make you feel great. That may make you feel wonderful. You know what I'm saying? You got the new cars and stuff like that.
I see
That
your
may
hand
make you
raised.
feel
I'll
greater
let you
than.
go after him.
All
Yeah,
right, go
well,
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just want to say to the young man that just finished speaking that, like the tangible
Wait a minute,
things.
hold on, Daoud.
Go ahead,
I
brother.
think
Go
there's
ahead.
something saying that. It was somebody had their hand raised in the comments. Sister Sha, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what I mean about our righteous people. We are so righteous. We are quick to cast so much judgment. I said nothing about what a dusty meant to me. If you were here early and heard me talking about dusty specifically, I was talking about unrighteous brothers and fringes that run around with their Bible in one hand and their phallus in another. That's what I meant by dusty. You went by this whole diatribe about what I need to be doing, and you're judging me. Stop doing that to us.
Sister, we're talking about everybody in the nation, not just you. You're not the only woman who's been through these things that you're speaking of.
I use
You
the
got to
term
remember,
dusty
we're
Nah, but
not the
she got
only
a
repeatedly.
ones.
she got a
I use
point.
the
She got a point though. She
I
got a
use
point.
the term dusty repeatedly, sis. He was talking to me.
No,
Okay,
I
so
was speaking about
when
the
I was
brother
talking
saying
about
that.
Eden,
I ain't even hear what you said about this. But yeah,
what
you
I
pretty much said what I was already thinking though. You pretty much said what I done seen through the spirit too.
what I was saying, Sha, when I was talking about Dusty, I was like that too. You know, I was one that had my Bible in my hand and doing what I wanted to do, what my flesh wanted to do. I was that way. That was me. I out here preaching, teaching the word, and sleeping with this woman over here, chilling with it. It was a lot going on.
Welcome back,
That's what
brother.
I said when I say that
Welcome
I
back.
was dusty. That was me. And then the one the Most High gave me had to help me with a lot of things because I was so used to always being that way. You just go out and go get it. Sleep with whoever you want to. You can talk about the word all you want to, and you can. That was the thing. They like, oh, I like me a praying man. And it happened that way. Then I found out they were just using me.
So,
So
so
I'm just giving, like I said, I'll give y'all my testimony all the time because I'm not ashamed. I tell y'all everything. Like, it's no
yeah,
problem. I've been through it, and I'm not saying I'm the only one, but maybe that'll spark something within other people to tell their testimony too. And see that if the Most High can change me as a preacher, as a teacher, as a pastor, as whatever it is they give me, as a man of the cloth, that messed up a whole bunch of times. He can change anybody.
Hallelujah.
I'm not up here for no
I can
likes and
say
no
this
views.
too,
Get on
like
here to tell y'all like the truth, man.
like
I
the
ain't playing with this.
like the sister. Look, like like the sister that was just talking about what she was talking about like political stuff and all that. Look, if you got with somebody that showed you interest and maybe he wasn't on his feet like how he's supposed to be or like how people think that he's supposed to be, you could bring that, you could love that man and you can elevate him, bring that to his attention, help him out. He might get on the trade like that. He might do the trade. It might elevate the whole family. You know what I'm saying? I would just be like, hey, sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You want what you want, you have a standard, but at the same time be humble because you never know like what somebody going through or
Jesus
whatnot.
Christ, brother,
And you
can you
could elevate
stop?
that
Brother,
man, like
stop. Brother,
that would
stop.
be
Hey,
like a
Dell.
solid helpmate.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Dell. I just
Like
want
what?
to piggyback off on your topic before you get ahead. All those things are tangible. You know, you said we not in our land. You know, we don't have a king. Da 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 da. Okay, yeah, we know those things are relevant and they're tangible things, but we do have a king. We do have this young lady do have humility because if she didn't, she wouldn't have gravitated towards the truth. Only the children of the Most High hearken their ear unto him when he comes calling. She in the truth. She might be in the beginning of the truth. So, you know, I'm saying all this not just to her, but to everyone on here. Once we humble ourselves and come into the truth, we know where we're
Yeah, I'm
coming
speaking in
from.
general.
We know that we were ratchet. We know that we was messed up until the Father found us, cleaned us up, worked on our mentality, and so on and so forth. So my point, not to belabor, we have to master ourselves before we see the tangibles of the fullness of the blessings that the Father wants, or that the Father have for us. And He never promised that this was going to be easy. Even Mashiach told his disciples that this was not going to be easy. Pick up my yoke. My burden is lighter than what you was already carrying. So we have to understand that this is a progressive walk. Where you start is not where you're going to finish. You know, because the Father is still working on you. Please be patient with me. The Father's not through with me yet. You know what I'm saying? So we do have a king.
I went
We do have a king.
I wasn't saying
Let me
I was
just
just
finish this.
speaking
I'm
in
gonna keep
general for
quiet.
others that's listening.
I'm gonna say this and you keep quiet. We do have a king. We do have land. That land is you. You're the land. You was made from the earth. You master you. Rule yourself. Rule over yourself. Do what's right. Do what's right according to the Most High. And that's why I quoted Psalms 37. He said, "Do good." What is good? Not the Webster Dictionary, but what the Father say is good, and He will grant you the desires of your heart.
Facts. Can I speak on something for a second?
Yeah, go ahead. We
Um,
still in
well,
Isaiah 3, and the
yeah,
last part we stopped at was 11. But go ahead.
yeah, facts. What? Well, you know what? Let me back off because I've been doing a lot of talking. If anybody else want to go,
No,
y'all
it's
can
been a
speak.
lot. Go ahead. Speak on it. Like everybody is freely to
It don't
speak. Don't
matter. It
don't
don't
stop.
matter about you being old.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, we
I was
go ahead.
I was going to say, sis, the only reason why I can't co-sign on what you were saying about going outside and getting the other nations is because I don't know if you know it or not, but that's written as something that we're not supposed to do as Israelites, and that would be considered breaking the commandments. So, if you slipped into something and you didn't know something, okay, that's one part of it. But then when you do it and you know that you're doing wrong, that's called wickedness. It's not even you. That means you're doing it, regardless of what anybody thinks and everything else like that. And I know you're trying to get, um, you know, um, it sounds like you're just trying to do better in life and stuff like that. But just consider this: in the book of Ecclesiasticus, it says that a wicked. Hold on one second. You go to Ecclesiasticus 26,
Sure.
in
Is
verse
that the
in
one we was
verse
in?
23. Yeah, in verse 23. This is for my sis because if you're going to choose that, I want you to know the road you're going down. Like, there's no reason to just, like I'm saying, just say, hey, I'm gonna go down this road. All right, it's a righteous brother or righteous sister is gonna let you know, hey, this is what's down this road. But go ahead, bro.
26 and Ecclesiastes 26, and you said 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that fears the Most High. I'm gonna just read
So,
on down. A dishonest woman contemns shame. But an honest woman will reverence her husband. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefaced will fear the Most High.
So there's a certain approach that you have to take when it comes to you becoming one with somebody in somebody else's life, because that person has the potential to mess up your life. And then also you have the potential of messing up that person's life. And then when you're in the situation, you could point at that other person and say, oh, you're wicked, but you don't understand that you're looking at a mirror. Sometimes the people that we get with, they don't act exactly like us. They are an external picture of what we are internally. So as wicked as somebody can be on the outside is just as much as wicked as the spouse can be on the other spouse can be on the inside. And if you operate in wickedness, that's going to be your reward that the Most High is letting us know to do. Listen, if you know who you are and you woke up and you in the truth and everything else like that, some of us was married first and then we found out who we are, almost like Abraham. Abraham was married already and, he already knew. Like now I'm saying, but for those that know before, while they're unmarried, I'm not going to say single, but I'm going to say while they're unmarried, if they know the truth and they know the commandments, they know the laws, they know the statutes, and they know all of that stuff, it is wrong to go after anybody, whether they're Israelite by blood or whether they're Gentile by blood. It's wrong to go after anybody that's not in the faith, keeping the law, statutes, and commandments like you. And I'm not saying that you can't do it because you a grown woman, you can do whatever you want. But at the same time, I'm trying to find a way to reason with you because I don't want to see you do something that by the word of the Most High would be foolish and it would bring further destruction in your situation. And there's no guarantee that that person is going to wake up or going to come to the truth or whatever. It even says that after you willfully sin, after coming into the knowledge, there is no sacrifice. So I can't let you just nosedive off of that cliff. I'm trying to stand in the way a little bit because this is a part of showing love. That's all I have to say.
Right on, brother. I appreciate you. I don't. A couple of things I want to backtrack just a little bit to. Is it Dallas? I'm not sure. Anyway, I think one of the problems we have in our BLK community is that we promote struggle love entirely too much. Like it should not be a thing.
Hey, what is hold on, what is struggle love?
What is struggle love?
Yeah.
You literally just told me I should get me a Dusty and build him up. Give
No,
me a
I'm
DIY
saying
fixer upper.
love,
Yeah, no, I
love.
misunderstood. My apologies.
What I was saying, love, is you gotta realize, like, you looking through spiritual eyes and you seeing spirituality and you saying that you're a godly woman. If you're a godly woman, if you're a woman in the faith, you're not looking at worldly things as the end all be all. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not encouraging you to do something you don't want to do. What I'm saying is it ain't struggle. Are you struggling?
No, you asked me to yield to that. That's what you said. I may have to. You said two things. You said I may have to get me a brother and share him, and I may have to get me a brother and fix him up because he may not be quite right. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. Does that sound right?
Okay, so what I'm saying is the scripture that y'all went over, the scripture that y'all went over in Isaiah 3, Isaiah 4 speaks on that. So sometimes you might not. Sometimes how the Most High humbled us. The Most High gonna humble the women too. You know what I'm saying? So you may have to. You know what I'm saying? If you want that love, I mean.
I don't want it. I will stay single, and single's not a sin.
Well, that's the time that we're living in now. They already doing that. Like they trying to just take hold of one man just because they don't want to struggle no more. Like that's it. That's not necessarily it's gonna be the way that it is, but that's what it is now. This is for those that don't really want it like that way.
So
We already
Not a
living in
sin.
it. It's
so
already
if you
turning women
if
to
you
one
get with a
man.
man and then you just build on them while you have nothing. That means when you're young, though. That's like when you're like kids. But like when you're in your older age, if you already done dated or got married and you don't want to do it no more, I think that's cool because ain't nothing out there but DL men and STDs. To be honest, that's all
Get him,
that's out there.
sis. Get him, sis.
It's the truth. And if you
They
try
don't like to
to
hear
if you
it.
try to say that it's not true, then you just are one of the straight
It's
ones.
not
So that's
everybody. Hold
good.
on, calm down, y'all sound very angry and
Man.
frustrated at the same time. I hear what you're saying. I do know that that's out there. It's the same thing out there for men as well. That it's women out there that's on the down low that don't want to be like we dealing with the same thing y'all dealing with.
Well, men,
We are
well,
dealing
women,
with the same thing.
well, you
Women
guys
are
are
doing
okay
the
with the
same.
women being like that. You guys want women to be.
Say
You
what?
want
No,
multiple
what do you mean you
women.
guys? Hold on, sis. Hold on. Wait a minute. What you mean you guys?
Well,
You
the
can't
guy
say
just the
everybody.
guy was just telling her you have to be in a poly relationship and da da da. And like I'm just thinking in my head, like who want to
Even with
share their
that,
relationship and be with multiple women with a man? Like who want to do that? Like
y'all
that's not
calm
the
down.
start. Like we're
Y'all
living in a
calm down.
time where you can't do that. Like you just can't. Like we're lucky that we this age didn't get flooded out. Like the last age got flooded out with all the DL men out here. Like it's crazy, and you're trying to deny it, and it's like it's happening.
Who's trying to
Like,
deny it? Who's trying to deny it?
and if no one's angry, they could be what they want to be. That's their sin. But the thing is that DL means that you're not going to tell the person because you're under the you know what.
He just got corrected. Hold on. Wait a minute. Die hidden. He just got corrected. Why you think he dropped down? So straight up, ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody talking about going no poly stuff. I can't stand that stuff is out here. Y'all think that everybody is the same, and that's the problem. As soon as y'all run into a man, y'all think that, oh, that's the same thing. And now it's about my feelings. I got to be mad now. I got to talk aggressive. Can't even calm your nerves to just have a decent conversation. Even if somebody says something that was out of line, whatever it is, like if a hit dog gonna holler, let's chill out, relax. Everybody ain't pushing that out there for people to do. And if you running into them, then y'all need to stay away from them. You wouldn't even have no conversation like that. We wasn't even on that. Every time we bring out Isaiah chapter 3, it's a problem. Here come Die Hidden with the confusion in the comments. Because she got a problem with me half the daggum time. But I don't care. You ain't stopped me and you never will. Never no type of respect. Nobody addressed the prompt. Everybody came here from the conversation. But nobody addressed the prompt. How we get to this conversation? From reading Jasher. Reading the book of Jasher. That some people don't even have. Where it talks about these very things that y'all talking about. We even went into Leviticus. We can go over it again right now. Leviticus. We could pause in Isaiah chapter 3, verse 11, and we could jump into Leviticus and see where it's talking about all the stuff that y'all talking about. I'll pull it out right now. This is where we was just at. Hold on. Find my Leviticus chapter. I don't have to tolerate that, man. If that's not what you want, then quit listening to them. If that's not what you want, quit listening to them. And quit assuming that all of us men is the same. Let's see, uncover. Where is it at? I got y'all finna bring y'all up. It seems like there's a lot of y'all want to come up now. Hold on. Be respectful in y'all language. We ain't playing them games today. Everybody, if y'all don't like it, y'all know y'all can push on, man. But we not gonna play them games. Not at all. Hey, y'all welcome to come up. Hold on. I got y'all. Hold on, one by one. Everybody keep their language to a minimum. None of that cussing. None of that saying K word, which is K-I-L-L. It's unallowed. You can't say the R-A-P-E word. You gotta say great.
Knowledge bone. What's up, son? What's the science?
What's the science? What's happening, Mike?
What's up,
Nah,
man,
nah,
man?
I'm chilling.
What's
Hey,
happening,
yo.
cousin?
Shalom, Sammy. Shalom, Terrell. Shalom, Sia. Shalom, Child. What's good? What's good? What's good? We here parked on Knowledge Bone
Shalom.
channel.
Y'all
You know
was gonna
what
say
I'm
about
saying?
Shemina Wishar.
We here to get the undisputed king of TikTok Knowledge Bone. Here to
Oh
drop
my
the
God, man,
science
stop
to
doing
y'all.
that. What's happening, Phil?
The illest nigga on that side of Nebraska. What's up, son?
Not
Stop
too
it.
much. Just got off work, trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, Terrell, man, I've been off work for 2 days, but I actually have 2 full days off, which doesn't happen often. I'm so excited.
Hey, that's one of my brothers, cousin. Yehoshua Ben Israel. That's one of my brothers in Cali.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's my best friend right there. Knowledge Bone.
that's what he Cali. But no, so this is in Leviticus chapter 20, and I'm gonna just let me see. I'm gonna read verse 17 to y'all. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness, and he shall bear his iniquity. And I mean, it just goes all the way down the line. If a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, why is it an echo? Somebody in their cop. And he hath discovered her fountain, and she hath uncovered her fountain of blood. Yeah, this is where you shouldn't lie with a woman that got it, on her menstrual. But this stuff be going on. And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor thy father's sister, for he uncovers his near skin. They shall bear their iniquity. If a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he hath uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall unalive childless. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness, and they shall be childless. You shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments and do them, that the land whither I bring you to, dwell therein, spew you not out. The problem is we want to do what we want to do. We don't want to go back to the laws and statutes and commands. Men want to lie with mankind. Woman want to lie with womankind. However you want to say that. Like we want to break the statutes of the laws and the commands of the Most High and then get mad and blame everybody else. I don't get that. We ain't blaming women. We ain't blaming them. Like we taking accountability of our own actions because we all done fell into it. We all done done some strange things that we shouldn't have been doing with people that we shouldn't have been screwing with. You done learn the ways of the heathens. You done learn the ways of the Gentiles, just like everybody else. Correct? So who you really mad at? I see a lot more prevalent that is women really mad at the men. The men mad at the women. And then when we say something about, well, you're being disingenuous.
I'm not mad at you, brother. You can nothing to me.
Nah,
Neither
for
is any
real.
brother on this panel.
Not y'all. I'm not saying that. That's just what
That's
we
what I'm
hear all the
saying, though.
time.
I understand there's a lot of angry women. The topic of relationships and so on and so forth triggers a lot of people. I
It's
didn't come in here
sketchy, ain't it?
triggered. I came in here just speaking some simple facts, and brothers decide they want to jump on me for that, and that's okay. Everybody's entitled to
I
their
saw
opinion.
it. I saw it. I mean, it's other brothers in here that wasn't jumping on you. We just, having conversation, just like you came here with your conversation.
Right.
That's why I was
It's
giving my
okay. It's
testimony.
okay.
It's like, shoot, I can tell you right now, shoot, you never know about a dusty. I'm not telling you be with a dusty at all. Get you somebody that's righteous, that the Most
You
High
would
sends you.
never support that for me. You would never support
Heck
that.
no. Get you somebody that's righteous. Get you somebody that's in the truth. and that's learning to do the right things, you know, like you learning. Because ain't nobody just on the path of righteousness all together, got it all together and known this way all along. We all learning. Such was some of you. Such was some of us. Have some grace that the Father gave you.
You probably just caught a few people off guard because your delivery was probably just aggressive, like you've been waiting to get that off your chest for a while. It wasn't nothing like that.
I said nothing aggressive. I was not aggressive at all. My delivery is delightful.
The you is delightful, which is the other people that like, man, she a little bit aggressive, a little harsh.
Holla, brother.
Somebody got the. I'm like, who is that? I'm like, hold on, don't do my cousin.
But I mean, we all talk aggressively. You know, we talk a certain way. I talk a certain way sometimes. It's like, oh, he too mean, he too harsh.
And that's crazy because I was just rolling, but then I got to listening to y'all conversation. I'm like, dang, what y'all got going on this? Let me get on there.
Yeah, man, it's all over, man. You know, it's called the conversation. We have conversations that we talking about the word and talk about the Bible, and next thing you know, we talking about somebody's life story.
No, y'all always making sense though. That's all I want. Y'all really was making sense. Like everybody getting, I was like,
yeah. But all of this started
hot, but it's okay. She came in kind of hot. She did.
All of this started from us going into the book of Joshua. It seemed like the adversary do not like us in the book of Joshua because it started exposing a lot of stuff, you know. And I mean, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all for the stuff to be exposed. Like the prompt says, our children are adapted to the customs of Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you see it? And we ain't talking about just homosexuality. We're talking about a lawless place. Lot's daughters, what they did. Huh?
I'm gonna tell you how backwards our society is right now, right?
All right, go ahead.
Right now, the illegal immigrant sits here to replace us, right?
You gotta come up to your mic. You echoing.
I said all of our politicians have been fighting tooth and nail for them and have given us nothing, right? But the only descendants of the transatlantic slave trade that seem to be fighting for them is the people of that rainbow community, right? Because the majority of us who are Christian, God-fearing people, we staying out of it, right? But all you see is a bunch of sodomites and a bunch of unclean people. Y'all need to get involved. Y'all need to do this. But it's like, wait a minute. Didn't the Epstein files drop, right?
You can't say that. Just say the Sting files. The Sting files.
Oh, them special files dropped. F1, chat, F1, I'm sorry. The special files dropped. And now all of their favorite celebrities is speaking out against it. But the one celebrity... Oh, I'll be right back.
All right. They paused you. Anybody else want to speak? Y'all welcome to. We can get back into the book of Isaiah. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Sammy, did you want to say something? Is it Shia Bay or I don't want to say CIA. I don't think that's what it is, but if it is, let me know.
It's Sia Bay.
Sia Bay, okay. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
I remember you from the other day.
You remember me? Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll answer the prompt because I didn't answer it. I think that we are living in we are customizing the times. We're doing a lot of crazy stuff. You know, we're wild out here. You know, I wasn't raised Christian or any of that. I was raised Muslim, so like you didn't get to do a lot of that stuff. But you know, when I did get out and try it, it was never super exciting. It was always very boring. But you know, yeah, you know, unless you getting some cash, you know, because you needed to survive, you know.
What was very boring? Could you elaborate what you were saying? You said it was very boring.
Like going to the club.
Oh.
it was like never really, it was never fun, like what's so fun. And sometimes it had a really bad odor, just smelled so bad. And I was just thinking like, who could be in here for hours smelling that, just like a lot of issues, it was wild in there. You get groped a lot. You can't control it. That's not fun. But, you want to experience these things, you want to be a part of them, and
I'm on the line.
you start doing them and you get addicted, even though they're not even fun. It's weird. You just want to be out just to be a part of what everybody's doing. So I could see that being so true. And and the reason why I was listening is because y'all was talking about education, and I was thinking like I dropped out of all that education stuff. I dropped out of high school, then I went to college for a little bit, and I dropped out of college, and I dropped out of both of them because the first I was thinking, I didn't want to be sitting in those classrooms, so I wanted control, like my time, So the college you can go few classes, you could go shorter. But then when those YT teachers started getting weird, I was like, I am not investing any money in this type of thing. So I gave up on that, and I think there's a lot of people out here who could be successful without their educational system. It's not doing anything but keeping your kids away from you for 7 hours a day. And now that they're bringing the whole ABC stuff into the schools, there's even more reasons to pull your kids out if you don't want your kids involved in that. And they're not even teaching the kids what they're supposed to be teaching the kids. Like most of these kids in the USA don't even have a 6th grade education. So your kid is going to be graduating from high school at a 6th grade education. So you literally got to think about that. Like, so do you want your kid to graduate with a 6th grade education, or do you want to keep your kid in control what your child is learning? You know what I mean?
I
Like,
care less about their educational system. Their educational system suck. You know what I'm saying? And you heard me say it right here. I care less about 6th grade education, 8th grade education. That stuff don't mean nothing. It don't help nobody when they get out into the world, like for real, for real. I think that's what Sister Shah was talking about when she said she was more talking about trades instead of like going to college and spending money for something that really you probably ain't gonna really indulge in and wasting that. You have a trade. Learn to trade. Trading is better than that nonsense because it lasts. It don't go away like that. But I mean, I heard what you said. I agree. Especially when it comes to the education system. Whew, I can't stand it. I even told my babies, like, walk across the stage for what? What that's gonna do?
yeah,
It ain't gonna do.
and the treatment that you'll get from the YT teachers is not worth it. Because I went to homeschool for a little bit, and then we had to go to school at some point because they was busting down on homeschoolers, and at this point in time, and so when I got to go to school, I started to understand why my mom didn't want me there. Like I was told to sleep in class, and who tells a student to sleep in class? You know what I mean? I was told I could go home. They were told, do you want to stay in class or do you want to go home today? And they were like, okay, go home. Like, who gives a child that decision in school? Like, and as an adult, I'm thinking like that was weird behavior from a teacher. And when I think about the teacher and how they looked, it was always a YT teacher. And then in college, it was the same thing, except you're paying for it.
Right.
Why would I do that? So I got to look at the teachers and make sure I don't pick a YT teacher. Every time I'm going to school, okay, let me make sure I don't get a YT teacher and look at their names as hard as I can and figure out which one. And then, go see if the teacher, go look at the teacher. That's not something I want to add to my life. I can learn anything I want to learn at home, on my own, stress-free, with no anxiety and nobody over my shoulder telling me I'm not supreme and that I'm below them.
To the brother who said, why is race being brought up? Why don't you come up and ask him? People want to air out their grievances, how they feel. You can't control how they feel and what's going on. Come up and ask him.
They fail to understand that the entire schooling system was set up to keep us docile and to train us to be slaves for their system. It's all based on Greco-Roman ideology, especially the colleges with the Beta Phi Kappa and Sigma Phi Delta. All of that's related to a Sodom and Gomorrah mentality. I mean, if
Right.
you want to join a fraternity or a sorority, what do? You have to pledge to join them. You know, you have to get into their raves. And, you know, we all know what that consists of. The truth about that is out now. So the sister was right. Home education is better than actually going to one of their universities.
I agree.
Well, it's you know, that's it's more so a person's choice, and you know, because homeschool have its unique advantages, just like those that matriculate through the regular school system. You know, that has its advantages. You know, when I'm a father, two sons. You know, I used to tell my sons all the time, you know, I send you to school so you can learn how to read, write, and do math. You know what I'm saying? But I'm here to teach you about who you are and your culture, you know, because, you know, this is where we live at. You know what I'm saying? And you got to know how the system works. You have to know how the system works against you and how you can use the system to work for you. You know, being who we are, even being in this truth. I mean, it is what it is. You know, and education, yeah, you know, once you start moving out of high school, you start going on the collegiate level, and you know you're looking to educate yourself to get a career, not just a job. It also puts you in a different echelon of people that you can network with. You know, some of the people that you run into, some of your classmates in college, they're going to become great things in life. And look, you was there when they started, so it's benefits. But you have to know how to matriculate through it, even walking in this truth. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you know, when you talk about trade, yeah, they don't have trade schools like they used to, and you know, the trades in high school and things like that, and even trade schools. And there's a reason why, you know, and the whole 9 yards. But if you're going to learn a trade at home, your father or mother better be a skilled tradesperson to teach you, so you can go out and work with your hands. And you know how many situations are like that? Those situations are unique. So you know, like it's those that decide to do it and are doing it, kudos. You know, but those that have to go through the school system for whatever reason, you can't downplay that. You know, you got to learn how to work and get the best out of it.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, we still got the trade programs out here.
They're canceling them in California. They already closed the Job Corps. So, and
Yeah,
there's
we
and
still
there was
got them
more,
jobs.
and they closed some more of the locations of other ones.
Mm.
I don't think they really want trade school because trade school, you could get that certificate and you could still get a really good amount of money and have a good life, depending on where you want to live. You know what area?
Mm-hmm. Because it goes with you anywhere.
Yeah, you can take it with you anywhere, and you just have to look and see, like, if you need a couple of more hours or something. Like, I have a cosmetology license, and I can transfer it anywhere, and it's the hardest in California to get it. So I might, if I go somewhere else, I might have to just go retake the test again or something, just to make sure that I'm good enough to take it over there. But if you come to California, you might have to do a little bit more because California is so like this and that. But you know, we're not even really like that, you know.
I'm hearing a lot of people moving away from California just because of the cost of living. It's like getting outrageously high.
Oh yeah, very, very, very high, extremely high. No excuse why, but it was because the tech industries came in, and then a lot of them left because they raised in the taxes, and Gavin Newsom with his weird self and doing all that weird stuff, and you know all that stuff he's doing. He's doing crazy things. And California is garbage. Like, I live in California. There is slums everywhere, encampments, They give out tints and pokers. They're just like absurd. They think they're helping, but it's getting worse. And he's trying to clean it up now because he wants to run for president. And it's like, bro, you waited too long. California is basically looking garbage. It's not clean. You can't, like, literally, I had a triple unaliving around where I live, and I've been living out here literally all my life. And that's never happened. So I was just thinking in my head, like, he's just like trashing California for his benefit. And like, but if you look up what he's doing, he's, you know, but basically, yeah, California is like, it's only thing it's worth is the weather. I promise you that. Like, if you want
So
nice
once the
weather,
weather changes, it's over with.
exactly. You know,
Once
you
y'all
get good,
start
like,
getting all that snow and getting the bad weather and stuff, like when the seasons change, that's when it's like, it's time to get up out of Cali. Oh, you should have got out of here a long time ago.
yeah, I think
Way
everyone,
before it
whoever
got
here
like
will
that.
not want to
Yeah.
leave because it's
I
not
prefer
even like,
California than any place, honestly. Yeah, I've been to Cali. It ain't my thing.
yeah, the weather. They're still slidey over here. They still go after your kids. They still act the same way. They're just more undercover with it.
Mm.
You know, because I came
They
out here
pretty
to
much.
California when I was 4. Well, no, I mean when I was 7 months. My parents came from Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. They brought us here to Los Angeles, and then my dad got unalived in Los Angeles.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so they still doing the same thing out here. So it's the same stuff they're doing. You know, there's nothing changed. You know, and they just talk less about it over here. And a lot. I'm gonna tell you like how it is. It's a lot of colorism out here. People are like some towns they're like stuck in old towns still. Like they're like, where are you from? They don't understand that there's people from all over the world. It's weird. It's like, you know, they didn't
Right.
travel or nothing. And they stay there. They never leave there, and they've been there since like forever. You know, since their families has been there, since they known their family's been there, probably since like the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, everyone.
It's like it's interesting, but I don't know. Maybe the demographics is changing. You know, I don't really go around to other areas because I explored so many areas already. I just stay in the area I'm at now because I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna stay here. You know, it's diverse. I can blend in more. You know, you got to figure out where you're gonna stay at. You know, because a lot of these little towns in this area are the little towns like back in the day. So you still gotta be careful. Like I'm not about to sit out here and have somebody driving around here and not being careful. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, everyone.
Hey, Shalom.
Yeah, been a while. I just respect to everyone in their rightful place. Much love from my family to yours. Your topic is our children are adapting to the customs of Sodom and Gomorrah. There's so much
Yes.
on that take. It is true. If we allow a system to engulf them and teach them, I believe and I think that we as righteous ones are to, you know, ensure that we don't slack off and guide the little ones or babies in the way that they should grow, so that they can have the godly fear, they can have the wisdom and the experience in going forward in their lives. But the thing I see right now is the manipulation of the system, try to indoctrinate, taking away Yahweh out of the picture, and that, you know, to me is all flaw and a plan and scheme of what the enemy of our soul wants. Because you see that the generation to come, he wants to just, you know, snatch everyone as he can. But I hear earlier, I mean, persons were speaking, some were speaking with passion. I don't see them speaking with anger, but passion. And passion normally comes out when either you are you upset about something, or something has hurt you, or you see a system that is manipulative. That's where passion comes out. And you can see where Jesus was very passionate when, there was money changers. He was very passionate
Mhm.
about this. And the reason why he was passionate, you cannot mix with Caesar and the things of God at the same time. You feel me? You cannot mix both at the same time. So you either stand for one thing, or you fall for everything. When it comes to our kids, we have to be passionate, intentional. What I mean by this, we have to check upon them, see where their mindset is. We have to see what they're learning out there. We see what the doctrine that they are learning out there, because the truth is, it is factual, and it's not hidden anymore, that Satan is just infiltrating everything that he can to kill, steal, and destroy. And we have to be cognizant of these things and the schemes and the devices when it concerning our children, and keep them, under our guard. We have to keep them and teach them, and not neglect what we need to do in terms of righteousness, because righteousness exalts a nation, and sin is a approach to any man. Thank you.
That was nice.
What's going on? What
Hey,
we talking
pass
about now?
knowledge.
Huh?
Hey, look, when we came out of Egypt that first time, was a struggle, love.
Was it what?
When we
Say it
came out
again.
of Egypt, was that struggle, love? When we came out of Egypt, was that struggle, love?
Define struggle love, because it might be different.
Hey,
Define
love to
struggle
me
love.
is love, man.
Are you saying struggle love?
Yeah, like like how this like the sister was talking about, she ain't want that, but how's that love on her end? Like that's why I'm like how women think that they supposed to be leaders when they talk about they don't want to build their nation up.
But who says that every girl doesn't want struggle love? Just because she doesn't want it doesn't mean every girl won't start and build with a man. And
We're waiting for
some
call.
girls,
Yeah,
some
but
girls are with men from the beginning, because I know people who are with people from the beginning, and I seen them. I watched them go through stuff. Like, I was there when they was going through stuff, and I had to like walk out because I was like, this is uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like the moment was not for me. You know what I mean? So, and they was two of the black people together. So, and
yeah, but
some people
we
just.
talking about we talking about nation building. You know what I'm saying? Personally, people may go through things, but we talking about nation building. We talking about building brothers and sisters up.
But some people, but
We talking about
maybe she can
being
build up
up
in
in
another way, because she doesn't want to be in a relationship at all at this point, because she's healing. Some people have reasons. She's saying right now, not at all, but she could be just healing. You heard she said she'd been through some stuff. Like, do you think it's even appropriate for her to even be with a man trying to deal with emotions that another man put on her? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like girls that want to heal,
not
or
the
dudes that want to heal, let them heal, because there's chicks out there that put it on dudes too. Like, I got 7 brothers, and I seen what girls can do to boys as well. So it's like, I'm not on the girl side or the boy side because I know girls are mean. I know girls lie. I know girls cheat. I know girls have 10 dudes on the rack and dudes don't know. So I can't sit here and be like, you know,
Yeah, but what I was I was just yeah, you know what I'm saying? And, I was reading earlier, I think it was like Isaiah 30, where it talk about it spoke about our wounds being uncurable and us not having no medicine and our lovers leaving us and stuff like that. But if we staying true to each other, we staying true to the Most High, we loving each other regardless of what the situation is, because we know ultimately know that the Most High will deliver us out of it. So He'll bless a situation that don't seem blessed at first. You know what I'm saying? Like the children of Israel, they didn't know that they was blessed when they was in captivity in Egypt, and then coming out of Egypt, they were struggling. You know what I'm saying? And they even got mad at the Most High for not providing, for not thinking that He could provide. So I'm just saying, like He say, look at the fowls of the air. You know, are you not more valuable than that? So when you don't treat a brother or sister as if they're valuable, as if they're not important, or as if, oh, I'm not about to build this person up, or I'm not about to love this person or give them that love,
oh,
where's the healing in that?
you mean like everybody, period. Like, period. Not just the guy. So she would have had to
Pretty
love,
much.
you're saying basically she would have had to love him like that anyway, so why not just be with him and love him like that anyways? Well, isn't that a different type of love in between, that's like a friendship love, but when you're with someone, it's like a more like a relationship love, because you wouldn't, love them the same, your woman the same as, you know,
Well,
you would like her more, a different love.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what struggle love. Abraham and Sarah.
That's
Abraham and
right.
Sarah, that was the struggle love. But they got blessed in the
Hey,
midst of
Abraham
that
and
struggle
Sarah,
love.
facts. Abraham and Sarah, look, they didn't come out having everything, but then the Most High, they was in love, and the Most High blessed them, and then they got everything. Like you can be down today and be up tomorrow. If the Most High bless it, the Most High bless it. Chance happen to all.
Moses and Zipporah.
Yahweh Shai, Mary and Martha. So
What?
Martha was getting mad because Mary, Yahweh Shai, Mary and Martha. You
Mm-hmm.
remember Martha got mad because she was busy serving, and Mary was at the feet at Yahweh Shai's feet, learning, building, and Yahweh Shai was building her up spiritually. Yahweh Shai was providing for them spiritually, and the Most High was blessing their situation.
Yeah, I do think we should build each other up and love each other like that. I think that's a good thing. I think if we did do that and we were doing that, I think we would have a more positive outcome in things, in situations. And, you can't stir everybody away from WIC, but I definitely think like if we were more kind and more to each other, it would be different, and then we were building each other up instead of breaking each other down, hiring each other instead of not hiring each other, because I experienced that, when I went to job interviews when I was trying to work for the 9 to 5s, and I got an African American person that was interviewing me, and I was like, oh my God, I'm lucky, I should be in. And I felt like she didn't want no more, she wanted to be the only one, and I was like, what is going on here, so we should definitely build each other
Yeah,
up
but
more,
at the same time, you know that you serving other,
Yeah, we are, but
but that's why we
we
got to
still
be
work.
delivered out of captivity.
Bring out Hebrews chapter 3, verse 13, if someone has their sword, Baba Kashah.
You said,
Yeah, but
look at
I
10.
don't, what did wasn't didn't he say you serve other gods and you will be in a strange land?
Yeah, we know Deuteronomy
Some of
28:64,
these
King.
Yeah, so some of these corporations are very wicked, and the people that's in them corporations are wicked as well. So I'm just saying, have compassion, have mercy, have grace, be humble. You know what I'm saying? And if you got somebody that love you and you love them, don't just be looking at a worldly view of certain situations, but love each other through it all, and hopefully you a remnant of grace, and you could come out and get salvation and deliverance. So don't just be looking down on somebody just because you feel like, oh, they ain't, because certain things happen for a reason.
What you say? Bring out Hebrew. I wanted to
Yeah,
finish up in
Hebrews
Isaiah
chapter
chapter 3.
Hebrews chapter 3 verse 13. Baba Kishah.
All right, we're gonna go back to Isaiah after this. Hebrews
Con.
chapter 3. Hebrews chapter 3. Where you want me to start at?
Verse 13. Just getting clear to the point, Malak.
What you want me to read? Verse 13 through 19.
Yeah, if you choose to, King,
But
that'll work
exhort
too.
one another daily,
And a
while it is
brother
called
talking
today,
about
unless any of you be hardened through the deceitfulness
wicked.
of sin. For we are made partakers of
Excuse me.
Yahushua. If we hold the beginning of our confidence steadfast unto the end, while it is said today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation. For some, when they had heard it, did provoke. Howbeit not that all that came out of Egypt by Moses, but with whom was he grieved 40 years? Was it not with them that had sinned, whose carcasses fell in the wilderness,
Con.
and to whom swear he that they should not enter into his rest, but to them that believe not? So we see that they could not enter in because of unbelief.
Con. This proves that all of the
Unbelief.
rebellious,
Facts.
contentious, and envious spirits that were back then are here now. You know, there's only the remnant, which is the 144,000 and the 1/3. That's what this walk is about now. Eventually, all of Israel is going to be saved, but those who don't get the full understanding of the precepts or the
Right.
breakdowns will actually apply these scriptures in their lives day to day as best they can. It's written in Judges 5:11, rehearse the righteous acts.
That's right.
You know, they're not going to get the understanding. They're not going to actually develop a level
And
of fear of
also,
Yahweh Yahushai.
right, right. And also another thing too, with these presidents and the
You can't say
organization
that.
taking away the
You can't say
people
that.
silver and
You
food,
gotta say
you
Pharaoh.
can't. I wouldn't sit here.
You gotta say
Okay,
Pharaoh. You
yeah,
don't say
Pharaoh.
president.
Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, Pharaoh. Okay, Pharaoh. Well, the people that get WIC and food stamps, the government I get it to take care of the people. So with people looking down on other people like that just because they get government assistance, that's crazy. That's crazy work to me because actually, in all actuality, they are here to really supposed to support the people, but now are ignorant of certain things. Now it's like they're supporting the government instead of the government supporting. And in scriptures that the treasury was set up for the people. You see that forces that come from the earth that the Most High gives to His people. Actually, was supposed to support the people.
Bring out Matthew
I'm
So
6:31 through
down on
33.
people
gonna read
because they
Isaiah
get
chapter
government
3, verse
assistance. It's
11.
crazy work.
Then finish up Isaiah real quick. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of your paths. So who's causing them to causing us to destroy our paths in the right way?
Yeah,
I know it
some
says
people
children.
don't want to
Children
be
are
with a
their
man
oppressors.
because of certain things.
Your signal be going in and out. Your signal be going in and out. It says, as for my
So
people,
some
children
men
are
go
their
out they
oppressors.
wits in for
Is he doing on
some
anybody
men
else's
go
end?
over and beyond. And,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
mine
going in and
too.
out.
But
Is
He's
he
going
doing
in
on
and out.
anybody else's end?
some
Yours is clear.
some I'm
He's going.
I would say that some men go out their wits in for their women and children, doing things necessarily they don't even have to do, just so they could uh give them what they want.
Yeah, we see that every
That's
day. That's
another
the
reason
same
why you
thing that
got
they're
so many
doing
men.
today. That ain't nothing new.
Come on now.
Dude, Samson was losing his
So that's what I'm
daggone
saying.
hand.
Love a man. Yeah,
That don't be love, that be lust.
I'm saying if you in the truth, if you in the faith, hey, if you in the truth and you in the love and you in love with the Most High, hey, stay in the faith and love people regardless of what they're going through in their situations. If you really got true love in your heart, love them regardless. Don't look down on nobody. Love them regardless. Because he said, what you done unto the least one of the little ones, you done unto me.
Yeah, you know what?
Children are their oppressors,
So don't
and
be
women
looking, don't
rule
be
over them.
all like
So
high minded
children are
just because you think you got this and you got that. Yeah.
children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of your paths. The ones who leading us, who have been leading us to err and destroy the paths that we supposed to be on. Because children are all oppressors now. They the ones that's in charge. And then the women is right along with them. Ouch. The Most High stands up to plead and stands to judge the people. The Most High will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof. For you have eaten up the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. Don't talk about people that's on WIC and all that other stuff and say the spoil of the people is in your houses. What we saying here? We supposed to glorify that spoil that they've given us, that they've given our women and our children, leading us to stay astray? Come on, man. Some of these folks don't even know what they saying. That stuff was designed so you don't have no man. So you don't have no husband. So your daughter grow up without a father. Your son grow up without a father.
Khan, you're talking about the what led up to the how they used the Jim Crow laws in the Willie Lynch letter.
Yeah, but then we turn around and saying, "Oh, well, don't." Nobody's judging them. We're telling them the right thing, man. That's not something that you need to be on. That's not something that need to be in your home. That's not something to be proud of.
La'ah. You go to Matthew 6:31 through 33, it clearly tells us not to worry about what we're to eat or what we're to drink or what we're to put on. Yahweh Shai knows we have need of these things. He also said in Isaiah 33:6 that wisdom shall be the stability of thy times. You know, these are some seriously trying times now. Our temptation is upon us. And we're going to be tested. We're going to be tried in this fire, which is this life, this time on earth right now. You know,
All right. Verse 14. The Most High will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof, for you have eaten the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. Them old folks. Like, he gonna let y'all know, like, y'all didn't help nothing. Y'all made it worse. The ancients of the people and the princes thereof, for you have eaten the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. Once again, what mean ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, says the Most High, the God of hosts? What does this mean? You beat them like this? You beat my people? You treat my people like this? Not nobody else, us. But the ones that want to be like you, they get the same thing you do, just not all the way. They just keep it a buck. So let's stop celebrating this thing. Who's that? Bring me up, fam. All right, you can't be talking over me. Because your signal be cutting in and out. I don't know if you know that. Your signal be like, when you be talking, it's like, like, I don't know what be going on.
I'm straight now, brother.
Oh, okay. That's what be going on. That's what's going on in these homes. That's what we bringing out. That's what the scripture's talking about.
Hey, and
This is how you know a lot of people don't know the word like that. They ain't studying the word like that. They're not being taught this. They was teaching this in the church. Don't you know how people walk away from the church?
listen, and don't scripture say that the elder should serve the younger?
Yeah. What?
No, you misinterpret that scripture. That's talking about Esau serving Jacob, King. That's what that's talking about.
Right. I'm in Isaiah chapter 3, sensitive.
I'm not misinterpreting.
Yeah, that's what that means. Jacob and Esau.
But when Jacob getting on food stamps and getting that WIC and getting that government assistance and Esau ruling, is that not Esau serving Jacob? Or foreshadowing of what's to come anyway?
And I to take the politic. What? What that's that? Politics, government money. Wait.
I have a question for you, King. Who are your elders? Who actually teaches you these precepts and provides you with the proper breakdowns?
Well, technically, it's through the Holy Spirit. Technically, we learn through the Holy Spirit, so it would have to be someone who has the Holy Spirit. But if it's not if it's not an Israelite leading, if it's not Israelites over the treasury, if it's not Israelites over the kingdom to give the people provision and looking after the people how they supposed to be, then what do you mean? Because if we have righteous rulership, right, these things would be null and void.
If you got your sword on you, King, can you bring out Acts 8:31, Baba Kushal?
Bring it out.
I don't have my sword with me. It's out in the car. The precepts are just coming to me.
Okay, so if it's in your mind, if it's in your mind and your heart, and you know what Acts talking about, and stay with Acts talking about.
My request is to the host, if he has his sword, if he could bring that precept out. What?
Oh, you said Acts what?
Acts 8:31, Baba Kushal.
And what does that mean? You keep on saying Baba Kushal.
Sorry.
That means please in Hebrew.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Salaki, Baba Kushal is please.
And he said, how can I accept some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he would not come up and sit with him. Bless you.
That means he has to be taught. That's how I got knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. I was taught by elders, apostles, and bishops.
So are your bishops and apostles providing for the people, providing for the nation?
If needed, yes, they will. But in this walk, we are not community activists. We're prophets. Our job is to sound the trumpet, to get our people aware of what's coming. Our dependence is not on the system. Although we have to be in the world, we are not of it. We know that Esau's system is coming to an end. That's clearly written in 2 Ezra 6:9. Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows. So no, we don't trust this system. We trust the coming of our king. That's why we're out there in the highways, byways, and hedges. warning our people and getting them prepared, whether people hear or forbear. And those who don't get the understanding of these precepts is because Yahweh Shai doesn't want them to get the understanding.
Okay, so you say that to say what? You say that to say something about the wick and the food stamps?
Right. That was an ideology they came up to make our people lazy, to make them docile.
Wait,
We
don't
don't
they?
we don't trust WIC or food stamps. Those things were set up to turn our women against us.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
give you
but
all of these handouts. We'll give you these handouts if you keep the man out of the house.
yeah, but that
Their primary objective was to target the man, get
yeah,
us out
yeah.
of the house so that there's no morals, there's no structure, and there's no order.
So what
Now,
I'm
if you look at the percentage numbers, how many of these women actually have a prosperous household with all of these benefits?
so what I was basically saying is, brother, it's a foreshadowing of what's to come. Because we know when we in the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of heaven be established, we know that we will have the heathen building up our people and plowing and doing the work for us. You know what I'm saying? Being in servitude for us. So it's actually a foreshadowing. Now I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about, you know what I'm saying, the deception behind it, but people in a right mind, they're not going based off of that. So like the women and the children and the fathers, they're not going based off of that, bro.
Would you say that they was
Like,
in their right mind?
yeah, if they're in their right mind, if they're in their right mind, then they would actually take advantage of that. Because like I was saying, like if the pharaohs took the gold and the silver from the people, and the people really can't in all actuality pay no debts, then the people would use the government what the government is supposed to be used for, which is fulfilling the obligations of the people, which is serving the people. So if they're serving the people, you may not have that mansion, you may not have, you know what I'm saying, the fancy cars and stuff like that, but you actually can though. But you have to go about it in a certain manner. Now I know the kingdom of heaven would be a little different because the kingdom of heaven would deliver us from our enemies and deliver us from oppression, right?
I don't follow.
So you saying the kingdom of heaven don't deliver us from our enemies, don't deliver us
No,
from
no, no, no,
oppression?
no, 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 no. Because you just said that. I don't follow what you said about the man and the woman and the children. That part.
Oh, I'm saying the men, women, and children, they might it speaking on what he was talking about. Some of them, the remnant, not gonna get tricked. Like you can't deceive the elect of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? God forbid. What I'm sitting here saying is they would actually use it for what it's supposed to be used for, the benefit of the family.
Who
Would
who
stick
will use
together.
it? Who will use it?
The people.
How is that gonna happen? What? How is that gonna happen? Did you say?
How's what gonna happen?
You said that they will use it for the benefit. Like, how are you gonna use it when it's used to where you can't have a man in the house? How's that gonna be a benefit?
Because and then they can
I,
get to the kids. Remember? Then there's no man to teach the kid the man things and how, you know.
but that's what I was saying. Like, how is that gonna be a benefit?
Well, they don't want men. Oh no.
No, I get what you're saying, Sia. I'm trying to get what Daleth is talking about.
It say be wise as a serpent, peaceful as a dove. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Man, what's up with you in this mystery stuff?
My question exactly, Malak. Men who truly fear Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai have a ruling class mentality. This system that's set up is set up for us to be dependent on it. We don't want this system anymore. We want it gone. We want to get beamed up into a war chariot, given our new bodies, and we want to watch this place burn. Abaratazar. We
Yeah,
don't care
I'm gonna
about
say
food
something now
stamps.
because
We don't care about WIC. We don't care about any of these so-called benefits
Yeah,
and
keep your
anonymity that
mouth.
the Edomites have provided for our people to keep us weak and spiritually unstable. We don't want that.
Yeah, we don't
okay,
want your
so
This is
I'm
why
cheese.
we're
We
telling
don't
our
want your
people,
dairy. We don't want none of that stuff that gives us bad gas and makes us bloated and makes us go straight to the you know what.
all
absolutely,
praise.
we don't want this
important.
system anymore.
Davis,
All
you be
praise.
talking in circles, man. Like, I'm gonna be real. You be talking in circles. That you come with the mystery stuff, and then you say, "Be wise as a serpent, harmless
Shit.
as a dove." I'm like, hold on, let
Hey,
me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. So you came and you said that if we use it to our benefit, there is no benefit to using WIC when it's designed for designed from heathens for us, so it will separate us from our father. It separates the woman from having a husband. It separates the children from having a father, from the foundation being in the homes. There's no way we can use that to our advantage. No way, no form of fashion.
hey,
Even when you read the scripture right here, it says, uh, let me read this. What was it?
what could
What
that?
mean ye that beat my people to pieces and grind their faces to the poor? Says the Most High, of hosts. Moreover, the Most High says, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore, the Most High will smite with the scab. And I'm just going to, we can stop right there. It's because it ain't no fathers in the home. They depending on a system. This is why our daughters are out there like that. There's no way for a mother that's dependent on a government to be her husband, to be the provider for her, for that to be an advantage to them, for that to be an
And
advantage to the family. That's a
and check this out.
disadvantage.
And there's a lot of moms that can't handle these kids when they get in the hormone stage and they boot them to the streets when they can
Straight
boot
up.
them to the fathers. But why do they boot them to the streets and not to the fathers?
I'm about
You
to
know
go.
what I
There
mean?
is
I'm about
no,
to go, but I'm just sitting here for the comment. It's
I'm
all
not
right.
trying to knock nobody, but I've seen that happening in 2026. I've seen a lot of mothers getting in new relationships, having new babies, and then their kids strolling around on the streets and they're and where you live. Oh, my mom did this and that to me because my mom's this and her new man is this and that. She don't want me there.
she
See,
ain't
Wow.
lying.
I wasn't speaking. I wasn't speaking on that type of time. So I think that what y'all, I
It's
think what
happening
y'all,
now though, 2026. I didn't say then, it's happening now.
yeah, but y'all not getting what I'm saying though, because in all actuality, it looked like I'm scamming.
I
You
think I
know,
get what you're saying, but I wasn't gonna say what you're saying. I was saying that you want the kids to be alone so the petties can get them, because that's the only reason why they want to put these kids alone so they can turn them into
exactly.
the
See,
transformers and all that
that's
stuff.
what I'm saying.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
We don't. Everybody's not perverted like that.
Yeah.
Everybody's not. Everybody's not.
What are
Most.
you saying then? Quit saying be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah. So everybody not on that. Everybody that's on wicked food stamps. They're not. They're not pedos. They're not doing all that. You know what I'm saying? They're not on that. All I was saying was, if you look at like the Constitution and things like that, the government is obligated to, because the pharaohs have sold the gold and the silver, the government is obligated to provide for the people their needs. So I was saying like, okay, well, if the is for a foreshadowing of what's to come too, because the elders shall serve the younger. So we know that the heathens ultimately are going to serve the Israelites. Now I'm saying be wise as a serpent and peaceful as a dove, meaning in certain ways to go about certain situations, because at the same time we know that, hey, these corporations, when you serving these corporations and stuff like that, you knowingly or unknowingly is like serving other gods. It's idolatry, because we know where they get that from. So I'm just sitting here saying, like, just not in all cases is specific, and it's a remnant and it's grace. according to the election. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't have no problem with, you know what I'm saying, families being together, a man working hard and a woman, you know what I'm saying, they're being together in their family. That's cool. Like, I get that, you know what I'm saying, some of these programs, some of these things are meant to tear the family apart, but everybody's not on that. Everybody's not on what y'all thinking it's on, or what y'all thinking that, like, I get what y'all saying, true enough, but everybody not on that. Everybody not on. Every woman that's on WIC and every woman that's on food stamps and every man that's on food stamps and every man that get government assistance, every woman and family that get government assistance, they're not pedophiles, they're not perverse, they're not homosexuals, that
Hey, you
their
can't
family
say them.
is not
Hold
divided.
on real quick. Hey, you can't say that pedo word. You can't say that homo word. You got to say
Okay, so
sodomite.
yeah, so everybody not on that, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is some people, uh, um, like how y'all talk about the wicked took away from the people. Well, how in these times people work around that. You know what I'm saying? People work around certain things and they're able to use their minds to work around certain things to where they're able to receive what's rightfully theirs, which is their rights. That's all I'm saying. All I was saying was just don't look down on certain people just because, or don't try to spew that, because in all actuality, yes, we in captivity, and the Most High is going to deliver us. That's why I said Isaiah 30. If you could bring out Isaiah 30, bro, and just read the whole chapter, it would just be breaking down everything that I'm talking about. So I don't want y'all to get misconstrued, and I'm not trying to lead no women astray to be like, oh, you don't need a man and you have a family with a man, and just because you want to receive certain benefits, forget about the man. No, it's just certain ways to go about doing things. That's all I'm saying, in order to really, you know, they be wise as a serpent, peaceful as a dove. What's wise as a serpent?
Well, we know that wisdom comes from the Most High. Um, the one that is wise, he has to get that wisdom from God.
Right.
We are in a
So
position that um, I'm not defending in any way, but these things actually, there are some unfortunate situations where whether the mom or the family is not able to suffice the family with food or whatever means, and this is with many is a blessing. And I understand what you're saying in the perspective of what the Bible is saying too, is not to depend on it, but depend on Yahweh to provide his provisions. Okay, I understand that. But there are some unfortunate situations where this, whether it's food stamps or WIC, is a blessing to many persons.
so
Okay.
that leads like into Ezekiel, and that leads into Hosea, right? Now they thought that what is the Most High Yahweh's provisions for the people? I'm asking you, what's the Most High Yahweh's provision for the people? Isn't it food? Isn't it shelter? Isn't it
Well,
resources?
basic necessities, yes, which is
Okay,
food and clothing
and
and stuff.
but food, shelter, and water is not a necessity. It's actually it well, yeah, it is, and it's actually what you need. So it is a necessity. It's what you need to have to survive. You can't survive without wood. You can't survive without shelter. You can't survive. You can't survive without food. You can't survive without water. Those are given those things are given from the source. These trees, the plants and the vegetables that grow, the fruit trees and the vegetables and the cattle and things like that. That is for our provision that's given from the Most High. The the gold, the silver, the resources that come from the earth, the things that come from the heavens is for our need to have in order to survive, in order to enjoy life, in order to experience life in the way that we're supposed to experience.
Okay. So I want to get back to this. Yeah, you're right. I can do all things through Yahushua HaMashiach that strengthens me. I just want to get back into Isaiah chapter 3, because it seems like every time we get into Isaiah, everything just kind of goes left all the time. There's always, confusion that comes in. So I'm going to break this down to y'all. There's the Lord will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof, for you have eaten up the vineyard, the spoil of the poor is in your houses. What mean ye, beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, says the Most High. Moreover, the Most High says, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore, the Most High will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Most High will discover their secret parts. What do y'all think that this means? The stuff that they had, we ain't got no man. What do? They go out there, get them tickling out of eyes, get them some nice little shoes, and do their own little thing. This is why stuff gonna get taken away. It's gonna get snatched away from you.
All those
You walking
liberties and
around proudly.
amenities
Come
that the
again?
Edomites gave, all of those liberties and
What they
amenities
do with it?
that the Edomites gave to them, that gave them a false sense of power, is gonna be taken away from them. All those benefits, the Edomites are going to take away from them. That's
They
basically
already
what
remember when they
Isaiah.
took them away not just too long ago. What happened? They like the lost their mind. Everybody's on here. Oh, he didn't took
God,
away the food stamps. He didn't took away sex, whatever it is, stuff away. The government assistance. They was mad. Why?
Okay,
Because the government is your husband.
and then look at the so-called black women that lost their government jobs.
Yeah, all that. The government is their husband. Finishing up. Their secret parts. In that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their cauls and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings, the nose, the jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses and the fine linen and the hoods and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink, and instead of girdle, a rent, and instead of well set hair baldness, and instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Your men shall fall by the sword, and your mighty in the war. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, being desolate, shall sit upon the ground.
Okay,
I got
so
you, right?
and that's talking about this. That's talking about the men that provide them things for them, even though they haunty and even though they like 304s. That's talking about like that's taking away they so-called pimps. That's taking away, you know what I'm saying, they so-called rulers. That's allowing them to live in that ignorance, to feel like they don't have to be submissive to a man, and they don't have to be following the Most High, and they don't have to just deal with their husbands. But it's taking away the other people. It's taking away the wicked men that provide those things for them. Yeah, right. The bad leadership is taking away the bad leadership that's leading them astray.
So,
Because
Hey,
I
shout
see,
out to you, came back up.
because I
Back like I never left.
because I see some men like what she was talking about. Like some men, they do certain things and they in certain prominent positions to where they can have all these women and treat them and do them any type of way. The Most High gonna take all that away. So you seeing like those that follow in the ways of confusion and Babylon and all that, that's just doing whatever. The Most High gonna take that away. That's what it's talking about.
Okay. Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay. Understood. So pretty much what I'm hearing and understanding is, where is your heart posture in terms of where is this God that you are serving? Is either serving the food stamps, the money, or the government, whatever it is, or you're gonna serve God?
Listen, listen.
Okay.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding.
Listen.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Right? So it's boiled down to idolatry. It boils down to who you're serving. It boils down to this is your God, then serve your God. And if it's not the true and living God, Yahweh, you're gonna pay a price for it.
Okay, so in Isaiah 3 it's talking about
Wait a
all of
minute,
that
was he
because
done? Dayleth. Let the man say that he landed his plane. Hold on.
And right? So this is what it boiled down to in terms of perspective of what Yahweh is saying here. And based on the scripture that was read, Isaiah 3, is because of idols and the woman that was read, they become very haughty, arrogant, and now they start to trust not in God anymore, but start to trust in material things, start to trust in other things but God. So because of that, sin now enters, and we know what's gonna happen if sin comes between you and God.
right,
Let me land your plane.
yeah, because you're saying it's not about love no more. It's about lust and about the materialistic things. That's why you say you're gonna take away the materialistic things to get back to the love, right?
Yeah, tough love.
Struggle love.
That's what you call it.
I mean, tough love. When you ain't got nothing, you ain't got no choice but to what? Be humble and love.
Yeah.
Wait.
What is love? What is love according to the scriptures? Malak, book, chapter, and verse.
Love
Patient.
according to love according to the scriptures is like what the brother was just talking about in Corinthians, where it talk about love, it talk about patience, it talk about being humble, it talks about loving one another,
No.
being
Do you know the book, chapter, and verse that specifically describe what love is? Do you know just by answering the question without even having to look in the scriptures to find it?
yeah, I thought I was explaining that already, but yeah, it's throughout the entire word. It's throughout all the scriptures. It's
First
it's
John, I think it's in
it's
First John.
it's
It's go to this is the book of 1 John 5:3.
Yeah, God is love.
so we know all the resources. We know all the substance really come from the Most High, right?
I was through. Why you look like you tired? You ain't wash it out? Mm. You ain't washed it out if it's there, son.
Khan, it's the book of 1 John 5:3. For this
I'm
is the
not teasing
love
you,
of
though.
God,
In your eye. You might have a
that we
parent, you
keep
know.
his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. Then it's 2 John 1:6. And this is love, that we walk after his commandments. This is the commandment that, as ye have heard from the beginning, ye should walk in it.
So what does the commandment speak about substance and speak about the resources that the people are supposed to have?
This means that you have to do what he says
Yeah,
clearly, and
I'm
that's
saying
what love is. Love is an act. It's not an emotion. It's an act.
yeah, love is an emotion, brother.
No, it's not. It's an
Just
act.
like anger is righteous anger is an emotion, bro. Righteous anger and love is an emotion, bro.
John 15 says, no greater love than one who will lay down his life for his brother.
That is an act. That's an act.
And that's emotion, bro.
No, that's an action. Me laying down my life for my
That's why
brother.
none of y'all went to 1 Corinthians chapter 13 when they asked about love.
So you telling me love not an emotion?
The greatest love, according to Christ speaking, what Christ said, the greatest love that a man can show is laying down his life for his brother, which is what he did.
Yeah, that's emotion. That's him being emotional.
He didn't do it out of emotion. He did it out of love.
That's emotion. Is love not emotion?
Bro, God don't care about what you saying. He caring about what you doing. When he had Abraham go up there to go sacrifice his son, Abraham
Okay.
could have been talking to him, saying whatever he wanted to say, but Abraham had to show actions behind what he was saying.
It was
you love me this so
emotion.
much? Will you
Wasn't that
sacrifice the
emotion?
very promise that I
It was
gave you
action.
of your seed? Or do you love me based off the situation and circumstances of what I promised you?
Maybe
There was
Swell
an
figured it out.
action.
And
You
isn't
require
that emotion?
if you got a girl at home and you're a wife, she don't care about you saying you love her all day. She wants you to
Actions
show
speak.
that.
Hey, Rashad.
But she does.
Actions speak
Man,
louder than words do.
Come on, man. You can't just
that's
sit up and tell that girl, I
emotion.
love you, baby.
That's not
No, she don't.
emotion, man. That is
That
action.
is
That is not
emotion.
emotion. No, it's
She
not.
wants you to show that
Man,
Bro,
love.
you ever heard what is that song by
look
H-Town?
for
Emotions
you
make you cry sometimes. What?
look in order for you even to
Emotions.
have that, bro. In order for you to even act, you would have to have emotion to act upon that. You would have to feel that. That's why he
I
say
got
he
you. If you
certain.
love me,
That's
keep
why.
my commandments.
That's why he say. That's why certain righteous men were righteous just because of the
Exactly.
emotions that they had towards certain things. Don't you? You got to have emotion to even be able to act upon a certain thing. That's why it's called emotion. It's motion.
Can you
It's
read John 15, host? Or you want me to read it?
I got you if you want me to. I can get
Yeah,
there. I
read it
was
for
going
us.
to something else real quick. John 15. Hey, how was school?
Good.
Everything went all right?
Yeah.
15 and what?
Read the whole thing because it's so much nuggets that do. It's gonna bless all
I
of
have
us.
to read the whole y'all better tap the screen. I got to read this whole thing. All right. I am the true vine, and my father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that bears not fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he purges it, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you. You can stop me at any given time. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine. No more can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abides in me, and I in him, the same brings forth much fruit. For without me, ye can do nothing. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered, and men gather them, and cast them into the fire, and they are burned. If you abide in me, and my words abide in you, you shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Action. Herein is my Father glorified, that you bear much fruit. So shall ye be my disciples. As the Father hath loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. If you keep my commandments, you shall abide in my love, even as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. These things have I spoken unto you, that my joy might remain in you, and that your joy might be full. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. And I know you kept on saying that.
That's it. Or that's where I need you to
Can't get
stop.
any. It can't get any plainer upon tables than that, Malak. It clearly shows that love is an act, not an
It's a
emotion.
word.
Yes.
We
Obedience.
That's a
brought out
commandment. Like that whole scripture is giving you the commandment, your marching paper, what's required of every individual that's in him.
absolutely. Love is an act, King. It's an act. It's not an emotion. That's a Greco-Roman ideology saying that love is an emotion. That's the Roman word eros.
Yeah.
That's not how that word is applied in the scriptures when it comes to love. Dawada Malak, good precepts.
Facts.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah. But y'all that don't know how we got to this, man, we've been everywhere today. We've been in Jasher, we was in Isaiah, Leviticus, and we just got John 15. I mean, we've been everywhere in the scriptures, but it was all pertaining to what's been going on. And what we was reading not too long ago in Isaiah chapter 3, how the Most High was shutting down all the things that they was using or that they were given, and it gave specifics. I'm going back to the chapter if y'all don't mind. It was Isaiah chapter 3, and I'm going to start at verse 18. In that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet and their calls and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings, the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel apparel, and the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses and the fine linen, the hoods and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink. And instead of girdle, a rent, instead of well, set hair baldness. And instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Your men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in war. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, being desolate, shall sit upon the ground.
Read
Now,
down
what
to
that mean to y'all?
read down to Isaiah 4:1. That solidifies the
Why the
point,
most
King.
high decree that?
Oh, because they ain't serving him. They been serving another
Exactly.
God. They been putting the creation over the creator.
Idols.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's in the book of Romans, chapter 1. He clears
And I,
day there.
all right, I'm gonna get to that Isaiah 4 because it's right below it. But I'll even say this: even with the whole bonnet situation, the earrings, the nose rings, the tinkling of the feet, we know the high heels, the
Con.
stuff that everybody like, the sundresses, all this stuff, right?
All
And
that
even
could
to the
be
brothers,
gone.
the hoods, the hood stuff going away. You ain't gonna be walking around here hooded up no more. You know what I'm saying? Like this is how they talking about people gonna be taken out of the street and they gonna be crying because of all of this stuff that we have been glorifying, that we've been serving. Oh, I like me a hood. Y'all know what I'm saying. Shoot, I almost said it. I like me a roughneck. You want you somebody, and he said, "Look, I'm gonna take all that away. They gonna be unalive in the streets. Don't y'all hear them crying out now? Somebody get unalive now. Everybody whining, and it's always somebody that look like a hoodneck. The sisters as well. Now you got all them out here. They thinking the bonnet thing is cool.
The very first act of feminism took place in the Garden of Eden, King. The very first act.
Huh? Yeah, go ahead. It should be on charge. Yeah, y'all go ahead. Y'all do it in the kitchen over there on that glass table.
A cooking project, a lot of those.
All right.
Do a post.
Go ahead, handle it up. Handle it up. Okay, that's cool. Y'all hear my babies in the background. But yeah, that I'm gonna read verse or chapter 4, verse 1. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. What is the nose ring in that passage of scripture? You say, what is the nose ring? It will be where it says in verse 20, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the I'm sorry. It's in 21. The rings and the nose jewels. It's in verse 21. And what would you want to say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
7 in chapter 4, verse 1, 7 meaning completeness. So 7 could be any number. Can be
But
any number.
wait a minute. Pastor Knowledge. The reason
Yes,
I
sir.
asked that question, and I'm not short on my words, because the only women scripturally, what you call biblically, that wore nose rings were married women. So we can't go way down to Isaiah 4:1 and not over or understand what they're talking about nose rings in the previous chapter of Isaiah chapter 3.
That was just one
Only
particular thing included in an assortment of things.
Look at the majority of our women today, brother. What do you see them wearing out there? What type
Pastor
of
Knowledge.
what type of
Hold on, platform. Respectfully, please.
what type of clothing do you see them wearing out there? What do you
They
see
were
them,
bonnet.
what do you see them wearing in their noses?
They lack knowledge. Pastor Knowledge, this is your platform, and I know these people are on here. Allow me and let me know when I can speak, because if they don't know, I'm going to give them chapter and verse.
Okay. And you can go to deep waters, like you always ask. You go to deep waters. Well, y'all all got quiet.
If you
No,
look if
because
you look at
I'm waiting on the brothers to respond to what the nose ring was symbolic. It was
Marriage.
symbolic.
We know that the nose ring symbolized marriage, but I said when the nose ring was mentioned, it was mentioned in an assortment of apparel. There's one thing that you isolated when it grouped together multiple items and things and customs. Well, you just isolated one particular thing.
right, he's speaking in terms of the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah, the modern day Egypt, modern day Assyria, which is America.
I
And
got
what is this country?
$2
What
for
has this
mixing up
country
something.
done to the majority of our women? What has it done to them?
So biblically, scripturally, the only women that wore nose rings were married women, and that's found in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 16. After a man consummated the
You're
marriage.
deflecting.
Can we not jump topics and stick to the scripture and
No,
the contents of what we was reading that in?
we're going
Absolutely.
back to Isaiah 4:1, but before we
Nah,
get there,
I just said there was mentioned one item in an assortment of things. Nose rings wasn't the only thing. You using that to pluck out one thing about the entirety of all the items that was mentioned. So it's not talking about marriage in that content. It's talking about customs and traditions.
the melanated people
Oh
and
Lord.
the listen, the
This
brother
one the intellectual Negroes.
no,
Hey,
but wait.
knowledge.
Pastor
Pastor
Knowledge
knowledge.
just said that
I'ma
his
holler at you.
children was right
Hold on.
there. So we got to
Peace,
keep it
brother.
respectful.
Shalom.
Oh, well.
Pastor Knowledge, you just said your children are there, so I'm trying to keep it respectful and cordial.
I'm gonna depart to Kohalim Lab and Awe Hawa by Shem Maziak Yal Shai Brakatham Tam
Oh
Yad.
my goodness.
Wa ba ba ba. Brother, we don't want to deal with any level of contention. We don't need that. We're not going to engage with that. Here, we're trying to sharpen each other's swords and build each other up and break bread with each other, not to strive with any of our brothers. Shalom.
Hey, Abiyah Lily.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
You know, I was coming up to just establish order. You know, we have to remember that and keep in mind that we're just seed planters. We're going to understand that, you know, there's people that have their understanding, but then there is the truth. And so when we're sharing the truth, you know, there's going to be people who are only focused on one certain aspect versus seeing the whole totality of what that subject or that scripture is meaning. And so, Naresh, I just want to encourage you to continue, because there are people who are listening who do not understand or do not know this as an original tradition that the Israelites kept. And I understood what the other brother was saying, but because there was some puffed upness, there was pride being sensed, he did not hear it. So I would just ask that you continue just to elaborate on what you were fully trying to explain regarding the piercings, if you don't mind.
Pastor Knowledge, do you mind?
I don't mind. The
So
conversation.
when we go to Ezekiel, I didn't even have my scriptures open, but let me grab one of my swords here. Hold on, let me grab it.
All right. And whose custom was it? Okay, I see what you said in there.
So when we look at the book of Ezekiel, um,
Did you say Ezekiel 16?
yes, I'm talking and turning at the same time. So when we look at Ezekiel chapter 16, and to put it in its context, the primary verse that I'm focusing on is verse 8 and 9. But if you want to read verse 1 through 12, that's fine.
No, we can start wherever you would like to start.
Okay, so book of Ezekiel chapter 16, pick it up at verse 6 and read down to verse 9, please.
All right. And when I passed by thee, and saw thee polluted in thine own blood, I said unto thee, when thou wast in thy blood, live. Yea, I said unto thee, when thou wast in thy blood, live. I have caused thee to multiply as the bud of the field, and thou hast increased and waxen great, and thou art come to excellent ornaments. Thy breasts are fashioned, and thine hair is grown, whereas thou wast naked and bare. And when I passed by thee and looked upon thee, behold, your time was the time of love, and I spread my skirt over thee and covered thy nakedness. Yes, I swear unto thee and entered into a covenant with thee, says the Most High, and thou becamest mine. Then washed I thee with water. Yes, I thoroughly washed away thy blood from thee, and I anointed thee with oil. That was verse 9.
Now, what this is referring to, with the young ears, is a consenting adult female woman grown with her father's consent, and the first time her husband consummates with her, trying to keep it clean, they pop the cherry. So, but with her father's permission. So when that happens, she washes herself, she cleans herself according to Numbers chapter 30 with her father's permission. This ain't no sneaky link or boyfriend, girlfriend, or prom night. No. The authority of a woman goes from her father unto her husband, according to Numbers chapter 30. So after the marriage is consummated in the bedroom with her father's permission, she cleans herself up. She anoints herself with oil, and she pierces her face or her nose, because the first thing most men look at in a woman is her face. And he like, wow, she beautiful. But in biblical days, if he seen that she had a nose piercing, he like, wait, oh, that sister married. Because marriage licenses or rings are not biblical. In the Ancient of Days, Israelites, children of Abraham, they pierced their nose, women, to show that, hey, I'm off limits. I belong to another man. That's
Okay.
the truth. Go ahead, whoever's speaking.
No, that's me. I was asking you, where's the rings in this scripture?
Because if you go to when it says
Jewels on the forehead and earrings in thine
yeah,
ears.
okay, now
Upon thy head.
jewels on the forehead, King James muddies up the water, but using that same passage of scripture, if you go to BibleHub.org and look at all of the various passages of scriptures, in one of the scriptures, it does use nose ring, and that's
No,
in the English.
I see it in my book. It's got like a number outside of it. It says Hebrew for nose.
Yes, and in the English Standard Version, it uses the word nose ring or piercing. So married women biblically did not wear a ring. Ring goes back to the word we know, naga, Naga, and we know that goes back to the serpent, which is a Egyptian custom. All Hebrew women, children of Abari, who were married, they pierced their nose to show all of the men. So, hey, first thing, a man, you can't have a conversation with a woman till you look her in her face. When you might see her from the backside or whatever, soon as this a coatee or woman turn around and you see a nose ring or a piercing, this is in biblical custom. The first thing, hey, she off limits. Pastor Knowledge, talk to me.
Oh no, I was writing. I was trying to write this in the comments.
Okay.
No, I see
So
it.
I was being
I see
quiet
what
and I
you're
was
saying
waiting.
because in my book it says the forehead, thy forehead, right there. It has a number outside of it. And it says Hebrew for nose, and then it refers me back to what is that? Isaiah 3:21, where we just stopped at.
Right. So what it is, and the other ox that jumped off, they wouldn't allow me to finish. So what was going on back then is what's going on now. So because the women in Isaiah chapter 3, when it says the changeable suits and the apparels, and they said their gates shall lament. That's talking about they don't have a man. They not a Bethula or a virgin, but they done went through all of this. They got a job, they got money, they got home.
I get what you're saying. They have everything that they're supposed to have with a husband, but because they don't have a husband, he has to take all this away. Because this, when you had all these things, this meant that you had a husband. You were wifed up. I get what you're saying.
But they became proud because of their jobs and their bank accounts and they this and that. And they say, you know what, girl, I could do bad by myself. I ain't got no man, but look at my 6-7 figure income. I got this and that, and me and my children, we doing good or bad all by ourselves. That's the prophecy of Isaiah chapter 3. But when you get to the close of that chapter, before the brothers jumped off, it says that her gates shall lament. Why is she lamenting when she got clothing, houses, money, children?
Everything got taken away from her.
Hallelujah.
On top of the man that she wanted.
Then that's when it goes into Isaiah chapter 4, and the ox wouldn't allow me to continue to explain. When you go to BibleHub.com and you put in Isaiah chapter 4:1 Bible Hub commentary, it'll tell you, and Pastor Knowledge, whether you choose to look it up now or your platform later, it'll tell you that the women became prideful and they esteemed themselves above men. But when their husbands left and they had children and money, but no husband, they became shameful. They became hurtful. They like, girl, I done got this little old paper. I got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 children from different men, but I ain't got no husband. That's the dispensation of time that we living in right now. But the brothers, before they jumped off, they wouldn't allow me to continue to explain. You can't go from way up in Isaiah 4:1 and not put everything and not put everything in context.
Right. I mean, you know me. I'm always patient. Yeah, and if somebody want to leave, they leave. I don't try to keep them. If they want to go, they can go. They their own men. But I found it interesting in what you were saying because I know you, Nurse, well. We didn't have conversations before. We didn't deep dive into scriptures on Unc's Live. So I know. But hey, if somebody don't want to hear you, a lot of times I see a lot of people are puffed up with knowledge where they don't want to learn anymore. They want to just be more teachers rather than hearers of the word from somebody else because we don't all know everything. I mean, you made me look at my Bible and I saw it right there. I'm like, dang, it's been sitting there the whole time. I'd had this Bible this whole time and I ain't never seen that right there. All praises to the Most High.
All praises, respect, family. Does anybody else that have anything to say? I'm gonna mute my mic.
Any of the sisters, y'all want to say anything? Say Ecclesiasticus, what did I say? Chapter 12, 13.
Well, no, because this is a subject that I've been studying. So I knew that the traditions back then were, when it comes to marriage, was that, yes, after the consummation, then yes, the sister, or, to solidify the marriage, that the woman would then pierce the nose, like the brother said. So this is something that I've been studying on. I knew this, but I know there was people that are listening in that may have not known this. And because of the Western culture, how they have completely dismantled our traditions, right? And then added the Egyptians' traditions. That's why we now have the wedding ring as a symbol of the marriage, not knowing that, again, that's part of the idolization of the Egyptians' customs.
Well, y'all made me want to get rid of my ring.
Well, no, here's the thing, brother, because, we are in the land. We have to abide by the laws of this land. And in order for us to be considered married in this land, you still have to wear the ring. Now, when it becomes, how that ring becomes the idol is when you worship the ring more than you do the Most High. And that's a big thing that I noticed, in, especially in our community, but in marriages, period, is where nowadays in the Western marriages is most people they idolize the marriage more than the Most High, the creator of the marriage. And so when we get to that point, when we cross over that line, it does become idolatry. But if you're wearing it to abide by the laws of this land, but still seek the Father, knowing that this ring means nothing, that the Father is king, so be it.
Well, I tell you all the time it don't, because I take this mug off in a heartbeat, but I'm still let you know I'm married.
Hey, Pastor Knowledge. I know you are being respectful to your Isha, but what the sister just said is true. Now, am I or her saying, hey, take it off, this and that? No. I can't speak for her because she don't know me and I don't know her. But on the surface, would I just tell you automatically snatch it off? No, because you are trying to show reverence and respect to your Isha, your Ikoti, or what they call wife, which in Hebrew means your woman. So I get that. But is it scriptural or biblical? No, but I can understand where you're coming from, trying to show reverence and respect to your family and wife. I get that.
All praise. Now, I appreciate you bringing it out because now I got some content to talk about. I ain't gonna lie, I've been seeing folks around here all these years, and I never knew. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other people didn't know. And for those that did know, shame on y'all for not talking about it. I'm just messing with y'all. Shame on y'all for not talking about it. But I mean, these are things that we got to bring to a head because there's so many people out here that are, piercing their nose and wearing all these so-called, things that were designed for you to be known as being married. And if you're not married and you walking around here strutting it and doing all this, and even though, hey, you out of order. That was for a marriage thing. I'm glad you brought it out. All praise to the Most High Yah, for real. Look at my eye. Nourish, well, we've been in Jasher. We stopped at Jasher chapter 22. That's how the whole topic came about, y'all. We've been on here since, I want to say 10 something this morning.
What? Wow. Okay, so I didn't know nothing about Jasher, but Jasher, Enoch, Jubilees, it don't matter. But I'm coming in on the back end of what you all were talking about. So I read all of the books. So
Mhm.
I didn't know the earlier conversation, but respect for you letting me know where the context come from.
Yeah, that's how it all started. Cause we was in Jasher and we was talking about how Abraham and Sarah and Lot and his daughters and his wife and everything took place, about the child coming to the world, about Hagar, and then of course we were talking about Sodom and Gomorrah and what was going on over there, which wasn't just Sodomite culture. It was everything going on over there under the sun. Um, and then we got into Ecclesiasticus. We jumped into Isaiah when a young lady came up here. And this is how we find ourselves at this particular junction. We even got into Leviticus too. Leviticus 18. And we're reading about, man should not lay down with mankind as with woman. It got so deep. We're talking about shouldn't lay with your daddy's wife or your daddy's wife's daughter. It's just whole bunch of stuff. Let's just be real when you go in Leviticus and say, man, this is stuff that
Okay,
we're going through today.
so Pastor Knowledge,
Uh,
do you all read Book of Jasher? You read all of the context?
yes, all the context. Like
Okay,
we we,
so
we, we
when
started
we
over
deal
though.
with the book of Genesis or Bereshit chapter 19, and it
Mhm.
mentions Sodom and Gomorrah,
Right.
do we know, family, who they are?
Who are Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yes.
According to Jasher,
Chapter
I think it's
10.
okay. I was about to go back to 18. Go back
Well,
to
well,
chapter
listen,
10.
chapter 18 and 19 goes into great detail as to what happened in Genesis or Bereshit 19. But to uncover who Sodom and Gomorrah was, you got to go to the book of Jasher, chapter 10, and read verses, and I'm coming off the top of my head, verses 1 through 4, then skip down and give me verse 23 through 25 to explain who Sodom and Gomorrah actually was. And that goes back with the book of Bereshit or Genesis chapter 10, verse 15 through 19. I'm off the top of my head, but the word of the creator Elohim is sown in my heart. Book of Genesis, Jasher, what did I say? Chapter 10.
Chapter 10. Yeah, I know verse 25, but I'm going to jump over to verse 1 just to give everything context. And
Okay.
Peleg, the son of Eber, had passed away in those days in the 48th year of the life of Abram, son of Terah. And all the days of Peleg were 239 years. And when the Most High had scattered the sons of men on the account of their sin at the tower, behold, they spread forth into many divisions, and all the sons of men were dispersed into the four corners of the earth. And all the families became each according to its language, its land, or its city. And the sons of men built many cities according to their families, in all the places where they went throughout the earth, where the Most High had scattered them. Verse 23, I'm going to just jump over. That was 1 through 4. Verse 23, the children of Pathros and Kalash intermarried together, and from them went forth the Pelishtim and Azatham and Gerarim and Githam and Ekronim, and in all five families, these also built themselves cities, and they called their cities after the names of their fathers unto this day. And the children of Canaan also built themselves cities, and they called their cities after their names, 11 cities and others without number. And 4 men from the family of Ham went to the land of the plain. These are the names of the 4 men: Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboiim.
Now, I'm trying to be ever so careful with the words that I'm speaking on this platform. Now, it says the 4 men from the family of who family?
Ham.
Ham. Who was Ham's father? Was it not Noah?
Noah. Mm-hmm.
So, Pastor Knowledge, on this platform, you and your followers, if Noah is Ham's father, why was Canaan cursed?
Mm.
I'm asking the platform, hold what you got to say, Pastor Knowledge. I'm asking the platform, and this not a trick question, because before I say what I'm about to say, I'm trying to test the waters to see respectfully the level of information and knowledge that we have.
It was up because of his nakedness. And he was drunk because of his nakedness. That's the reason.
Well, let's go with that. Who just said that? Sammy?
That was Sammy.
Yes, sir.
So, Sammy, what does it mean scripturally to uncover your father's nakedness?
That will be shame. That will be shame.
Chapter and verse, my brother.
Leviticus. Oh, my bad.
No. Listen, Sammy and Pastor Knowledge. So you say, Sammy, do you know, or can Pastor Knowledge give you scripture and verse?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Leviticus 18, if I'm not mistaken. If my mind, memory serves me correctly, as they say today. Let me make sure I'm not tripping. Yep, Leviticus 18, and let's start at verse 6. If somebody want to start there, I gotta. Hey LJ, I need you to watch this. I'm finna come up. I'm coming up on my other live, y'all. But I'm still here. I ain't gonna shut this down at all. We building. Abiyah Lily, you got me?
I do. So we're at Leviticus 18 and 6.
Yes.
It says, "None of you shall
Drive.
approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, which she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover thy nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. For they are her near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither thou shalt take neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness besides the other in her lifetime.
What you just read and quoted is 1 billion million% as to what I am saying. So what it means to uncover your father's nakedness means to deal with one of your father's ishas, a koti, or what we say in English as wife. It's not with that false Hollywood movie that they depicted That's not what it means. Um, Reuben uncovered his father's nakedness, and he felt the shame all the days of his life, and he was almost deleted. But his father, or Abba, Jacob, plowed or prayed for him. And that story is in the testament of Reuben. To uncover your father's nakedness means to sleep with not your mother, but one of your father's wives. Brother Sammy.
Yes, sir.
And I got
Did you
that
know that?
testament
Did you
too.
know
I
that?
got the testament of Reuben if y'all ever want to dive into it.
Oh, okay. So we can go to the testament of Reuben, but I'm asking Ak or Brother Sammy, did he know what the Okoti just read?
Yes, yes, I did.
You okay, so let me mute my mic and you further explain.
Explain what?
What it means to sleep with your father's wife, because when you first came on, I thought that you were coming from a different perspective.
No, no, no. I wasn't coming from a different perspective, sir. I was just saying it's a shame to do so, and not only a shame, but that would also eventually be a wickedness and a sin in the sight of God. And you alluded to Leviticus 18, which is correct, and I agree with it, sir. So I wasn't on a different standpoint.
All praises.
Go ahead. No, somebody just was speaking and they said all praises. So go ahead, whoever was just speaking.
That's me.
Hey, the hardest working man I know on social media. Go ahead.
I know it's gonna be an echo. No, I was saying like I have a pseudepigrapher that has the testaments of the 12 patriarchs of Jacob. And what you were saying is exactly what was described in there about uncovering his father's nakedness, what he did, how he grieved for so long. But I mean, his father, of course, prayed to the Most High that he wouldn't, shut him down. But that was even the one reason that he didn't get the blessing that Joseph did.
Absolutely. And Sodom and Gomorrah, when we read in the book of Jasher, are descendants of the Canaanites, which are descendants of the Nephilim. Nothing is new under the sun. The same thing they did in the Ancient of Days is the same thing they're doing now, because in the book of Genesis, or Bereshit chapter 6, around verse 4, it says that there were Nephilim, or giants, in those days and also after the flood. So what is after the flood? When we look at the book of Numbers, chapter 13, around verse 33, we still see giants, Nephilim, existing after the flood. And I'm telling you respectfully on this platform that the Nephilim are directly related to the children of Sodom and Gomorrah, Genesis 19, Jasher 18, Jasher 19, Jasher chapter 10, they still exist to this very day. And the same Nephilim that was fighting against the melanated children of Israel back then are the same people that's contending against the melanated people until this day. I mute my mic.
So I was gonna ask you that too. Wouldn't that be like, and I don't mean to single out celebrities. I know we talk about it a lot, but they look like some daggum giants to me. You know what I'm saying? Like the NBA players mainly. I mean, even some of the NFL, but actors and actresses as well. Like they stuff be shifting. I'm like, so wouldn't they be a part of the Nephilim today? You know, since you said there's nothing new under the sun.
Absolutely. And Pastor Knowledge, I know the conversation we had, and it's true. But you and I are going to talk personally before the Sabbath. 1,000,000% is true. But I want to talk to you personally before I share it with your platform. But yes.
That's no problem. You got my number? I thought I'd shot it to you.
You did. Absolutely. So when okay, go ahead, whoever was just speaking.
Yeah, this is Sammy. Respectfully, everyone. Okay, so that is clear. But could you explain too, when Abraham said to his servant, because of Isaac, for a wife, that he must go back to the land where he's coming from, to put his hand on his thigh? Could you elaborate on that for me?
Because, Sammy, what Jacob did, he listened to his mother and father. Esau originally, Genesis or Bereshit chapter 36, he did not. Sammy, who was Esau's first two wives? Sammy, respectfully, who was Esau's first two wives? He had a total of 3 wives. Who was his first 2 wives? Because the first 2 women that Esau took, Ak or my brother Sammy, it grieved his parents. Are you familiar with that passage of scripture?
Yes, I do.
Please quote it and read it and expound upon it.
I can't do that right now, sir.
Oh, okay. So what can you expound upon?
My sword at the house.
I heard the host, but I'm asking respectfully, Ak or my brother Sammy, what portion Ak or my brother Sammy?
I know my brother Sammy.
It's going in and out. It's going in and out. Having some interference with the network. Sorry.
Family, am I going in and out, or is it him?
I think it was me because I was the one that was talking, but I know why. It's because of the area that I was in.
I was asking Aki Sammy a question, and now I guess we back in good standing. So Sammy or Pastor Knowledge or this other channel, can we please complete the question? Sammy.
Yeah, I was asking you, Abraham asked his servant to put his hand under his thigh to go and get a wife for his son Isaac. That's the question I ask.
But the reason why Isaac and Rebekah asked Jacob to go get a wife from their own lineage, because their oldest son Esau broke code and went and married
Genesis 36. A Hittite.
Canaanite or Edomite women.
Or Edomite. Genesis 36.
Host, I know you're speaking, but I'm asking Ak or Brother Sammy,
Asking Ak or Brother Sammy. No, I was
Well,
telling him
not
if he
getting good
don't
reception.
have the scripture, just
Not
go to
getting good
Genesis.
reception.
Go to Genesis 36 and read verses 1, 1 and 2. Matter of fact, just read the 4 if you want to. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
I can hear you 1,000,000%, but I'm trying to allow Brother Sammy or Samuel to speak. I can hear you.
Respectfully, I'm not getting good reception, so I'm going to be in and out, and that wouldn't be fruitful right now.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, no problem.
Oh my goodness.
No problem.
Let me respond. I'm still, you know what, family? I'm not on scriptures, but on this platform trying to respond and gifts, and I'm still learning that. But historical, biblical, or scriptural knowledge, I lack nothing on this. I'm trying to give everybody their flowers, but I don't know, or I'm trying to learn the algorithm of this platform. So I built on this because of what Ak, which means brother, Sammy said. So when he says he can't answer right now, that took all of the air out of what I was saying. So I don't know what else to say.
What else to say? Because you was asking him about the wives, right? And why it grieved Isaac and his wife Rebecca because of what Esau had done and why they didn't want Jacob to fall into the same situation.
Absolutely. And listen, I heard my Ak or brother, Pastor Knowledge, say, hey, my family. So I got all of this and that. We all got lives, and I'm continually trying to be respectful, and I will continue to be respectful as a father and a grandfather. But what Sammy said, I was trying to engage him to see if he knew the truth. Then when I started engaging him, not as if he not my brother or my enemy, but I was just trying to see where he was at. But then when I started engaging Sammy, he backed off and he said, my reception not good. So that poked a little pin. You ever seen an inflated balloon or whatever? So you poke a little pin and they get a hole in it, so the air start going out. So if Sammy don't know, and he the one that made the original comment, is why I came onto this platform, even though I respect Pastor Knowledge. Now I relinquish and I back off because Sammy said he's not in a good space.
What comment did he say originally when you said you came on, Nourishwell?
Pertaining to what it means to uncover a man's wife, and you broke it down, and then I was trying to get, not as if he's our opposition, no way. I was trying to get him to engage on what it means to be another man's wife, and then Sammy said, well, hey, I'm in a bad spot, and I know because I'm there sometime myself, and he said he couldn't engage. So that's the reason I came on, even though, yes, Pastor Knowledge, you and I, we know one another, even though we've never met. But I was trying to get the brother to further explain what he said pertaining to what it means to uncover a father's nakedness. Then the sister or a Koti came on and she dived deep in the book of Leviticus, what it actually means. And I sent her, a comment and this and that, and she's spot on. But I was trying to engage Oxami or Samuel to continue or engage the conversation, but he said that he's not in a good place right now, meaning reception or whatever, and I can understand that. That's all I was saying, family.
That was pretty much
That's
the
all I
question.
was saying, family.
No, it's cool. That was pretty much the question from Noah. Not Noah. Yeah, Noah. Where they pretty much he saw his father naked, and you was asking pretty much, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You was asking him, what did it mean to uncover the father's nakedness?
Absolutely. No. So we on the same page. So I myself, well, I mean, shooting from the hip, all of my children are 30 years old and above. But let's put it on the surface. And one of my children come to my home and they got access to my home, which originally was their home, and they got a key, they got this and that. And not that it ain't never happened, and I pray or palau that it never happens, but say they come inside of my home because they got access, a key or a code or whatever, and I'm walking out of the shower, I'm in my bedroom, and they didn't call and alert me and let me know that, hey, daddy, I'm to the house, this and that. So I walk out the shower, and all of a sudden, one of my adult children, they walk in, they like, wow, daddy, you wait. So is that the sin that's mentioned in Bereshit 9? No, that's not the sin. To uncover your father's nakedness, which the Koti said earlier, is in the book of Leviticus, away Ikra, and it means to sleep with your father's wife or wives. That's what it means to uncover your father's nakedness, not in that Hollywood fictitious Hollywood.
So he did the same thing that Reuben did.
Reuben uncovered his father's nakedness, yes, meaning to sleep with his father's wife. That's why in the testament of the testament of Reuben and the book of Jashir really bring it to life, because Reuben was about to die in sickness and this and that, and Reuben was Jacob's what son, family? His oldest son. Reuben,
his firstborn son.
Reuben, absolutely. So,
because I'm in the car, so that's why.
Absolutely. So Reuben came to his daddy's house. Reuben, this is in First Chronicles, I think chapter 1 verse 5, and First Corinthians chapter 5 verse 1. So Reuben came as an adult man to his father's house, and his daddy wasn't home. So his daddy ain't home. His oldest child come into his house and see one of his father's wife uncovered in the bedroom. So people may say, what are you talking about? One of his father's wives. Go back and read Bereshit chapter 37 verse 2. The bedroom is the marriage chamber. So Reuben came and visited his father Jacob, And when he came to his daddy's house, he looking around, his daddy ain't here. So he started going through the house. Of course, your oldest son got access to the house. He looking, man, daddy ain't here. He finally opened up one room. Who he see in there? Now, according to the scriptures and the testament of Reuben, she was uncovered and drunken in her tent, fast asleep, passed out, done had a little oil. She don't know what's going on. She in her husband's house. So who come along? Reuben. Reuben scouting. He did, man, my daddy ain't here, but I'm here. Let me see who home. He start searching through the bedroom. We going to the testament of Reuben. He finally opened one door, past the knowledge. Who did he see in the bedroom? Well, he may be busy. Let me continue. So
one of his father's wives.
His father's wives was the oldest or the first woman that his father married. And we know that we had Rebecca and who?
Leah.
Leah. So he walked in and Rachel. Oh yeah, Rachel. So he walk in and he like, wait a minute, what is this? Birthday suit. And he allowed his flesh to overtake him. Then we know the rest of the story according to the biblical accounts. And if you say, well, wait a minute, I don't know what you're talking about. Go read 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 1. New Testament. He walked in, and it's the same thing that happened to King David or Daoud when he woke up and went to the top of his castle and looked out and seen who in the water bathing. I know, but I'm trying to engage everybody on this platform. Bathsheba, which was the wife of who? Uriah. So when Daoud or David woke up and went on the top of his castle and he looked over and he seen this woman shaped like a Coca-Cola bottle on the top of his rooftop, he sent his messengers, hey, whoever that is, go get her and bring her back. So when they brought her back, they say, hey, this Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, because King Daoud or David allowed his flesh to intervene, did that stop him? No. So a few months or days later, Bathsheba sent message to Daoud and say, hey, I'm pregnant. Daoud, he got frantic and he panicked and he said, wait, hey, Uriah, come on in. Hey, come on. And of course, it say Uriah loved King Daoud with all of his heart. So now, King Daoud done already did what he did with Bathsheba. Bathsheba done sent message to King David or Daoud and say, listen, I'm pregnant. And Daoud, in his panic, he sent message to his general Uriah and say, hey, come on in. So Uriah come and he like, listen, I know you've been working hard. You've been fighting in the war. You've been doing this and that. But hey, going on home because Bathsheba, she miss you. So Uriah thought that was Tova good. So he went to bed that night. He woke up the next day. Uriah, his general, still sleeping at his door. And King Daoud say, wait, Uriah, You ain't went home and dealt with Bathsheba? Uriah say, heck to the no. Not as long as my soldiers and men are out here fighting. So then what Daud did, family, he gave him another chance and he still didn't do it. Now out of panic, a man that was after the Most High's heart, in panic and sin, he said, you know what? The only way I can fix this, let me send Uriah on the front line. And you don't never seen a general on the front line. You send soldiers. King Daud say, no, send Uriah on the front line because we're going to prove that. Look, he set the man up for failure. Uriah went on the front line. Family, Samuel, Pastor Knowledge, or whoever else. Continue the story. If I'm making it up or am I telling the truth? Okay, I was looking for somebody to respond. So after King Daud sent Uriah on the front line, of course, he was deleted. Now Uriah is deleted. King Daud already knew that Bathsheba had a seed from another man, which was him. What happened to the first seed of this unlawful relationship? It was deleted. But the second seed is where Hamashiach, who they call Christ, King Shlomo, Solomon, and everybody else come from, even though originally this was a unlawful marriage or relationship. The point I'm trying to make, family, that even the scriptural or biblical patriarchs, in the inception of them coming into the truth, they committed sin or iniquity. Shall we or I continue in sin that grace may abound? It says Yah or Yahuwah forbid.
God forbid.
Yahuwah meaning no. I allowed that them other brothers come back because they so quick to cut one another off. They so quick to cut one another off. But respectfully, can we please?
Sorry, whenever I unmute, it's gonna be an echo.
Okay, let me.
You hear me,
Pastor
Nurse Will?
Knowledge,
Whenever I unmute, it's gonna be.
Let me
What I
mute.
was saying is everywhere. What? Yeah, you
Let
got.
me mute.
So whenever I unmute, it's gonna be an echo because I'm in the vehicle on the Bluetooth. That's why it be sounding like that, and I be just going silent because while you talking, I have to mute up. Otherwise, you'll hear yourself twice. And I learned that from being on this app. But I'm gonna be quiet. Hey.
I was trying to engage Aka brother Sammy or Samuel and the other two brothers. So when we quote scripture, we got to put everything in biblical or historical context. If we don't, not only are we going to misunderstand scripture, and I could go to over or understand, you got to put everything in its scriptural or biblical context, is all I'm saying. I'm not speaking to the host, but to everyone else. Put everything in its context, is all I'm saying, family.
Yeah, that's the problem that I see with a lot of folks, especially the ones that come in to the lives that have some knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. That others that think that they know everything, when somebody like yourself or we the people or just to name a few of y'all, Vote corners and anybody like that, they leave out of here because from what I see, it looks like intimidation, or it's just they don't know the word like that. So it offends them that they're not where you're at.
They are, yeah.
Which for me, I'm like, man, shoot.
We all learn together.
I like learning. If somebody knows something that I don't know, it's not contention. It's like, man,
I want to learn.
Right. Give them a chance to say what they got to say. They've been here longer than us. Some elders that have the truth, and then there's some that don't.
That's
But,
how we
we just have to be,
teach one.
yeah, like Baby just said, each one teach one.
And you know what you said, Pastor Knowledge and we the people, you all are two very intelligent, informative, and educational ox or brothers. And that's why I first started coming on your platforms, even though I haven't met Pastor Knowledge, We the People, or Unc is Live. I came on because Unc is Live. But all three of you men are highly intelligent. And I'm like, listen, these Oxer brothers are respectful, they highly intelligent, and outside of Unc is Live, which he and I are peers, not that always mean that we have more knowledge. I look at sometimes Pastor Knowledge and We the People, man, you all so respectful on your platform, and me as a elder, sometimes you all educating and teaching me. I'm like, wait a minute, he letting these people speak, and he this and that, and you'll come on later, and of course you'll do this and that. And I'm like, man, you all are exhibiting something that I have still yet to learn as a elder. So I'm giving your flowers to you, Pastor Knowledge, We the People, and Unc is Live, which is my peer, while I'm still alive. Respect to you three brothers. That's how I come on this platform. Much respect and love.
I appreciate it. I was telling We the People, I was like, brother, you sharp as a tack. You know what I'm saying? Then I got another brother, brother Chazak Torah. He's sharp too. Like we like these brothers is quick with the sword, and not that they want to cut nobody. It's everybody. They just want to sharpen, the people, sharpen their sword. So we all prepared. Like hey, if I don't help you sharpen your sword, how you gonna go to battle? Not necessarily against to fight anybody, but if somebody come up to you and they don't know the truth, you got your sword. You know what to say. You know what scriptures to take them to and be like, this is why I follow the word. Because most people, they get mad at us. I was about to call you Nourish Well, for us, telling our brothers and sisters, our peers, to follow the laws, the statutes, and commands. And you following Moses, you're not following Yeshua HaMashiach, you're not following Jesus, you're following Moses, you're putting him above Christ. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. We do this out of obedience. We acknowledge Yahushua HaMashiach. We acknowledge what our brother did. We acknowledge all of that. We acknowledge why he followed the Father's laws, statutes, and the commands, and why he even had to be that sacrifice. But we run into a lot of people that want to, cut us up, so we have to be ready with our sword all the time.
Absolutely. So that's the only reason sometimes on your platform, Pastor Knowledge, does it seem like I ask open-ended questions. I am trying to engage the platform, not you, because the scripture says, be careful not to build upon another man's, and we know what it says. So I am always respectful of the host and the platform that I am on and engaging. So I want Sammy and the other two brothers, if they're still listening, to come back on, because that was not my intent. If you got the truth, Sammy and the other two brothers that was on, why drop off? I didn't use any disrespectful words, profanity, or anything like that. If what you have is the truth, why fall off? Just be respectful and allow one another to speak. Only reason I'm saying that, Pastor Knowledge, because hopefully them three brothers is still listening and want to chime in.
Now they come in and they're very, very knowledgeable. I think everybody that comes here, they are very knowledgeable and have something to offer. But just what I see, Elder Nourishwell, even with Unc, when Unc come in and talk sometimes, I see some people will get off. They'll run off here like, oh no, this is causing contention or causing confusion, instead of just sharpening one another, allowing one another to finish their speech. Not necessarily that we're getting off topic. And what you said when we was in Isaiah chapter 3, verse 21, because you asked me about the nose ring. And I said in verse 21, and you was like, Ezekiel chapter 16. And we went over there. And I'm like, okay, he got something to say, because, you know what you're talking about. And if you don't, respectfully, we'll be like, oh, that don't mean that. But when I seen it, and I had read that so many times, I was like, man, I ain't even seen that where it said foreheads. Because why would they have a ring or something in their foreheads unless they just tripping and they like pain? But it was their nose. And even when we was reading it in Isaiah chapter 3, where it was talking about why he took all of this away, I was able to see it beforehand, but it was because all of that they was doing was only for them to be married, not necessarily to be out here flaunting. And he said, you took it and used it for your own, pleasure, your own lusts. Like you using your perfume for your own lust to draw somebody in. You using the nose rings, the piercings, the wearing of the high heels and the all this stuff, these sexy apparel that they have in to draw people in. And you ain't married. It's only supposed to be for your husband. But I'm gonna be quiet.
When you say that, and the scripture says to take away our reproach in Isaiah chapter 3, when you look at that passage of scripture, not Nourish Well or Elder, what I say, that passage of scripture that says take away our reproach, Google it and go to BibleHub.org commentary, and guess what it means? Husbandless. You can have 6, 7, 8 figures, $1 million, whatever you want, and that girl, wow, you got several businesses. You making a couple $100,000, not a year, but a month. Oh, girl, you successful. Who is your husband? I ain't got one. And that passage of scripture where it says, take away our reproach, the reproach, according to BibleHub.org, means husbandless. It don't mean that you don't have children. Isaiah 3 and Isaiah 4 was a prophecy that's happening in our modern day times. How many women, not saying that men are more sinful than women, but how many women are single and childless, not childless, but single and unmarried in our modern day society? A multitude of them. But are they highly educated? Yes. Do they have accolades and bank accounts? Yes. Do some of them respectfully have children from more than 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 5 men, several men? Yes. That's what Isaiah 3 and 4 is talking about. But the reproach was not to a single woman that was a virgin and never untouched by a man. The reproach was to successful broken women who have full bank accounts, children from 1, 2, 3, 5, or several different men, but they don't have a stable husband in their life. That's what Isaiah 3 and 4 is talking about. And many of you will say, well, Nourish Well or Elder, what are you talking about? The historical account of biblical marriage, or let's say modern day marriage, came from the Greco-Roman European, respectfully non-melanated people in the year 1100 AD by the Church of England. They invented modern day marriage licenses. Outside of the creation of modern day marriage licenses by the Church of the Greco-Roman non-melanated European, marriage always took place in the bedroom between a consenting adult female virgin and her father's permission. Pastor Knowledge, you in the platform, please, not you, Pastor Knowledge, but everybody else on the platform, please prove Nourish Well or Elder wrong. I'm respectfully and quietly waiting on a response.
I'm here. No, that's right on point. And I would say this to you.
And that wasn't.
I would say this to you, Elder. With the generation nowadays that we are dealing with, but that you're dealing with, because you're seeing our generation, you're older than us. I don't know how much older, so I'm not even gonna dwell on that. They be like wanting you to get straight to it. Like, tell us what you mean. If you would have said husbandless woman, and this is what the scriptures is saying, why he's taking all this away, and let me break it down to you that the reason he's taking all this away is because this was for women that were married. This was a custom for married people. The customs that he's taking away is because they are husbandless women. You feel what I'm saying? They be wanting you to just come out with it. Don't be playing, ring around the rosy, or playing riddle me this, riddle me that.
Absolutely, straight facts. So I was trying
to almost 40, so they probably be giving you a hard time, don't they?
Oh,
they're like,
my
hey,
goodness.
don't you just say what you mean? Like,
oh my goodness. Not you, Pastor Knowledge, but I was trying to engage the Arca brother Sammy and the other two Arca brothers that was first on the platform. So yeah. Hey, I'm quiet because I'm reading the conversation as I was recently commenting, so that's why I'm pausing, because I'm reading the comments as I'm talking to you. And you know what, family, to be honest with you, because I consider all of you all family, and they say, man, we don't even know you. Listen, you know what get heavy on your heart, family? In the book of 2 Timothy 2:15, it says, study to show thyself approved. Then when you go to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3 and 33, it says, eat the word. But when you eat the word, it say, go what? And speak to my people, the melanated people, and the creator, whom the world calls God, says, they will not listen to you, but because they will not listen to me, but nevertheless, go speak to them anyway. So when we first find out that we the children of Israel and that what they call the Bible is scriptural, historical, or what they call biblical knowledge and information of the melanated people, when we find that out, no matter whether it was 5, 10 years, 20, 30 years ago, we're zealous. We're excited. We're like, wait a minute, family, people, this is talking about us. And then when our own family say, you know what, that a Koti, which is sister or woman, or that ninja, girl, they done gone crazy. They better come back to Jesus. Hey, Pastor Knowledge, when they say, hey, they better come on back to Jesus, and we like, wait a minute. The letter J was invented in 1514 and all. Oh, girl, he done got so deep with the book, he gone. That's what hurt us. Because the very people
Crazy. We can't listen to him no more. That man has been caught up by a demon. How you gonna come from our Christianity and then start telling us what we've been believing all these years is a lie? Right. Now, what you believe is a lie.
And Pastor Knowledge, my brother, you know what? 1,000,000% true. And then they'll say, you know, I'm gonna keep it vague. They'll say, creep your dollar or TD Snakes. I say snakes and I say creep your dollar. They say, hey, they got airplanes, they got jets, Pastor Knowledge, we the people, Unc, Nourish Well, Elder, where they planes and where they this and that. And we like, look, what these people telling you is not true. What these people telling you is not true. We got the truth. And they'll say to us, Pastor Knowledge, we the people, Unc, where your airplanes? You ain't got no airplane. My pastor got a $65 million jet. Pastor Knowledge, we just look up over there and we like, okay, I buy out. Yeah, because I know you ain't had the truth anyway, because if you was the truth, why you broke? Then they won't look at the suffering servant of the scriptures. What about the suffering servant of the scriptures? No, go ahead, my brother.
With these scriptures we were just talking about. No, go ahead, my brother. They looking for all the glitz and the glamour and looking for, you ain't got no real money. You ain't got this. You ain't got that. How we know you telling us the truth? Look how he been blessed. Look, the enemy give gifts too. Don't think that that's coming from the Most High. As a matter of fact, it ain't coming from the Most High. It's coming from y'all. Exactly. Yeah, it's coming from y'all. Y'all so ignorant. Y'all don't see that how they got rich was leading you into the lies. Yeah, all your ties. And then the people in them organizations that, look how many people you led astray. We finna cut you a check. I done been to them meetings. I call them Unc. Nourish Well. I done been to the meetings before. I done seen what these pastors do and how they all gather together. And it's sickening because they'll come and cut them this big old check for telling people these lies. All these pastors come together and then next thing you know, they asking for the church to give, you know, what they can give. Everybody give $100 or $1,000. For what? You ain't helping nobody to the truth. But I call them Creflo Steal Your Dollars and TD Fakes. You call them TD Snakes and what'd you say, Cref? He said something. Cref something.
Creep your dollar.
I call them Creflo Steal Your Dollars.
Creep your dollar.
Creep your dollar.
Creep your dollar. Because that was not him and his wife original name. But when you go to the Luke of chapter 4, it says, all these things will I give unto you if you bow down and worship me. So what our family and your platform has to realize, that just because a so-called man or woman of who you perceive to be of the Most High has monetary and worldly riches, those who you consider are of the devil or the wicked, they can give monetary possessions and riches as well. Luke chapter 4 verse 1. If you bow down and worship me, all these things will I give unto you. So just because a man or a woman is sharing, preaching, or teaching false doctrine does not mean they can't be rich. And that's where our family and society goes wrong, because you looking at a jet, you looking at multi-million-dollar mansions and airplanes and bank account. It doesn't mean that they're speaking the truth. The Hamashiach, whom they call JC, was he ever rich? No. What about Apostle Paul and many of the other prophets? Were they ever what you call worldly or earthly rich? No. They were subjugated and persecuted under the system that they lived in, as the true prophets and teachers of modern day time are in, including you, Pastor Knowledge. So they look, hey, where your money? Where your airplane? Where your jet? And we like, where is that line up with scripture? It doesn't line up. But people follow money. And then you look at the origin of the word money. It goes back to Isaiah 65 verse 11. Strong's concordance number 1409 in the Hebrew, which is Gad. Gad, G-A-D, is also spelled G-A-W-D, and on the back of your dollar bill it says in God, G-O-D, or God, G-A-W-D, we trust in. Then let us not go and look at Enoch 69 verse 6. And on that part right there, Pastor Knowledge, come on in, or somebody else, because we can go as deep as you want. On this platform, Pastor Knowledge, we don't lack knowledge and information. The only reason I hold back is because of the moderators of these platforms. But we, or I, don't lack knowledge or information on any subject that you want to bring. None. I'm listening for the people to
I'm
respond.
here.
I'm listening for the people to respond.
All right. So earlier we was in Jasher. I mean, we've been in it all day, but I'm pretty sure you know the scripture where Abraham was calling out. He told Ishmael's first wife to give the message to his son without him actually saying that he was his father. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. And what did he tell? And what did he tell?
Get that nail out of this tent. Like he basically tells him, like, hey, this wife that you got, she ain't the one. Like,
Family.
first of all, she ain't even welcome me in. She don't even know who I am. She cussing these kids out, going off on them. Like, hey, deliver this message to my son when he get back. Well, he say, my son, deliver this message to Ishmael. Let him know. And in the next chapter, we're about to get to it, but Ishmael came to visit him, and he stayed there for a while, him and his kids. They didn't even bring the wife. Hey, we're going to have to go back over that, man. We got to talk about that, because that is for sure us. Like my wife was saying, like, that
you know
is
what?
for real us. That's how we talk.
And you know what? Pastor Knowledge, Kazan just said, hey, we just went over this, but I wasn't on here. So I know you trying to not only bring me full circle, but the rest of the platform who may have not been on here earlier. Straight facts what you're speaking. Continue, respectfully.
Shazak Torah. But yeah, Man, we was over there talking about that. I said, man, that is completely us. Like how we miss it. He didn't even check the woman. He checked her in front of her face so cold. She didn't even catch the whole parable. Like of the message that he left his son. It is how far, and she wasn't even paying attention to that thing. He talking about me, the nail in this tent. Like what nail? In what tent? She probably think a literal nail, or like we would, some people think literal nail. Talking about, no, I'm talking about this woman right here, this wife that you got. She ain't it. You know what I'm saying? You done chose the wrong one, son. Back into it. Once I get back to the crib, we picking up some stuff for dinner tonight.
Yeah, and respectfully, what the ox said, I haven't been on here several hours, so I didn't know. But you're trying to bring us who came on later full circle. So yeah, hey, put that nail out your tent. So after she was disrespecting her her husband in front of the father-in-law, she didn't even know that was her father-in-law, and he said, listen, when your husband get home, tell him I say put that nail out the tent. So she thought she done did something good after disrespecting not only her husband but the children in front of her father-in-law. Soon as her husband came home, hey, this old man came by, and you know what he said? Put the nail out the tent. And boy, that's what he did, didn't he, family?
Right. Put the nail out, but he said come visit him, come meet him. He had to go meet him. I think, hey, what was he at? In Philistine? Well, he was somewhere where he met him at, but still it was so cold. I'm cracking up because the fathers didn't play about their sons and who they married back then. And we don't do that today. Like, say, you got the wrong one. This ain't the one. You know what I'm saying? We don't call them out. But remember, this son was gone with his mama, so his daddy couldn't have chose a wife for him. But his daddy's still in his life, though. That's what I did see. The consistency was, even though he wasn't around like that, he checked on his son still. He had to make sure his grandkids were straight. Even though he wasn't the one, you know, the chosen one, but still, this is my seed right here. And the fathers don't get the credit that they deserve. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't know to still do those things. You know, check on your children, make sure they straight. And not just, oh, let me get them for the weekend. You know, let me just see them every month or so, every blue moon. Man, stay in touch with them as much as you can. Stay in tune with them. Even when they go away, stay in tune with them. You can still drop some knowledge off in them. You still, you know, help them out. Abraham is a good example of that. And what I see is that's a reminder to all of us as far as fatherhood. From the sons to the daughters to just your children in general. You are a big part of their life. We are a big part of their lives. And it makes sense as to why they cut us out the picture. They want to put the man out the picture. And they don't want our families to be blessed by the Most High. They want us to be blessed by them and act like they the Most High.
So what the Okoti said, no, he didn't like what he seen when he went to visit his oldest son, Ishmael, because she didn't know that the old man that she was talking to was actually her father-in-law. So as her father-in-law approached on a donkey or horse or whatever it was, he was listening outside of the tent, which is her home. She beating the children, she talking to them reckless and this and that. Oh, your dad ain't this, your daddy ain't that. So her father-in-law come knock on the tent. Hey, I'm looking for Ishmael. He ain't here. Ain't no telling what he. And we know how these modern day women talk reckless against her husband. But what if a Cotis which is Hebrew for woman. And then they say, no, I ain't no Akoti, I'm a Isha. Look at the origin of the word Akoti and Isha is Hebrew Strong's Concordance number 802, which means my woman. Whether you say my woman or my wife, you still belong to me. So her father-in-law is at the tent. He been standing outside of the tent or the home, listening to her browbeat, and not only verbally beat, but physically beat his grandchildren. So then he knock on the tent and he say, hey, where's my son Ishmael? Who? Ain't no telling where that ninja at. He probably this and that. Well, hey, when Ishmael get back, tell him I said, put that nail out the tent. So she's so brazen, she's so ignorant, she's so whatever brash or whatever you want to call it. Soon as her husband come back home, child, hey, I've been dealing with these children all day. They getting on my nerve, but some old AZZ man came by and he say, put the nail out your tent. And Ishmael say, what? Yeah, some old crazy man came up on a horse or a donkey. He say, put the nail out the tent. Man, we read a couple chapters over. When his daddy come back, did he have the same nail family? No. He didn't have the same nail. He put that nail out.
But you knew,
He put that nail out.
yeah, he did. He put that in. But the part that I love so much is he knew that woman was gonna poison them kids. He knew that woman was gonna taint his house, was gonna mess the whole foundation up. He knew, and that's why he delivered that message like that.
Absolutely. So how can Heavenly Father, I'm trying to control my tongue. Not that I speak profanity or this and that, because I'm not accustomed to that. I'm a father, a grandfather, husband and grandfather. But what I'm saying is I'm always apprehensive because whenever I join a platform, I don't know what they know or don't know. So when she was speaking against the man that's considered her husband, how can she browbeat her husband in front of her children if we read the biblical account? Her husband was gone. Her father-in-law that she did not know was visiting. And as her father-in-law was standing outside of the tent, she was telling Ishmael's children, girl, son, your daddy ain't Ish. He ain't this. Yeah, wow. Abraham outside of the tent and home, he done recorded everything she said. So finally, he let her know, hey, I'm outside. And she opened up the tent door and she say, hey, she see an old man. She don't know who he is. Hey, Ishmael, sir, I'm dealing with these children. Ain't no telling where that ninja at. Cause don't let me get into the tents of Ishmael and this and that on this platform, because Ishmael and all of the original children of Abari were melanated. And I'll leave that where it's at on this platform. So her father-in-law come, which she didn't know was her father-in-law, and he knocking on the tent door and he heard her disrespecting his son in front of her children, which is her grandchildren, unawares. And this old man came and knocked and he say, can I have some water? He like, listen, she like, listen, I'm dealing with these grandchildren and I'm dealing with these children. Ain't no telling where my husband Ishmael at right now, blah, blah, blah. And Abraham say, listen, when your husband come home, my son Isaac, tell him that an old man came by and he say, put the tent out of the door. So she's so arrogant, ignorant, and disrespectful. Soon as her husband come back home, she browbeating him as she always does, and he come home and she say, listen, this old man came by with his ignorant AZZ, and he say, put the tent out, put the nail out of the tent. And Ishmael say, oh, he said that? Yeah, he said that. He don't know what kind of, not children, but children I'm dealing with. He don't know what pressure, but whatever nail mean, he say, put it out the tent. But the next time his daddy came, Pastor Knowledge, did he have the same nail in the tent? No. He changed that nail.
No,
But when
he changed that when his daddy told him, like, I can't do nothing with that.
listen, girl, you got to go.
I'm back at the crib.
Okay. So let me know, family. Take over on your platform whenever you want to. So listen, she told her husband, which is her father's son, hey, he said, put the nail out the tent. And even though he wasn't in his life, his whole life, he knew what that meant. And in the back of his mind, he said, girl, you must have said something disrespectful to my daddy. He didn't say that because that's not in the biblical account, but we can only surmise what we see on the outside of account. So all of a sudden, he put her away. Then the next time his daddy come, he said, hey man, keep that nail in your tent, which is your wife. Pastor Knowledge, come on with it. So he was speaking in code, as did the Hamashiach, whom we call the Messiah. Isn't that how we, as melanated people classified as black, speak to this day? They think we speaking in Ebonics. They think we speaking this and that. No, we know 1 zillion% what we saying. Why he said it this way? We know what we saying.
We know what we saying.
Exactly.
Oh Lord, I'm here for it.
Can you hear me?
We know what we saying. Go ahead, Pastor Knowledge. You back on. I can't take over your platform, young lion.
No, you good. You good. Hey, you own it. Listen. You keep on going. It's called the conversation for a reason.
Yeah. So they call it in modern day times. They say, "Oh, you speaking Ebonics." Heck, we not. We know 1,000,000% what we saying. We've been educated in the same society and scholastic system that you all are in. So if we say a word a different way, oh child, he don't even know what we saying. Yes, the heck we do. Ebonics does not mean ignorant. We choose to speak what you call correctly in the oppressor's language. So we will use adverbs and admonims and side language to convey what we're saying on purpose. We're not ignorant of your speech. We know how you talk. We know what this and that. And me, from a Southern and island background, they say, hey, nourish well, elder, he this and that. Man, shoot. I can speak your language. But sound like nourish well, elder, he always speaking Ebonics on purpose. Come on, Pastor Knowledge. On purpose.
All right. Hold on.
Okay. So yeah. Oh, so it was he speaking in code. Queen, yes, Absolutely. We always speak in code. Yes, melanated people who are classified as black always speak in code. We were raised in the society of the oppressors. But then if we begin to speak in the language and tongue of our oppressors, the first thing they say, we a sellout. How am I a sellout? So, and I don't want to quote names over your platform, but there are many people who are successful and what they call intelligent in modern day society, but they speak the tongue of our oppressors because they got eloquent speech and they got this and that, and hey, look at how such and such talk or this and that, but this brother here, he's speaking slang or patois or whatever you want to say, ebonics or this and that. I don't think this brother is educated as these. Oh yeah, put us in the paint.
Look, hey, the coldest part of this story, I got Jasher right here too, but the coldest part of the story was the man was sitting there the whole time and she didn't even know. He was sitting on the outside listening in, how she going off. And that reminds me of, we talking about Abraham and Ishmael's wife, but that reminds me of a lot of what we go through today. That reminds me even of my own situation. Where they
Pastor Knowledge, I know you such a loving and respectful brother. I hear your goatee in the background. Don't get yourself in trouble. Let
this ain't no trouble on her. No, this ain't nothing. This was my first marriage.
Ain't none of me now. I'm right here.
No,
it ain't none of me.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had to let that one go because it poisoned the kids' minds. I mean, look, my babies told me that everything that their biological was saying about me. You know what I'm saying? It was like, oh, she got everything to say about you, Daddy. It's always something bad.
I'll say it like this, Nourishville. He got that nail out. He got
I got that nail out the tent.
He had to get that nail out.
Not only that, Nourishville, like the schools knew this stuff because she was posting it on social media.
Yeah,
but I couldn't see nothing because I was blocked. But I was talked about like a dog. And hold on, y'all. I was talked about like a dog and didn't even know it. But folks started educating me like, hey, you know that even though you with her and you chasing up behind her trying to be with her, this woman dogging you left and right. She dogging you, got your kids out here just looking, or your children out here looking a mess. Like when I read this story, when I read it first, I'm like, dang, this is crazy because so many of us actually go through this but don't know what's going on because what's happening? We outside, we at work, or we somewhere taking care of business like we supposed to or should be doing while somebody else is poisoning our children's minds. So when I read this story, I was like, man, this is me. You know what I'm saying? Not Ishmael exactly, but the situation. Go ahead,
Absolutely. Respect, family. Continue. Absolutely. Much respect and love.
When I say, man, my testimony is so deep, and I'll be wanting other brothers, come up and give their testimony because our testimony is like it's deep. You know what I'm saying? And it helps other people. It helps so many people in so many ways when we give our testimonies, and that's why I'm not ashamed, Nourishwell, to give my testimony and say what I've been through, because I've been through what these scriptures talk about.
Oh yeah.
Not from this chapter alone. I've been through a lot what's in there, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't realize that I was going through these things. And the reason I was going through is because I was outside the will of my Father. I wasn't keeping his laws, his statutes, and his commands. I was too busy going after what my flesh wanted and not going after what the Most High had intended me for, not even having a relationship with the Most High.
Hallelujah. And you know what? When I hear your testimony, is tears of joy. Tears of joy. Because I hear the Isha or the Akoti in the background, and she like, absolutely, hallelujah, absolutely. Tears of joy. Continue.
Had to get that nail out the tent.
Had to get that nail out.
And the crazy thing is, what nail is inside the tent? I thought they on the outside. You know, when you build up a tent, he's speaking in code, but still, like,
He letting her know your nail about to
you
go.
the
You
nail
don't even know.
that got to get out this house. I'm issuing an order right here.
Pastor Knowledge. Pastor Knowledge. When I hear your Isha, your Akoti, your wife speak in the background, and she not over talking you ever, she's agreeing with what you saying. Woo! Tears of joy.
I be telling the baby, why don't you talk to these women? You know what I'm saying? She's like,
I'll be happy to.
she say, baby, that's for you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no people person like that.
Because I'm going to break it down for real, for real.
Yeah, she gonna give it to a raw with her cut. She's like, they ain't gonna talk to me
crazy.
crazy.
No corner.
She's like, I've been and went off on some folks.
For real.
They would have thought that I don't even know who the most I
I'm going to
is.
shut them down. I'm going to do it in a nice way, though.
She learning a whole lot. She learning.
I'm going to do it in a nice way.
Right, in a nice way. Look, this is Joshua chapter 22. It says, and Ishmael then rose up and took his wife and his children and his cattle and all belonging to him. And he journeyed from there and he went to his father in the land of the Philistines. It was the Philistines. And Abraham related to Ishmael, his son, the transaction with the first wife that Ishmael took according to what she did. And Ishmael and his children dwelt with Abraham many days in that land. And Abraham dwelt in the land of the Philistines a long time. And the days increased and reached 26 years. And after that, Abraham with his servants and all belonging to him went from the land of the Philistines and removed to a great distance. And they came near to Hebron. And they remained there. And the servants of Abraham dug wells of water. And Abraham and all belonging to him dwelt by the water. And the servants of Abimelech, king of the Philistines, heard the report that Abraham's servants had dug wells of water in the borders of the land. And they came and quarreled with the servants of Abraham, and they robbed them of the great well, which they had dug. And Abimelech, king of the Philistines, heard of this affair. And he, with Phicol, the captain of his host, and 20 of his men came to Abraham, and Abimelech spoke to Abraham concerning his service. And Abraham rebuked Abimelech concerning the well of which his servants had robbed him. And Abimelech said to Abraham, as the Most High lives, who created the whole earth, I did not hear of the act which my servants did unto your servants until this day. And Abraham took 7 ewe lambs and gave them to Abimelech, saying, take these, I pray thee, from my hands, that it may be a testimony for me that I dug this well. And Abimelech took the 7 ewe lambs, which Abraham had given to him, for he had also given him cattle and herds in abundance. And Abimelech swore to Abraham concerning the well. Therefore he called that well Beersheba, for there they both swore concerning it. And they both made a covenant in Beersheba. And Abimelech rose up with Phicol, the captain of his host, and all his men, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. And Abraham and all belonging to him dwelt in Beersheba, and he was in the land, Beersheba, and he was in that land a long time. And Abraham planted a large grove in Beersheba and made it to 4 gates facing the 4 sides of the earth. And he planted a vineyard in it, so that if a traveler came to Abraham, he entered any gate which was in his road and remained there and ate and drank and satisfied himself and then departed. For the house of Abraham was always open to the sons of men that passed and repassed, who came daily to eat and drink in the house of Abraham. So Abraham, let me get this puzzle real quick. Because boy, they be tripping on these little puzzles. One more time. This is what I noticed with Abraham. Abraham was nothing like how Sodom and Gomorrah is in the couple of chapters before this. with Sodom and Gomorrah, they wouldn't open their home for people to come in and drink and eat, and of course be merry and, move on. They would lead them out there to starvation. They wouldn't give them no type of food or nothing to drink. And then also, if anyone was caught giving them food or drink, they would stone them, they would burn them. They put one woman, they covered her up with a whole bunch of honey and opened a beehive and let all the bees come and sting her to unalivement. Abraham is nothing like that. He's doing righteous acts. Like the brother said earlier, he said it was about emotion. No, it's about your acts of service. It's about your acts to the Most High. That's why he say, keep my laws, my statutes, and my commands. Them is actions. Them ain't nothing that you do off of emotions. Oh, Lot's daughter too, yeah. And any man, yeah, Lot's daughter, that was the one that, was that the one that got burnt to ashes? Yeah, I think so. She was the one that got burnt. And then there was another one after her. They covered her up with honey and let the beans sting her to an unalivement. And any man who had hunger, this is verse 13. Ooh, this chapter long. And any man who had hunger and came to Abraham's house, Abraham would give him bread, that he might eat and drink and be satisfied. And anyone that came naked to his house, he would clothe with garments, as he might choose, and give him silver and gold, and make known to him the Most High who had created him and the earth. Did Abraham all his life. Y'all see what Abraham did? Not only did he give them food and something to drink, or if they came naked or if they was homeless, he gave them clothes. He even gave them money. He gave them silver and gold. And then he also taught them about the Most High. Made known to them who the Most High was, who created him in the earth. And he did this all his life. So Abraham was a what? A righteous man. And Abraham and his children and all belonging to him dwelt in Beersheba, and he pitched his tent as far as Hebron. And Abraham's brother Nahor and his father and all belonging to him or to them dwelt in Haran, for they did not come with Abraham to the land of Canaan. And children were born to Nahor, which Milcah, the daughter of Haran, and sister to Sarah, Abraham's wife, bare to him. And these are the names of those that were born to him: Uz, Buz, Kemuel, Kesed, Kazo, Pildash, Tildath, Bethuel, being 8 sons. These are the children of Milcah, which she bare to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And Nahor had a concubine, and her name was Rumah, and she also bare to Nahor Zabak, Gahash, Takash, Makkah, being 4 sons. And the children that were born to Nahor were 12 sons besides his daughters. And they also had children born to them in Haran. And the children of Uz, the firstborn of Nahor, were Abi, Sharef, Gadin, Malus, and Deborah, their sister. And the sons of Buz were Berakel, Namath, Sheva, and Madanu. And the sons of Kemuel were Amram and Rechab. And the sons of Kesed were Anammelech and Mishai, Benham, Yippie. The sons of Kazo were Pildash, Mikai, and Ophir. The sons of Pildash were Arud, Kamun, Mered, and Moloch. And the sons of Tildath were Mushan, Kushan, and Mutzi. And the children of Bethuel were Sakar, Laban, and their sister Rebekah. These are the families of the children of Nahor that were born to them in Haran. And Amram, the sons of Kemuel, and Rechab, his brother, went away from Haran, and they found a valley in the land by the river Euphrates. And they built the city there, and they called the name of the city after the name of Pethor, the son of Amram. That is Amram Nahariim unto this day. And the children of Kesed also went to dwell where they could find a place, and they went and they found a valley opposite to the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they were They built there themselves a city, and they called the name at that city Kesed, after the name of their father. That is the land of Kasdim unto this day. And Kasdim, I'm gonna say Kasdim, dwelt in the land, and they were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly. And Terah, father of Nahor and Abraham, went and took another wife in his old age, and her name was Peliah. And she conceived and bare him a son, and he called his name Zobah. And Terah lived 25 years after he begat Zobah, and Terah passed away in that year. That is, in the 35th year of the birth of Isaac, son of Abraham. The days of Terah were 205 years, and he was buried in Haran. And Zobah, the son of Terah, lived 30 years, and he begat Amram, Achilles, Merek. And Amram, son of Zobah, son of Terah, had 3 wives, and he begat 12 sons and 3 daughters. And the Lord gave to Amram, the son of Zobah, riches and possessions and abundance of cattle and flocks and herds. And the man increased greatly. And Amram, the son of Zobah, and his brother and all his household journeyed from Haran, and they went to dwell where they should find a place. For their property was too great to remain in Haran, for they could not stop in Haran together with their brethren, the children of Nahor. Dang, they was having kids after kids, children after children after children. They were playing, boy. They were multiplying for real. And Amram, the son of Zobah, went with his brethren, and they found a valley at a distance toward the eastern country. They dwelt there, and they also built a city there, and they called the name thereof Amram, after the name of their eldest brother, that is Amram Zobah, to this day. And Isaac, the son of Abraham, was growing up in those days, and Abraham, his father, taught him the way of the Lord, to know the Lord, and the Lord was with him, or know the Most High. And when Isaac was 37 years old, Ishmael, his brother, was going about with him in the tent. And Ishmael boasted of himself to Isaac, saying, I was 13 years old when the Most High spoke to my father to circumcise us. And I did according to the word of the Most High, which he spoke to my father. And I gave my soul unto the Most High, and I did not transgress his word, which he commanded my father. And Isaac answered Ishmael, saying, Why dost thou boast to me about this, about a little bit of thy flesh which thou didst take from thy body, concerning which the Most High commanded thee? He said, why you sitting here boasting to me about the Most High circumcising you? You know what I'm saying? Taking a part of your body. Why are you talking to me like that? And the Most High, as the Most High lives, the Most High of my father, the God of my father, if the Most High should say unto my father, take now thy son Isaac and bring him up and offer him before me, I would not refrain, but I would joyfully accede to it. Did you hear what he said to him? If the Most High, the God of my father, would say to my father to bring me as a sacrifice, don't you know that I would concede to it? I would do it. I would believe it. Like, look, you got circumcised. You ain't finna do, I bet you ain't finna outdo me. Not like that, what he's saying, but he's like, I bet you I got more faith than you. If my father said that, the Most High said, come on, son, we got to go, up to this mountain. We got to sacrifice. He said, don't you know that I would concede to it? No. I wouldn't object to it. I'm going to follow my father's orders.
You know he ain't going to lead them wrong.
Facts. Oh, they go, Unc.
Yes.
Shalom, Unc. I see you in the comments. Yeah. Shalom. You going live tonight? You there, Unc? You probably don't even know you right here.
Yeah, I'm going. I didn't even know I had signed on. I'm sorry.
Oh, you good?
I was just listening.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening, but yeah, I'm going live, man. How everybody doing?
Oh, pretty good. You going to 8?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll make sure that we there. I'm gonna cut it off.
But you on, man. You on, man. I'm enjoying you, man. I can't stay on. Whew.
Okay.
I literally just walked in the house, like literally. So let me get prepared for 8 o'clock. But I'll see y'all then, man. Keep going.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Praise. We will be there. Y'all make sure y'all tune in with us. We're going to follow over and jump to Unk Live at 8 o'clock. Central Standard. Well, no, that'll be Eastern time, 8 o'clock. But it'll be 7 o'clock our time. So we ain't got nothing but 30-some minutes, 33 minutes left. But highlight that in Jasher chapter 22, verse 44, where this is what Isaac says. He says, as the Most High lives, the God of my father Abraham, if the Lord should say unto my father, take now thy son Isaac and bring him up an offering before me, I will not refrain, but I would joyfully accede to it.
Yeah.
I will do it with a praise. I will do it with gladness.
So what does that mean? That he trusted his father?
He trusts his father, but that means that Isaac is his daggone prophet. Because the Most High heard him. Watch. And the Most High heard the word that Isaac spoke to Ishmael, and it seemed good in the sight of the Most High, and he thought to try Abraham in this matter. So who does the Most High hear? His children. Oh, I heard what you said. Look, I'm about to test your daddy. See, y'all, we don't see this, but when you go into the book of Jasher, this is why he tested Abraham, excuse me. Name ain't Abram no more. It's Abraham. We're going to finish this chapter and we're going to move on. Nourishwell, Elder Nourishwell, you want to say anything?
No, I'm listening, and you bringing some powerful information, so I don't have any objection to what you just said.
All praises, all praises. And the day arrived when the sons of the Most High came and placed themselves before the Lord. And Satan also came with the sons of the Most High before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? And Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down it. So Job wasn't the only one that he got to try, y'all. And
Will be a mess.
and the Most High said unto Satan, the Most High said to Satan, what is thy word to me concerning all the children of the earth? What you got to tell me about the children concerning the earth? And Satan answered the Most High and said, I have seen all the children of the earth who serve thee and remember thee when they require anything from thee. And when thou givest them the thing which they require from thee, they sit at their ease and forsake thee, and they remember thee no more. Like, look, once you give them what they want, afterwards, they don't even remember you no more. They don't even acknowledge you no more. This is what Satan is telling the Most High. Look, once you give them what they want or what they desire, don't you know that they don't even remember you no more? Ain't that kind of like some of us today? How quickly they forget who blessed them. Hast thou seen Abraham, the son of Terah, who at first had no children? He served thee and erected altars to thee wherever he came. And he brought up offerings upon them. And he proclaimed your name continually to all the children of the earth. And now that his son Isaac is born to him, he has forsaken you. He has made a great feast for all the inhabitants of the land, and the Most High, and the Lord, he has forgotten. He's telling you, and God, he forgot about you. You didn't bless him. You then gave him a child in his old age. He made a great feast for all the inhabitants of the land. He did all these things. He made an altar for you. But now, God, Abba, he has forgotten you. That's what Satan is saying. And what does Satan do, y'all? What does Satan do? He comes to unalive, to steal, and to destroy. Verse 52. For amidst all that he has done, he brought thee no offering, neither burnt offering nor peace offering, neither ox, lamb, nor goat, of all that he unalived on the day that his son was weaned, even from the time of his son's birth till now, being 37 years old. He built no altar before thee, nor brought any offering to thee, for he saw that thou didst give what he requested before thee, and he therefore forsook thee. So Satan is telling the Most High, look, he ain't done nothing for you since he didn't got his son. He ain't built no altar for you. He ain't done no sacrifices for you. He 37 years old and he still ain't done nothing for you. He done forgot all about you.
He said since he got his son.
Since he got Isaac, he said he ain't done nothing for you. He ain't acknowledging you at all.
The devil's something else, boy.
Look, he up there. I bet you the Most High is like, man, you was pissing me off. You was getting on my nerves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he messy as I don't know what. Verse 54. And the Lord said to Satan, hast thou thus considered my servant Abraham? For there is none like him upon earth, a perfect and upright man before me, one that fears God and avoids evil. As I live, were I to say unto him, bring up Isaac thy son before me, he would not withhold him from me. Much more if I told him to bring up a burnt offering before me from his flock or herds. He says, he already, look, the Most High sees all and knows all. Remember that. He heard what Isaac said to Ishmael. He already know what's going to go down. You can't trick me. You can't trick my son. The son of the father has already agreed to it. He spoke it into existence.
They ain't told that.
And Satan answered the Lord and said, speak then now unto Abraham, as thou hast said, and thou wilt see whether he will not this day transgress and cast aside your words. That was verse 55.
I like how he came in Job.
Same way he came at Job. See, this is why we got to get into these scriptures.
Yeah, that's
get into these other books, because where do it say in Genesis that the enemy, Satan, went and talked to the Most High? And that Isaac had already spoke this to Ishmael. What you say, baby?
I said somebody that be Satan approach though when somebody doing good or they getting blessed by the Lord. He's like, man, the only reason why they sit up here serving you is because of what you give them.
Because you blessing them. They ain't serving you. Shoot. Look, since we've been blessed, don't y'all, look, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, we make sure we serve the Most High all the time. We make sure we acknowledge him in everything. Enemy looking at us like we crazy. Look, you go to the Most High be like, I know them too. I know what they got going. They serve me every day. They praising me every day. They talk to their children. While he was homeless, serving me. Still on the platforms, educate people while they was talking negatively about him. While they was saying, why you up there talking? Man, I'm telling y'all, testimony after testimony, still talking about the Most High. People be wondering how this brother be doing these lives for hours and hours at a time. This is my time spending with the Most High. I'd rather spend time with the Most High than go out there and spend time with the enemy, getting in trouble. I'd rather educate people and spread the gospel, spread the word, spread the truth, than to be out there in some foolishness. Look, chapter 23. How long this joint is? Ooh, wait. Oh, Lord have mercy.
You about to stay where you at and just break it down. You about to jump on Uncle.
Yeah. We'll pick up in 23 tomorrow because it's 90 verses long. 90 verses long. Nourish well. You got anything before we close it out? Because we're going to go over to Unc Live here in about 24 minutes. I appreciate y'all that's still here. Appreciate y'all that's tapping the screen, sharing the live.
All ears, just listening, family.
Okay, you want to add anything? I'm done.
No, just listening to the platform. Everything that you said, I agree with. Spot on.
Amplified. I can't see it. Put a ring on your nostril and earrings in your... Oh, I see it now, brother Shazak Torah. It's kind of blurry, but I see it.
Somebody give me a broom and come get this.
Yeah, I didn't. That just gave me a refresher about because I've read this book before, but you know how you read something and you just kind of not necessarily run through it, but over the years you start, you forget stuff. But then when you go back to it, it's a refresher. Because I got stuff highlighted in the book that I ain't read in I don't know how long. And I know why I didn't open this book again. And it was because, like, as soon as I open this book, well, everything, folks be coming up against you as soon as you open the book of Jasher. Oh, you reading Jasher, that's not in the Bible. And, they want to start talking noise and saying that's a lie. And you can't believe everything you hear. Shoot, I believe what I read. Because the Most High put it on my heart to read it and give it to him. And even in the scriptures, I think it's in Daniel. What book is that in Daniel where it says hidden books? Like close up the book, but it's for a time. These is them times. We got to open up these books and tell them the truth. Books been around for years and ain't nobody want to bring forth the word.
All this stuff being revealed now.
And it ain't just for puffed up knowledge either. But this showing up is a refresher because now I got something to say. Like when it comes to Job, you say, Job wasn't the only one that was tried, or that Satan went to the Most High and talked to him, and the Most High said, "Have you tried my servant Job?" It was Abraham. Why he took his son up there on that mountain. But it was also what his son spoke into existence.
That was act of faith, too.
Serious faith. Said, I will concede to what my father say. But yeah, we'll pick up in this chapter 23 tomorrow. Y'all willing, we'll pick up in 23 tomorrow. Look like we're going to be finishing Jasher again like back in 2020. Nourish well. I don't know what you got brewing, but
No, salute. Like you say, tomorrow. We with it, family.
Yeah, I willing. I'll be live probably about 9, maybe 10 a.m. I'm thinking more 9 something. Because I have all my stuff ready and have my prompts ready to go. But I'm going to charge the phone up a little bit before we get on with Unc, because we got 20 minutes till. But Shalom, family, brothers and sisters, kings and queens. That means peace be unto you. I love y'all. Blessings to y'all. Knowledge.